of Education will come to order. Roll call. Hanson?
Here.
Meek?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
Peterson here. Ray?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Weiniger?
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving into item number 4, DCSD Spotlight, and I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, board and public. It is time again for board recognitions, and we have a few amazing staff members to honor this evening. Let's start with one of our elementary school teachers, Paula Wilkerson, art teacher at Frontier Valley. Would you join me up front with Principal Kirsten Hall, please? Earlier this school year, come on up. Oh, Miss Hall is ready. Earlier this school year, Ms. Wilkerson was selected by the Colorado Art Education Association as the Emerging Art Educator of the Year. Awesome. I understand you just joined Frontier Valley. Can you tell us a little bit about what this award meant to you and how it's going?
Yeah. Honestly, I just am really honored for all of the support and love from my school and my staff and my team and the community, and I have really good families and kids that I love to teach, and I think that it's just amazing to be here and be recognized as such a new teacher. So I'm just happy to be here and very thankful and grateful for the opportunity.
We are so proud of you, and I am sure Principal Hall is super proud of you. Would you like to say a few words?
I bet you would. Please do.
First of all, Paulina, I'm so proud to work with you as your colleague and working with you in our school. You are loved by our community. You're loved by our staff. We've got members here supporting you. Within the room, your dedication is unmatched. We see all of the hard work that you do after school and putting in all of the hours to make positive plans for our kids. You reach every single member of our student body, and we could not do this without you. We're so grateful for your support in our school. And as a colleague of the school, you also support some of the math instruction. I see the vocabulary that comes through in your lessons to make that wraparound and authentic learning for all of our kids, and you're so much appreciated. I'm proud of you.
We are really proud of you. Thank you so much. Director Myers is here with your certificate.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to do a quick picture. Let's give Pauline another round of applause for all that you do for our kids. Thank you. We are very happy to have you in our district. Okay, next I have the honor of recognizing one of our amazing school nurse consultants. Kelly Mueller, will you come join me, along with Mary Evanson, Coordinator of Nursing Services, and Dr. Kelly Smith, Director of Health, Wellness, and Prevention. Come on up. I'll tell you about Kelly as she comes on up here. Come on up, Kelly. Kelly was named a finalist for the Colorado Association of School Nurses 2022 School Nurse of the Year Award. With nearly 750 school nurses across our state, that is an incredible honor. Kelly has been a registered nurse for 40 years and a DCSD school nurse consultant since 1999. It's a long time. I love that. Yes, and we're so glad. In fact, she is the longest serving nurse consultant in our district. Kelly, thank you for your service. Kelly is currently at Ranch View Middle School and the Highlands Ranch Bridge program. Kelly, congratulations. We are so proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do. And I am sure you would love to tell us what this means to you and your long history in the district.
School Nurse of the Year is like the Super Bowl for school nurses. So I am so excited that the nursing leadership here in Douglas County submitted my nomination letter, and I am just so pleased and excited about the award and the opportunity to run for it. And I have loved working in Douglas County School District. It's just been an amazing job. And like they say, if you love what you're doing, you're hardly working. So I am just really grateful for a career here.
Kelly and Mary, would you tell us a little bit about why you nominated Kelly?
Okay. Well, hardly working is not true. When I came into this position to serve our nursing department, Kelly Mueller was one of the first names that was brought to my attention as someone who always goes above and beyond and works within a prevention framework for nursing. So you've taught me a lot around how nursing supports the wellness of all of our kids. The stuff that you're doing in your school around mental health support in our nursing and health rooms is revolutionary to me as a leader. So I am just thrilled to be able to be part of this recognition, because we need to do more wraparound with our school nurses in our schools about what we can do to support all of our kids using nursing as that core component. So I know Mary has a ton of other things to say, but I'm just so proud.
Oh, I could, but I'll keep it short. So I've worked with Kelly for like 16 years or so. I've been here a day or two myself in many capacities, but as coworkers, she's been on my nurse team, and now I'm one of my treasured nurses as the coordinator of nursing services. And Kelly honestly was whole school, whole child, whole community. I always probably say that backwards, but I do know what it means. She was that before it was cool. I mean, she's always been very much seeing the whole child, the whole school, the whole outside community, to the point that she's been recognized before. She was recognized by the Tri-County Health Department for your work that you did on the Douglas County Youth Coalition and the Anti-Vaping Task Force. You've been recognized by Medicaid for the work that you've done with Medicaid. Because of the work that Kelly pretty much ran our Medicaid program for a while, in addition to her school nurse role, and now we have a Medicaid department. We have, there are school health programs that we have right now because of the work that Kelly did. So yeah, Kelly, she's definitely a superstar.
Congratulations again to Kelly, and Director Myers is here with your certificate. Oh, I love that. We are colleagues. I love that. We'll do a quick photo. Thank you. Oh, no, you don't get to leave yet. You're not up to the Okay, and last but most certainly not least, January is School Board Recognition Month, and we're happy to be able to have our entire Board of Education here in person to celebrate School Board Recognition Month. I put the script down because I just want to speak from my heart. I have been around long enough to know how hard the job that all of you volunteered to do is. And I also know each and every one of you and how much you put your hearts into this role. And you do it as a volunteer. So many of our community don't realize that unlike county commissioners or legislators, school board members do it in their own time as a volunteer because they care that much about our children and our school district. And I know that each one of the 7 of you care that much about our children and our school district. And I just want to express my gratitude, the gratitude of our entire staff, and the gratitude of this school district that you have chosen to serve this district and to serve, most importantly, our children. So I have some little presents for all of you, as well as certificates that I think I hastily put in Director Peterson's hands. Sorry about that. But truly, while I gather their gifts, perhaps we can give our amazing school board a recognition and a round of applause. And you'll have to come out here because we'll do a picture. You got to come out here. We're going to do a picture. Yeah, bring your certificate. I think I've got it. I know, it feels like Christmas. This one is for you. All right, and I've got one for you. Hold on, they're all coming. Thank you. That would be great. Thank you. Oh, of course. You got them all? Yeah, thank you.
Like I said, it's got two names on one. This one says Kaylee too.
Okay, well, let's wait and see. Here, you've got Elizabeth. Yeah.
Like so many times that sticking out comes off. Jumping to get a name. Yeah.
Okay, and again, I really just want to sincerely thank each and every one of you. This is a hard job, and I know it's been a really hard job over the last several years, 4 years, 6 years. I know it's been a really hard job for a really long time, and all of you persevere and you come back and you keep serving our community and serving our children. And I admire all of you so much for that service. Thank you. So one more round of applause. Okay. And that concludes our recognitions for tonight. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 7, acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is the Board of Education approves the agenda as presented. And before we do, I would like to pull items 19 through 21 off. Came to my notice, we have some typos on those around some dates, so we'll have to do some work on that, hopefully quickly. Do we have any other comments or other items that want to be pulled by other directors?
We're talking about the consent as well.
Yes, we're talking about the consent as well. Or you know what, I should have waited till consent, so maybe we'll hold that. We'll
Okay.
approve the agenda, then when we get to that item, I'll pull stuff from consent. So the general agenda, do I have a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Excellent, motion by Ray, second by Hanson. The roll, Hanson,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray,
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, passed 7-0. Now we have the superintendent reports.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few things to report. First of all, the Continental League concert was absolutely amazing. For those of you who are able to make it, it was downtown right before the giant snowstorm hit, and it is an event where the students spend an entire weekend with professional celebrity conductors, and choir, band, and orchestra all performed based on just a 3-day boot camp of what they were going to perform. And across our district, it was representation from all of our high schools, plus Heritage High School, Arapahoe High School, and Regis Jesuit High School. And they were incredible. The students were so talented and so determined. And most of all, it was so obvious to me how much their music means to them and how much passion they have for their music. And it was just a reminder to me of the importance of music education in our school district, and that we're able to offer that to our students. Our Legacy campus held their open house for interest for next year. And they had a full house. 350 plus people showed up to our Legacy campus open house. And we are expecting even more to come check out our career and technical education pathway opportunities through our Career Pathways Expo 2023. This event is sponsored by the DAC. It's been previously known as the DAC Forum. And this year they decided to really highlight career and technical education pathways and opportunities in our district. This expo will take place Thursday, February 16th at the Legacy campus from 6:30 to 8:30. And I can't encourage our public enough to come and check this out. Check out the amazing things that we're doing for kids in Douglas County School District and the amazing pathways and opportunities that we have for your children. We were part of the Hall of Fame induction for CHASA last night. 2 Douglas County folks were initiated into the CHASA Hall of Fame. Tim Ottman, wrestling coach, longtime wrestling coach from Ponderosa High School. And Ann Abernathes, a basketball player from Highlands Ranch High School, was also inducted into the Hall of Fame. I'd like to congratulate our newest Eagle Academy grads. And we held a staff town hall last week on the retention strategies that were presented to the Board of Education in early January. And I've gotten a lot of great feedback on those strategies. Staff are particularly grateful to know about the strategies this early on in the process so that they know what next year is going to look like for them in terms of the retention bonus, flat benefits being held flat, and all of the other strategies that we put together at the behest of the Board of Education. And then finally, our cabinet was able to have a one-day retreat last week in order to kick off second semester, and we did a lot of work around budget and around retention of our staff and just working on those long-term retention strategies that we're looking forward to presenting to the board in February. That concludes my superintendent updates. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. Now we will move into public comment, and we will start with the Student Advisory Group. Mr. Blair, do we have our students online? Dia, can you hear us?
Hello?
Okay, go ahead
Yes,
with your
I
comment.
can. Okay, so first off, we wanted to say thank you so much for allowing us to present and giving us the feedback. All our leaders greatly appreciated it. And at the last meeting, essentially, the subgroups have been working towards moving forward with their proposals as per the advice that was given to them. School safety subgroup has been able to talk to Director Grusing. The honors classes subgroup have been corresponding with various principals and admin to try and see if they can move forward with their proposal. The IBHK subgroup is ready to present, and we're all just working.
Okay, thank you for that quick and concise update, Dia. And now we will move to item number 10, public comment. Purpose of public comments to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district, while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. We will have 3 minutes this evening for each speaker, and we have a list of 15 speakers. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests and staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. Mr. Blair will give a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. With that, our first speaker is Matt Cassidy, followed by Randy Curtis, followed by Krista Mann. Mr. Cassidy.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. As a strategic advisor to FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, I'm here more to address the comments of those who impugn you at these meetings by linking you to us than I am to address you. You all know who we are and what we believe, even if some of you sometimes deny that. I'm sorry to the board members who have been attacked using our name. I'm not quite sure why our group has been used against you. It likely stems from 2021 when Director Meek asked if she could attend one of our meetings and we said no. That decision was made in light of a lack of trust that many of our members felt for the Board of Education at that time. We worried that our members would not freely share with us in her presence. We shared that sentiment with her, but she seems not to acknowledge any merit in it because she has held that decision against us ever since. With that in mind, I'm sorry that Director Meek chose not to attend when personally invited to our FAIR open house on January 17th, 2022, or any of the other times that she's been invited and RSVP'd yes to our public meetings. If she had, maybe she could acknowledge FAIR for what it is, a group of local parents, grandparents, and other local taxpayers who stand on the same ideas that drove the civil rights movement and want to provide solid, honest feedback to this district. Maybe we're just more valuable as a boogeyman her allies can cite as a nefarious shadow organization directed by unknown people from out of town. Or it may be that she disagrees with our principles. If that's it, I'm sorry, but we're not going to apologize for our principles. We defend civil rights and liberties for all. We advocate for individuals threatened or persecuted for speech or held to a different set of rules based on skin color, ancestry, or other immutable characteristics. We support respectful disagreement. We believe that objective truth exists, and we're unabashedly pro-human. In short, we believe in fairness, understanding, and our common humanity. These principles and more are available at fairforall.org. While you're there, you might see on the front page a picture of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose holiday we celebrated last week. I'm sorry there aren't more organizations joining us and still publicly promoting MLK's dream of a nation where children will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Finally, I guess I'm sorry to those who continue to use us as their boogeyman, that I'm here presenting our principles for all to see. It's not my objective to make you look misinformed or make the public wonder what your motive is in smearing a group like ours. My only motive is to tell the truth about us. If that makes you look confused or disingenuous, please know that was not my intent. It's just a byproduct of telling the truth. The truth is, we believe, as our founding fathers did, that individual excellence is the crowning achievement of American society and that it should be celebrated, and that those who exhibit it should be honored, encouraged, and elevated, no matter where their ancestors came from or which adult they sleep with. So now everyone knows who FAIR is and what we believe. We never are going to apologize for that, and we hope you won't either.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Next will be Randy Curtis, followed by Krista Mann, then Faith Moots. Ms. Curtis.
Hi, I'm Randy Curtis, and I am a community member, but tonight I'm speaking as a special education advocate. Things are not going well here in Douglas County in special education. On a daily basis, I'm receiving 3 to 5 phone calls with a parent begging for my help. Many are from Douglas County and some are not. When I speak to my colleagues, they are experiencing the same call volume. We cannot keep up with the number of requests, and on top of that, our work. Our jobs are challenging regardless of the calls, but they are made even more difficult when we learn that a student is being hurt or traumatized at school. At the beginning of the school year, this family filed a state complaint. And in that state complaint, they would win every single issue except for one. In speaking to my colleagues, we believe that the complaint is very important. It outlines some systemic issues that we as advocates are experiencing, but more importantly, our children are experiencing. Our kids are being traumatized at school. Think about it this way. Some of our kids are going to school and have to earn the right to learn. They have to spend time in rooms that are called cute names, like the Blue Room, Flight School, Soaring Hawk, or not Soaring Hawk, but the Rattler's Nest. All of these are cute names that are traumatizing our children. I really cannot beg you guys enough. Cannot beg you enough. Please take a look at the state complaint seriously. Develop policies. Develop policies. I can't keep up with the demand. I really can't. I'm staying up until midnight. And Danelle, I appreciate every single time you respond to my emails. You're responding to my emails on weekends, on holidays. You're on holiday and you're still responding. I can't keep up. I don't know how you're keeping up. But we have to do better for our kids. Our kids should not go to school and be afraid of teachers. It is not okay. It is not okay. But more importantly, our teachers should be able to go to work and know how to handle behaviors. They should know that a student is struggling. Our kids missed out on 2 years of their education, and they're missing a lot of social skills. They're missing a lot of those skills. We can do better. Our kids should not be afraid of teachers, and our teachers should not be afraid of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Krista Mann, Faith Moots, followed by Teresa Vargas. Ms. Mann.
Good evening. I come before you tonight to speak in support of Lehman Academy's charter renewal and replication request. As a parent of a student who's experienced both the neighborhood school setting and Lehman Academy, I wanted to share my thoughts on why charter schools and Lehman in particular have an important role to play in Douglas County School District. My son began his school career in a neighborhood school. There were many caring educators and staff members there, and I'm thankful for that. Our journey to leave the neighborhood school began in my son's first grade year when he began the year meeting nearly all of the year-end benchmarks. And much to our dismay, there was no plan or desire to implement a plan to challenge our son and keep him engaged in learning. The response we continually received included, "He's meeting the benchmarks, there's nothing we can do. There's too many other students in the class for us to challenge your child, and let's load some more challenging games on his school iPad." This was touted as differentiated learning, which is hours upon hours spent tapping away at a screen in the name of education. We skeptically took a tour of Lehman Academy, wondering what a charter school, and Lehman specifically, could offer our son. As it turns out, they had the world to offer him. Under the leadership of Dr. Edwards, Lehman Academy is an educational experience unlike anything else out there. When we visited the various classrooms, we saw scholars who were engaged in their learning. Not a single iPad in sight. These students were using their hands, they were using their minds, they were discussing ideas and reciting their assigned literature piece with confidence, with gentle coaching from their teachers to stand up straight, look their audience in the eye, and speak with confidence. You have been the witness to the fruits of these monthly recitations, as my son has courageously spoken to this board on multiple occasions. At Lehman, the scholars take a deep dive into a particular time period each year, learning about composers, historical figures, and artists from that time. They wrestle with the honest history, learning from it, both the good and the bad, and are taught and coached to think independently and critically. When we toured the middle school rooms, the scholars had their desks all turned so they could face one another, books in hand, with highlighting and notes written in the margins, so they could discuss and debate what they were learning about. These are the skills that our community, our employers, and our world needs. People who can discuss ideas, agree and disagree respectfully while looking each other in the eye, examining concepts with the context and knowledge of history, knowing what has been tried and the outcomes of those efforts. The academics at Lehman are rigorous.
15 seconds
It's right there in their
remaining.
mission statement. And we came to Lehman to pursue that challenging, rigorous environment, but we remain for so much more. Our family's hope is that Lehman's charter renewal and replication will be granted so that other students on the waiting list can find their fit within Douglas County School District. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Faith Moots, followed by Teresa Vargas, followed by Kelly Mayer. Ms. Moots.
I don't see Faith on the room. She might be running late.
Okay, Ms. Vargas.
Maybe I can borrow like 15 of her seconds. Good evening, board members. My name is Teresa Vargas, and I'm the mother of 2 high school kids. I'm here today to follow up on a commitment. Sorry, this is a really emotional topic. That the board made about a year and a half ago, a commitment that I feel was unfulfilled. Directors Ray, Meek, and Hansen, the public comment I gave a year and a half ago, I told you a story about my autistic son who was placed in seclusion when he was in 5th grade. For the benefit of the new board members and those who are listening, let me describe the first time I arrived at school and my child was secluded. That day, I received a call from the school to come and get him because he was dysregulated. And when I arrived, I saw my son standing in an office with the door shut. Sorry. He was standing in front of the window, crying, just like I am, and begging for the door to be opened. The administrators were standing outside of the office looking in on him as if he was in a cell. I mean, imagine Thank you. Being an autistic child who lacks the ability to effectively communicate and who is crying, but no one is helping him. And it does not take a lot to understand that the negative impact that that can have. And after I gave that public comment, Director Ray, you asked the then superintendent to look into the district's use of seclusion rooms, and I have never heard one thing about it since then. When the new board members were seated, I emailed my public comment to them, and I asked about the status of any review about the use of seclusion rooms. The only response I received was from Director Myers, who told me that she had no information but would send my concerns to someone else. And have I heard anything? No, I haven't heard one thing about it. So while our experience was when my kiddo was in general education, I know that several students in the Effective Needs Program I know several students in the Effective Needs Program who are being hurt by this practice and who have been hurt by this practice. And the research is clear. Seclusion rooms do not work. The Department of Education has said so. The Alliance for the End of Seclusion Rooms, they all say this. It does not work. And to be clear, thankfully, my student's experience, he was eventually placed in the Effective Needs Program, and we had a really positive experience there. And the teachers were great, and the trajectory of his education has changed. But for those who do not know, the Effective Needs Program—
15 seconds remaining.
Sorry. The Effective Needs Program is a center-based program designed to educate students with socio-emotional issues, which often means these students are known to have challenging behaviors. Yet the very program that the district places these kids in is the one that is hurting them the most by secluding them. And again, these rooms, they don't work. So I promise I'll be done in like a second. So anyway, I'm just asking the district to take this seriously, to fulfill your obligation, look into it, and hire a consultant or expert to review the use of seclusion rooms. And it will cost money. It may cost a lot of money. But how the district responds to this and how the district spends its money is a reflection of our values. And we just need to do it. This board purports to be kids first, and I hope that it is, but it has to mean all kids. And the reality is that—
Thank you, Ms. Vargas, but
Okay.
thank you for coming.
Bottom line is—
Okay, next will be Kelly Mayer, followed by Jen Iverson, followed by Jason Hurd. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening, school board directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am a longtime resident of Douglas County. I am the mom of 9 current and former DCSD students. Of my four current DCSD students, 3 are on IEPs and 1 is on a 504. I am a former special education teacher, so obviously special education is near and dear to my heart. I was heartbroken to read the article about a young DCSD student who was secluded in the school's blue room and in a 5-foot by 5-foot timeout closet for over 20 school days. I have done a lot of training on the topic of trauma. Seclusion and restraint are not trauma-responsive practices. They should only be used as a last resort. This should never be used as a punishment. The lack of communication with the parents and the whole IEP team is absolutely not okay. 2 phrases come to mind. We can't fix a problem we don't acknowledge. And when we know better, we do better. The district needs to acknowledge that sometimes schools are causing trauma. I don't believe anyone goes into education to harm students. I believe these situations come from lack of adequate training. But when we know better, we must do better. We have some excellent DCSD educators that do an amazing job seeing behavior through the lens of communication and trauma. And yes, of course, I'm talking about the incredible Katie Mitchell and many others. We need consistency across programs. Special education is always an equity issue. As you examine what works and what doesn't in each of our special education programs, I urge you to seek out those professionals who have demonstrated a deep and sincere understanding of students who need a compassionate response to their actions. I know these students can be difficult. The data is clear on what works. Connection is key. Let's, as an educational community, surround these kids with the supports they need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Jen Iverson, Jason Hurd, then Christy Nickel. Ms. Iverson.
And just so you know, Ava is here now.
Sorry.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kane. Having hard conversations with action-oriented follow-through is an essential part of accountability and solutions. As we, as an educational community, strive to educate all students, there must be spaces for vulnerable and honest. Must be spaces to be vulnerable and honest. When we avoid these conversations, our community continues to devolve over finger-pointing and misinformation thrives. I believe one of our community's obstacles is that we don't have these challenging conversations, and we get stuck in our echo chambers. There's a lot on DCSD's plate right now. We have children experiencing trauma in our schools through improperly implemented DCSD CDE policies and also IDEA law. We have a thoroughly vetted equity policy being unnecessarily and expensively examined, and we also have a bond MLO that absolutely needs to pass for the county and school district to flourish. So how can we move forward? We can begin by welcoming solution-focused conversations and allow each other space to be heard. This is the modeling our children, your students, need to witness. Being seen by others is extremely empowering. What ways can we begin to listen and hear each other? In my world, it would be beneficial to return to monthly special education talks. Last school year, we had one every month. This year, there are only 3. The first special education talk in October had over 20 parents attending. There were specific concerns voiced by parents. There is a need and a want for these conversations. One of the specific concerns was brought up by a parent of a now 3rd grader whose son was traumatized at his school last year. The student had a behavior intervention plan. When effective, these interventions are used to prevent escalating behaviors so that the student can return to learning. When training is neglected and IDEA law is unknown, teachers and staff are unprepared and trust is broken. Our students who struggle to regulate themselves need each and every one of you to challenge yourselves to prioritize their education. For too many years, decades even, these students have lived trauma. That's hard to hear, but it's very true. The recent story is only one of so many heartbreaking experiences some children have endured. Yes, there are lawyers involved, confidential conversations, and unnecessary damaging NDAs, which prohibit solutions and which prohibit conversations. That does not mean that the same corrective action plan required by the CDE can't be implemented district-wide. Again, this is not an outlier incident.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Jason Hurd, Christy Nickel, then we will have Ms. Moots come up. Mr. Hurd.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent Kane. I'm here to talk about a climate of hostility. It's been going on for some time. Before the last election, there was a 7-0 majority, which I feel pushed agendas that were not in line with the majority of Douglas County parents. Things such as forced masking through lawsuits, unpopular remote learning, to name a few, come to mind. When parents spoke out in opposition, things escalated to the point of having a SWAT team lurking in the boroughs of this building. Who called for this? I wish I knew. The majority board's agenda was clearly rejected in a landslide as a mandate from parents to restore sanity. Now, however, that same contempt and disdain for parents permeates the EAC and at least 2 board members. Parents rightfully want to know what's happening at meetings and overwhelmingly held by known left-wing activists. These meetings are not recorded on YouTube like this meeting. Breakout sessions are held at a distance from spectators so as to be inaudible and unrecorded. And let me remind those listening that this board of directors is required by law to follow extreme transparency measures, unlike the EAC. So when more parents wished to learn more about these happenings, they were met with yet more hostility. 2 directors from this board requested increased security based on rumor and innuendo, implying again that the parents of Douglas County represent some kind of immediate and violent threat. To make it even more salient, a Twitter post by Director Ray showed him mingling and praising a known Antifa activist from Colorado Springs. And interestingly enough, his account was subsequently either disabled or removed. But let's not forget that the internet is forever, and this inconvenient truth will not go away. Can we not call SWAT teams and Antifa, Director Ray, or anyone else? Are you still scratching your head and wondering why Community Matters slate lost the last election? Parents have a right to send their kids to school every day safe in the belief that they are not being fed any political or religious ideology. We are not your enemy or some group of outdated dunces to be overruled when you do not like what we have to say. Your task is to educate, simply put, and do it well. Lastly, I'd like to thank Kids First board members for restoring sanity and putting academics first once again. It appears there is still some who haven't gotten the memo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Christine Nickel, followed by Faith Moots, and then Erica Devlin. Ms. Nickel.
Good evening. My son, now 9, has never had the chance to be successful in the Douglas County schools. Entering into the Douglas County Schools District when he was in kindergarten, he was put into a seclusion room in kindergarten. He didn't know that it was a closet, and neither did I. A quiet room to me is calming. I had no idea about seclusion rooms until I went to an art show at school. With 2 kids in an A&N program, we went in there and they called it their torture room. That's the day that my life changed and I realized what had happened to my son. He has been traumatized. He is afraid of the dark. He's afraid of being alone. And the continued action of seclusion rooms in Douglas County is still scarring him. And I don't know how to fix it. All I am asking you guys to do is take a look at these matters and see how damaging it is to our kids. You know, he does get aggressive, but is that because he's been put into a seclusion room his whole entire educational life, where now all he does is fight or flight? Because that's not the kid I put into the Douglas County Schools District. And now I'm just asking you guys to take a look at this and see how important it is and how our kids' safety and my trust in the school district. I trusted the school district. I have no idea how this happened. I had no idea seclusion rooms were even allowed in public schools. So thank you for your time this evening, and please consider looking at these important issues.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. Faith Moots, followed by Erica Devlin, then Jim Magano. Ms. Moots.
Good evening. I come to you tonight as a broken and grieving mama. The news of a brave woman speaking out and taking action against wrongdoings her child experienced at a DCSD elementary school brought back a flood of my own similar experiences and memories. I am overwhelmed with shame, guilt, confusion, anger, sadness at what my son has endured in the name of education since 2014 when he was just 5 years old. Yes, I'm speaking of seclusion and restraint, and also the denial of access to a free and appropriate public education based on disability. My mission these last few years, alongside an amazing advocate, has been about the lack of awareness, understanding, and evidence-based practice for our neurodiverse children affected by dyslexia, which is dear to my heart for my son. But as these traumatic memories of my son's seclusion resurfaced these last 2 weeks, I'm seeing that it's all connected and it's all wrong. I plan to tell a brief version of our family story publicly, but now feel the fierce calling to protect our story from those who may judge or misconstrue our painful experiences. I encourage and implore every one of us to guard ourselves against judging the many other children and families who will no doubt come forward. Instead, we gotta dig deep in our shared humanity for empathy and kindness as our whole community struggles with this news. Let us support our AN teachers and aides in these difficult times as well. They have extremely challenging and important careers that will shape our children and ultimately our country. They need more support. They need more direction from the district to do right by our children. So I asked the board to take ownership of the systemic flaws in our school district surrounding seclusion and restraint, to provide appropriate resources for our teachers, make reforms in alignment with previous lawsuits enacted by the Department of Justice in other states, provide compensatory services to the kids who've missed out on learning, and more than anything, make sure not another child experiences routine seclusion and restraint at our public schools.
15 seconds
After the
remaining.
state complaint, there are still students being hurt. In closing, I'd like to honor a simple act of kindness that had a lasting impact on our son. This pencil sharpener was a tool, an activity, an experience of genuine kindness used by Mr. O. He's a longtime DCSD employee at Arrowwood. He's a wise and caring man. He discovered an activity that kept our son out of isolation and seclusion at times. So thank you for that. And thank you to all of our employees in the school district who seek to know and understand these children who seem different and challenging, to embrace their unique neurodiversity instead of fearing and isolating it. You make a difference. Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moots. Erica Devlin, Jim Magano, followed by Amy Winju. Ms. Devlin. Okay, Mr. Magano.
Good evening, board. And this is mainly directed to the new members. You know, I've never been so compelled as to come to a school board and air my concern. I've lived in 3 school districts in this state. I've raised 2 kids from kindergarten all the way up to the university level. This is what you have done since you've had your new board. You're changing the equity policy because you don't like it. You didn't like the mask mandate. That really upset everybody. You fired a superintendent, now you have a lawsuit. And then you had a staff and student walkout. You have a lawsuit because of your open meetings violations. And then you have a failed bond measure that came from the last election. Here's your flyer that I got in the mail. It's time for common sense leadership in our school board. Well, I'm wondering where it is. My tax bill I just got, that all of you just got, I've paid my taxes willingly forever. Over 50% of our taxes, our property tax, goes to the school district. Now, how much of our tax money right now is being spent on supporting, paying for the legal counsel for these lawsuits that we have coming up, when it could be paid towards our students and staff, or excuse me, our staff and our teachers? Now you're proposing to put the ballot on the measure again. Speaking of transparency, what I hope to see is transparency about this ballot measure and the full disclosure of where all this money is going, especially for the legal issues. And speaking of lessons learned, I hope that we've learned some lessons from this. And thank you for volunteering, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Magano. Amy Winju, and then we will switch to online commenters. Tiffany Baker and Lucas Cranor are first. Ms. Winju.
Good evening and Happy New Year.
This evening, I would like to read item 4 from the Board of Directors Handbook. Item 4 is Section B, collaboration with community, business, government, educational, and organizational leaders is sought to provide opportunities for students to create positive change and provide service in our community. This was written by and reviewed by the former board to include Director David Ray. Meeks has been supportive of outside groups working with the board. For example, in an April 2021 Facebook post on Meeks' page, she promoted the ACLU's No Place for Hate program. In March of 2021, Meek gave praises to an outside group, the Equity Growth Zone, and thanked them for the support they've given in the district's proposed equity policy. It's encouraging the board appreciated that board members have previously actively collaborated with community and parent groups. I hope this continues. On a related topic, I'd like to bring up emails that members of the Equity Advisory Council sent to Superintendent Kane expressing concerns about outside parental groups attending December's EAC meeting. Meeks was one of the persons who expressed her fear about members from such groups attending. To assure Meeks and others on the email that the district takes security seriously, it'd been mentioned that Superintendent Kane reached out to the district security director, who in turn reportedly reached out to a contact with the FBI. I'm curious as to why the Douglas County Sheriff wasn't mentioned, and also who has jurisdiction in the county, the FBI or the county sheriff. Also at December's EAC meeting, Ray, who doesn't regularly attend such meetings, managed to find the time to interview with a journalist who, as it later turned out, is a known member of and supportive of the violent, militant Antifa organization. Ray even sang praises to this journalist on Twitter. He later deleted this tweet and shut down his Twitter account when it became known that said journalist praises violence and is in support of Antifa. Will this district security officer reach out and look into said journalist attending school meetings on school property? And does anyone else have concerns about this? Because I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Mr. Blair, do we have Ms. Baker online?
We do, sir. Asking to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
A year ago, Director Kaylee Warnegar partnered with their Douglas County chapter, a group formerly known as Woke Busters of Douglas County, to draft a resolution to reopen discussion on our school district's educational equity policy, which the school board approved 4-3, despite Directors Meek and Hanson's recommendation that a monitoring report be implemented instead. In February 2022, our school board fired our former superintendent, Corey Wise, partly due to his advocacy in favor of educational equity and LGBTQ students. The school board agreed to pay off his superintendent contract, which cost our school district $247,000 so they could hire a conservative superintendent that aligns with their political ideologies. Conservative school board directors Peterson and Williams met behind closed doors, leading to the firing of Superintendent Wise, which led to a Colorado open meetings lawsuit, costing our school district nearly $100,000 to date, reported by Director Ray before the holidays. The public has not received a recent update on the status of this lawsuit, following a special board meeting earlier this month. The politics of our current school board has caused our school district to lose key staff members like our Chief Financial Officer, Kate Kataska, and Special Education Services Officer, Sid Rundle. In November, your board failed to pass an MLO and bond, partly due to your politics, which would have increased teacher salaries and helped build more neighborhood schools. Former Superintendent Corey Wise has filed a discrimination complaint against the partisan conservative school board directors for allegedly firing him due to advocacy for LGBTQ students. Currently, the outside advocacy group, Bear Douglas County chapter, is advocating against school clubs like GSA and the Anti-Defamation League's No Place for Hate program. Fair thinks parents should know when their kids are participating in GSA or communicating to school staff that they might identify as LGBTQ, which could potentially put some students at risk in their home environment if their parents are notified. FAIR is completely against the No Place for Hate program, which promotes inclusivity, respect, and equity. 1 year after our school board fired former Superintendent Corey Wise, partly due to his advocacy for educational equity, no changes have been made to our school district educational equity policy. Still, the actions of our conservative school board and their outside advocacy group, Fair Douglas County chapter, could continue to negatively impact inclusive curriculum, clubs, and additional supports for LGBTQ students. Now, our school board wants to quietly kick the can on educational equity to May. Where is your transparency with the public? Oh, and on regards to Fair and Martin Luther King, they now currently have a member in the Colorado House of Representatives, Brandy Bradley, who voted against
15
a
seconds
resolution
remaining.
honoring Martin Luther King just before the anniversary of his birthday because she suspected CRT might be in the resolution. Well, Brandy Bradley was wrong, and so is Fair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Lucas Cranor, followed by Brittany Cranor. Mr. Cranor, are you online?
He is not online, sir. Neither is Brittany Cranor.
At this time, we'll end public comment. I know that we have a recess plan, but since we are so early, if board members don't mind, we can hold that, and we'll hold that to a later one. We are up to now adoption of the consent agenda. Item number 12, and the recommendation is that the board accept the consent agenda. I would like to pull items number 19 through 21 because they are inaccurate and we need to do some work on those due to some dates. Do I have other items that directors would like to pull? Director Meek?
I'd like to pull item number 17.
Okay, any other directors? Director Ray?
Item number 13.
Item number 13. Any other directors? Okay, we will take a motion, and the items that are remaining is items number 14 through 16, and item number 18. Do I have a motion concerning agenda items 14 through 16 and 18?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items number 14 through 16 and 18.
Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Second by Meek. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Adoption of the joint motion agenda. This is approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the board minutes as presented, and these are minutes for December 13th and January 10th and 11th Board of Education meetings. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve minutes as presented.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Williams. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We are now into the study action items, and given the sequence of things and other items that are on the study action item agenda, I will start with item number 13 under consent agenda, then item number 17, then 19 through 21, and then we will pick it up with item number 23. So item number 13, approval of updates to the long-range planning committee bylaws. I believe it was Director Ray that pulled.
Yes, thank you, Director Peterson. Just a quick wondering on the bylaws. We heard from our Douglas County Federation that they would like to be a member on our committees, and I haven't heard any of us object to that. So I am just wondering if we can take care of that now, since this is an update to the bylaws. It would simply be just adjusting the non-voting membership to allowing for 3 non-voting members, and that would include a member from the Douglas County Federation. So that's my suggestion and question first, and then if no other concerns, I'll make a motion.
Other directors, concerns, comments? I personally would like to hear from the LRPC liaisons just to see if that was brought up or any discussion.
Well, unfortunately, I was not at the last LRPC meeting because we were in a different meeting, but I guess my personal preference is, I know that we have put a DCF member onto the MBEC, and I guess I would like to see how that goes, and then perhaps at the beginning of next year, when the committees start again, we could do it all at the same time.
Other directors, comments, discussion before motions? Director Meek?
As the other liaison, I missed the meeting as well. We had a conflicting mediation that was happening. And the committee has not discussed it, but this is our committee. So, I mean, I think it's up to us. Do we, I would have no objection to including a DCF member to the committee. So, I mean, I'm open to that. Do we know they are interested in joining this committee?
I believe they are, based on what has been expressed to us, and, it was also on all our, I don't know how many hundreds of Christmas cards. I only kept one copy. My personal opinion on this is I would like to actually hear from the chair. I acknowledge they are our board committees, and we do approve their bylaws. But I personally would want to hear from the chair and see what their opinion was. I wouldn't be against it, but I would want to get the opinion of our chair of our committee of what they thought and input. So if we want to postpone that motion, or I'm happy to bring it up, but I would like to hear from our chair first. That's just my opinion as one director. Director Meek?
So I'm fine postponing it to ask. And again, these board committees are our committees to do our work, but it would be great to hear their input on this as well.
Director Myers?
And I'm wondering, since we did get the Christmas cards and I looked through them, I'm sorry if I missed it, that we got a specific list of the committees they wanted to be on. I guess I was thinking that was future talk with the DCF members. I wasn't aware of any specific ones they wanted to be on, so I didn't think we discussed that yet.
So any other director comments? I'm sorry, Director Williams?
I was just going to respond to Director Myers, but yes, it was on there that they would like a seat at all of the board committees. And yeah, I'm excited Sarah Mesmer is on MBEC, and at that, I think it's going to be really great to collaborate and talk about the future, so.
Okay, then I misunderstood that because I didn't see the all committees. Okay.
Director Ray?
So I'd make a motion to post or delay the approval of the bylaws until our next regular board meeting, to give time for the chairperson to be discussed with. But I'd also, that's my motion, but I would also just concur with Director Meek that we ultimately approve the membership of these committees. And I think that while it's important to get their input, ultimately it's our decision to make who we think should be members of these committees and how they should be represented. But I would motion to delay the approval of these bylaws until our next regular board meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Meek. Discussion?
I guess I just have one other question then. Is there a possibility to table that particular piece of the bylaws and go ahead and vote for, I don't know, is it LRPC? Do they need these bylaws voted today? It's not a, okay.
That was going to be my question. Is there an urgent need for one of these changes? And we could always put the addition on consent. But if there is no, I'll ask I believe we have Council Clemish wanting to speak.
Yeah, it's not my understanding that there is an urgent need for change to these bylaws. And I also do want to point out that the bylaws actually require that any recommendations made to the board regarding revisions to the bylaws needs to come from the LRPC or need to be reviewed by the LRPC first. At least that's my recollection, and it's in the present bylaws that would be considered by the board. So with that, I think those are considerations for the board at this time.
Thank you, Council Clemesh. Director Myers?
And just one, so I'm wondering, is it important, can we table it to a work session, or does it need to be an actual regular board meeting?
My recommendation would be to support Director Ray's motion to postpone with the understanding that we will have our LRPC liaisons bring this up, get feedback, that they would bring that back to the board of whatever the chair says, and then we can just make a slight addition to the bylaws if required and put it on consent for the next actionable meeting if that works for everyone. All right, so we do have a motion unless there's more discussion. The motion was made by Director Ray as stated, basically to delay, voting on this item until a further date. With that, I will take the roll on the motion. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
The motion to delay to item number 13 to a future meeting passes 7-0. We'll now take up item number 17 from consent agenda, which is approval of superintendent monitoring report and number 1, academic excellence. And I believe it was Director Meek who asked for the poll.
Thank you. Thanks. I think this is the first time all 7 of us have been together actually at a meeting talking through this. So it's, for me, helpful because I think we've had absences due to illnesses and other reasons. So first I want to say, I think this is tremendous work getting started to pull together monitoring reports, which are absolutely critical for oversight. And that is our job, is the oversight. And I feel compelled, especially after we heard public comment tonight with some concerns around special education, to just talk through some of this a little bit more. The last work session, I believe Director Ray brought up, we talk about cognitive under the first item, but we don't really talk about physical, social, emotional needs and go into some depth. And so I think it's worth thinking through. I want to get this right. I want to get our first one right, where it's structured in a way that it's doing the oversight that it should be doing. And when I look at this, we have indicators that are listed, which essentially are metrics or standards. And when you read through it, you have compliance to the indicator and not compliance to the policy. So the way a monitoring report should work, you're looking at the policy statement, and then you're coming up with an operational definition, which gives a interpretation, which I believe we have on the second page. We have interpretations. But then it needs to go into, and this is our level of accomplishment for that standard. And here's the rationale for it. So it gives you context. And I think what works really well in here is we do have trend data, right? So we have that trend information, which is really helpful. I think what we're lacking, though, is comparisons against other districts, which I think is important to have when you're looking at the level of performance that you're striving towards. And so I think there are just a few structural issues with the way this is currently outlined, which I think if you took the bullet points and had an interpretation and the rationale for that interpretation, and then go into the metrics, and then you would say it's in compliance. So it's in compliance to the policy statement as opposed to in compliance to the indicator. And I'm not sure if I'm explaining this quite right, but that's an important structural issue that I see in what's before us. And then when it gets into content, I feel like we don't have an explanation of all students have equitable access. I think we're missing what equitable access is. We don't have an interpretation of that statement. And when I look at our other policies, we passed the equity policy to give us a definition of equitable and to give us a definition of accessibility. And when you look at those definitions, I don't think we're getting at those areas of what we're analyzing in here. And so I'm not feeling like it's quite developed enough, especially around the equitable access to our classrooms for all of our students. I don't see any metrics speaking to those kind of details. And after hearing public comment, I feel like it's our job to have that oversight in those areas. And I'm not sure where that's going to show up in another monitoring report. I think it fits in this monitoring report. And so metrics can be civil rights complaints, it can be use of seclusion rooms. Like, there are metrics to get at whether or not kids have equitable access to our education that we're offering here. And so I feel like this is a very good start, but it's missing some key details. And there's some structural elements that I think can be changed that would help us.
Director Myers.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Superintendent Kane for such a wonderful putting together of this monitoring report. I know that per Director Ray, that he wanted to specifically for you to do the K through 3 literacy, and you did add that table in because it wasn't in the last monitoring report. A couple of things I'm thinking along this line. I know the word equitable. I'm not sure that's the piece until we get finished with our equity that we're working with our council, that superintendent is reaching out to the community. I'm not sure we can address that in our monitoring reports completely. And I'm wondering, where did we set the structure and the parameters for our superintendent? So if we ask her to come forward with a monitoring report and we keep digging deeper and deeper into it and requiring more and more, then we have not done our job as a board to specifically tell her what we want to see. If we're going to keep bringing in, well, it's lacking structure, you know, and is it equitable for all of these different pieces? So I'm concerned that maybe have we not done our job to actually help our superintendent to address and know what needs to be in a monitoring report, because monitoring report that we have for everything that she's going to be coming in, then we need to start setting some better definitions.
I'll go to Director Ray, and then we'll go back to Director Meek. Go ahead, Director Ray.
Well, I guess I want to capture a couple of things, and certainly agree with Director Meek and Director Myers that I think this is really a good start, and am appreciative that we actually can have dialogue about a monitoring report. That hasn't happened for a long time, so I'm grateful for that. I do think there's some structural issues, and I do agree to some degree with Director Myers, is I don't think we have given clarity in terms of the structure that we're looking for. I think certainly boards that do this well have a checklist, a monitoring report checklist, and it's criteria. And you know, the first question it asks is, has a superintendent made a reasonable interpretation of our goals? And the next question is, do the data demonstrate the accomplishment of that interpretation? So I do think we're missing that link, because as a board, we really don't have any criteria to land on other than just a feeling. You know, and so I think that is unfair to our staff, but I think that's why we should take the time to work through this, as opposed to rushing to approve this monitoring report. We ought to be able to put those systems in place so that we do this first one as well as possible, so that it really guides the other monitoring reports that need to be done. I think for me, structurally, I want to just capture a little bit from Director Meek. I think if you look at the interpretations, for instance, every student is assigned to a high-quality neighborhood school, and access through open enrollment to other high public high-quality public schools of their choice, including district-authorized charter schools. So the question we have to go, that's the interpretation the superintendent gave us. The question we have to ask is there data that demonstrates that? You know, that, and I think it's the correlation that Director Meek is talking about, is as opposed to correlating to the indicators, we need to correlate to the interpretation. And I also would just, I mean, these are just some minor things, but I also, even that interpretation that I just read, it's different in the report than in the PowerPoint that we were presented. In the PowerPoint, the interpretation added the words social, emotional, physical, which was the intent of that particular board end. And so I think there's some discrepancy even in terms of the report versus what we were presented in our PowerPoint. So I'm just agreeing that I think this is good conversation that we can help our superintendent to really understand what it is we're expecting. I had said at the work session that I don't believe that just the district performance framework takes care of everything that the interpretations have stated. And so I'm concerned about that correlation. But I think we have to have the superintendent go back and ask the same question. Does the data that I provide, does it show accomplishment of the interpretation? And I think also it goes with the ends when we are the executive limitations. So this report all of a sudden at the end says we're in compliance with executive limitations 6, 7, and 8. Well, there's no evidence about that. There's no data provided for those 3 executive limitations. And if you read those executive limitations, they really cover far more than just even our board ends cover. So I think we need to have some work there in terms of what are we expecting in terms of demonstrating evidence for compliance with those 3 executive limitations. So those are the things that I would just add. I know, Superintendent Kane, I did appreciate that you mentioned in your superintendent updates that iReady data was incorporated. I didn't see that in this report that's posted on our agenda, so I don't know if I just missed it or if we don't have the latest and greatest revision, but I didn't see the iReady data incorporated in that. So that's just another thing I will, that I would throw out there. So anyway, I would really advocate that we take our time. I don't think we should push this to accept or approve tonight. I think we give our superintendent the feedback about maybe some of the gaps we're noticing or some of the areas of improvement that can be had so that we can truly come back and say, yes, we are accepting this monitoring report because it does show accomplishment of the things that we prioritize and set as goals. So that would be my recommendation.
Other directors, before I go back to Director Meek? Superintendent?
Just to clarify, the iReady data is on page 4.
Is it under the indicator?
Yes, it's under indicator. It's under indicator 3, district academic growth. It's the
3.
second. It's the second one on.
In your update,
page
you said
4.
5.
I did say 5. You are correct in my update.
So
I did
that's
say
fine.
5. It is on page 4.
Thank you.
Other directors, before I go back to Director Meek? Yeah, before we go back, I kind of agree a little bit with every director of what they said. So, yeah, I do like, but let me back up. I agree with Director Myers in that we approved these monitoring reports and the indicators and everything as a board. I think it was back in October when they were presented. And so, again, it's our first time as a board, not just this current board, the newly elected directors, but we haven't had monitoring reports for a while. So we are taking our first swing at it and trying to get it right. So I do appreciate that. In my mind, the previous briefing that we had at the last meeting, which covered the monitoring reports, was our opportunity as a board to say, okay, I see the data, right? The data has to stand for itself. And if we wanted a story that linked better back to the indicators and the ELs from the data, I think that was probably our opportunity to request it. And I think I'll take that ownership as one director. I'll probably do that for the following reports to say when we get that preemptive report, I would like to see maybe a little bit tie back to the interpretations of, from the data and the indicators, and even tie it to the executive limitations. That being said, I would move that we, that's not a motion, I would advocate that we accept this report and learn and move as we go on to refine the overall report process, because relative to end number one, academic excellence and all the indicators, I do believe that the superintendent, Mr. Reynolds, and others that presented gave me good comfort that we were meeting those sufficiently. And the last thing I'll say is the comment around other districts. That's the first time I heard it. Of course, we're going to compare, it's natural. We're always going to compare ourselves to other districts. But what I'm more interested in at this point is comparing us to ourselves and our potential. And seeing as this is the first time we're getting monitoring reports back up, what I'm really interested in is what's our trend data going forward? Are we improving as a district? Are we getting better? Are there areas that we as a board need to provide additional resources? I think we heard a couple of those in public comment tonight. So that's just my take on it as one director. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Director Meek.
Well, first, I really do want to say, Superintendent Kane, this is a very solid, good start. Like, I do not want to not acknowledge that in all of the work that has gone into this. I very much appreciate that we are putting this in place, and I want you to hear that I appreciate all of the work that has gone into this. And, you know, frankly, we have an equity policy. It's not on hold. We have an equity policy. There's a definition for equity. It refers to providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect in their opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. And we have a definition for accessibility. It refers to the ability of all students, families, and staff to have complete and reasonable opportunities to obtain school district programming and benefits, and it goes on. So we have policies, they're in place, regardless of whether there are surveys taking place right now or not, and we need to be using those definitions currently. And if we're not tracking equitable access to our schools in this report, what monitoring report will be tracking that? Where does it fall? That's my question.
Other directors? Director Ray. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Williams, then Director Ray.
So I'd like to thank Superintendent Kane too. I thought it was an excellent report, and all the staff that I'm sure helped you and rallied around you. So thank you. I too can agree that this is an opportunity for us to say, okay, what could we add, or what indicators do we need to see? However, I also can agree with you, President Peterson, that maybe, because I'm sure she's already starting to work on the next monitoring report, that the last thing we need to do is continually pile work on the superintendent. So my request would be that we go ahead and approve this, and then I think we can find another place to put equity if we want to do that. But I, at this point, would advocate that we approve it the way that it is and continually get better each time.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I understand kind of the backlog, and I mean, I'd rather talk about modifying our other monitoring report timelines, because this one is probably the most critical. I mean, I guess we could probably build a rationale for all of them, but I think student achievement is probably the main focus of who we are. And I just feel like that we rush. And I respect the fact that Director Peterson, that, well, we had an opportunity, but we're growing and we're learning together. And I think what I'm hoping that we can do is work towards consensus, so that we don't come down to a vote where it's a 4-3 or a 5-2 vote, because I don't think that really affirms staff when we take votes where we're not all in agreement yet, especially when it comes to a monitoring report. So, I mean, I would advocate that we take our time, allow our superintendent to fill in some of the gaps that we're noting, and so that we really have a really strong monitoring report that all other monitoring reports can be modeled after. I think that would be my goal. And like I said, I would be amenable to delaying timelines for other monitoring reports for the sake of doing this well, as opposed to doing it fast. And as Director Meek brought up, the whole equity issue, that's part of the process of a monitoring report. For instance, in our indicator 5 on the disaggregated growth, the monitoring report states that we did not meet the standard, and that really is the essence of what Director Meek is talking about when you look at the disaggregated data for our different populations of students. We have some concerns there. Monitoring report process says that when you're not in compliance or when you don't meet the standard, then part of the discussion is when. Is setting an expected date for when will these gaps be closed to where, when the monitoring report continues, that this will be in compliance with the expectations of the board. So I think that's another example of us not really having a map, that we all have a common map that we're following in terms of what are the look-fors. And so I think, I would really advocate that we look at some monitoring report checklist. Director Meek, for crying out loud, is a certified policy governance facilitator. And I know she has some great tools to help us understand how to do the look-fors so that we're all on the same page, including our superintendent. So I would advocate, take time, do it well, get a model established, and then all the other reports will be easier because we have those clear expectations clarified.
Thank you, Director Ray. Other directors? Director Hansen?
I'm really conflicted about this. And I think the past 3 years of sitting here, there's a lot of things that are popping up in my head. This work of re-implementing monitoring reports has been underway for years, long before I was sitting here. But for the entire 3 years that I've been sitting here, this has been something that we've been trying to nail down. We are failing our community by not having specific data that we can provide to them that gives measurable, clear specifics that can be compared year to year. We're just dangling in the wind at this point. This is critical work that we are all so passionate about. And crisis after crisis over the last 3 years has put this on hold, and we have been forced to put out fires. And I'm really concerned if we continue to work toward perfection rather than progress, we're going to find ourselves in the same place of not having anything rather than having something that is possibly inadequate, but still better than nothing. And I'm not sure, I guess, as a board, what our vision is for this process. If we want to work to have the perfect model for each month then to be mirrored after, I think that's something we should agree on. If we are more of a let's analyze, I truly see efficiencies in that of let's hammer this first one out and the rest will be easier. I also see significant benefits to jumping in and trying to modify monthly and improve and looking at this more as a work in progress. But I think that's a decision that this board needs to make, and I don't know that that's a conversation that we've necessarily had.
Other directors? Yeah, I acknowledge Director Hansen's conflict, right? Part of this says we do have data, right? We do have all the indicators that we, the board, approved, and I think we have a good opportunity to hear the explanation of those data. And again, the previous meeting, maybe we need to ask better questions around that data. Maybe we need, as a board, to come with better questions to help us understand the linkage between the goals, the ends, the executive limitations, the interpretations. But I don't want to move the goalpost on, it's not really, no offense for the superintendent, it's for the staff as well to constantly say, well, we need another indicator, and now we need another indicator. Specifically with the comment on equity, we're going to get feedback on equity here shortly, right? We know it's coming, it's around the corner. We're going to have that discussion as a board, as a leadership group. Hopefully we continue that discussion with the community. So not having a specific metric-driven indicator added at the last minute for equity on this round doesn't bother me at all. We're going to know where we are with that here very shortly in the upcoming months. What I would ask that that every director here take notes if we go forward with this and say, okay, this looked good, we'll give you verbal steerage for, hey, next time we brief I think we're doing number 5 next, financial well-being. Hey, when we get to those data, can you tie it in a little bit and we can give some little rudder corrections? But I suggest that every board member take notes on the process, on the linkage. And after we kind of get this first set, we kind of step back as a board with our staff and say, okay, how'd we do? And maybe it's a C+, maybe it's a C-, maybe it's an A. We'll see. And then we make iterative changes this next round because we are just getting these back in. So I'm trying to have that compromise as well. I don't want it to be meaningless and get it wrong. I don't think we're getting it wrong, and this is a value to me. But I think the pursuit of perfection on the first swing may be stifling us for us as a board, and we can certainly learn and improve out of this whole process. Director Meek.
Yeah, and just to be clear, in the retreat that we had in December, I did speak about the indicators and the rationale, but this all sounds so foreign to everyone, right? Because we have not done this before. So I feel like I have raised it in the past, and I think understanding what that looks like is different than hearing the words, right? And I apologize, I was pretty sick 2 weeks ago during our work session, and I really wasn't able to articulate anything, and I've been pretty sick for the past 2 weeks. So I feel very badly I haven't been able to provide that input. So I just want to reiterate, it's not our job to come up with indicators or approve indicators. That we're not professionals in education. It's our job to come up with the policy, and then you're interpreting it and giving us your rationale why that standard that you're coming up with meets that. And those indicators, that's data and metrics that help support your compliance argument. So I just want to be clear, we shouldn't be approving indicators and dictating what indicators should be. That's not our job. And then lastly, if we're not monitoring equitable access to our classrooms in this monitoring report, where are we monitoring it? I think that's my big question.
Director Myers.
So I agree, this is a great conversation that we've had and different feedback, and I really am just impressed in the first place with the first monitoring report. And with that being said, I don't think that we can attain perfection tonight. But we, as the conversation that we've had, I would move that we vote and this monitoring report with the knowledge and the consensus and the belief that we're going to keep improving on this. And I don't see any doubt that the 7 of us are not going to do that. So, I mean, we've given her feedback, we've given Superintendent Kane feedback at our work sessions, at some past board meetings, so I just think it's important, and I think she's brought all of that in as much as what we've encouraged her to do, and so I'm going to take some blame for some of this, wondering if I haven't failed on my part, or the board's part, that we just weren't clarifying everything. But as far as this monitoring report, I would move that we vote with the future. We are just going to keep improving.
Director Ray.
I just want to clarify, I'm not looking for perfection. I'm looking for quality and meaning, because our ethical responsibility tonight is to ask ourselves this question. For instance, every student has access to what they need through the use of data-driven practices to perform at the highest level in alignment with Colorado academic standards. We all have to pause on that interpretation and ask ourselves, do we see a data source that shows accomplishment of that? That's the ethical task that we have. I'm not asking for perfection, and to Director Hansen's concern, we do have something. You know, I hear your angst about, well, if we kick this can down the road too long, we won't have anything. We do. We have some great beginnings of some indicators. But I think if each of us asks ourselves, point to the data source that shows this interpretation has been accomplished, I would bet that we'd have a hard time doing that. I would have a hard time showing that every student has access to what they need based on this data. And I would pause and just have you show me which metric tells you that every student has access to what they need. So I think that's our dilemma tonight. It's not so much perfection as much as it is we have an ethical responsibility to say, have these been interpreted in a manner that's very clear that the data source supports the actual interpretation. So as much as I want to push forward and just kind of give great job points and approve, ethically I can't do that if the monitoring report doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and that's to show accomplishment of the way the superintendent interpreted our ends. So again, I would just encourage us not to get a sense of panic or a sense of urgency or feel like we're hurting feelings. I just think it's a great opportunity for us to continue this process. This is the important work that we do. This is the work that shows that we're holding the system accountable for making sure all students' needs are being met. And I feel like we're trying to rush that for some reason that doesn't, to me, make ethical sense to do. So those will be my, I guess, final comments.
Director Williams.
So I guess respond to that, I hear you, and I can understand that, but as one board member, I don't think it's, we've had 2 weeks to look at what she presented last time, and I recognize things come up, and I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, unfortunately, life happens sometimes, but it's not the right thing to do, in my opinion, to hold Superintendent Kane and the staff accountable for something that we didn't do. I mean, that's a lack on our part. Secondly, I think that sometimes you have to build the plane as you're flying it, and in order to start being successful. And lastly, I think that we could fit equity under safe, positive culture and climate. I think that it could fit there.
And I guess I'll render my last comments. When I look at the monitoring report, I just don't look at the data in the piece of paper. In the spirit of accountability, you know, providing an account or providing a story, I think that's what we heard 2 weeks ago, specifically from the superintendent and Mr. Reynolds. It's not just the data, it's the narrative around the data, it's the story that's being told around the data that you may not be able to infer by just looking at a particular piece of data itself. I think if we tried to do that, Director Ray, and we sat down in a work session and we said, all right, let's go back to every interpretation which is derived from our ends, and we have to have a hard, concrete piece of data for everything, I think we'd wind up with 50 indicators, right? We may not even agree on what those are. So I'm trusting in my superintendent and their staff to provide us what they have. Again, we can give them further input, but to be accountable, as in to tell an account, a story around that data, why it means what it does. And again, my first time through this, but I feel that that was done fairly well for the first go-round. Again, I do take Director Meek's comments into account that maybe next time when we do end number 5, we'll have a little bit more of explicit tie back to ELs and some of the interpretations. But I don't look at the monitoring report simply as a piece of paper. I look at it as the presentation being included as well. So unless we have other directors, go ahead, Director Hansen.
I just have a point of clarification for myself. What exactly does it mean if we vote to accept this monitoring report? Is it that Superintendent Kane has done her job? Is it that we accept that this monitoring report is an adequate and complete report? Is it, I'm not really sure, I guess, what that vote of acceptance ultimately means, and I bet Director Meek could help me out there.
If I can go to the superintendent, what do you believe a vote as recommended by the consent item to approve the monitoring report on N number 1? What do you believe that vote signified? What does it mean to you as the superintendent? Because after all, these monitoring reports are about oversight and giving feedback to the superintendent.
I would interpret a positive vote as the superintendent has provided the board with what they need, at least at this go-round, in order to evaluate that, that particular end. The second thing I would say is that my staff and I would request more direction than just continually go back and try again, because we have provided what we believe is a reasonable interpretation with reasonable indicators, or certainly that's not what we would have provided. So we would appreciate if there is going to be a request by the Board of Education for us to do this again, we would request perhaps some more specific feedback on exactly what it is the Board of Education. We want to provide the Board of Education with what it is that you want, but it's really hard to have the go back and do it again. Nope, this isn't what we want. Go back and do it again. Nope, this. We would really appreciate some specific direction around what the Board of Education is looking for, and we are happy to provide what the Board of Education is looking for. So I guess that was a longer answer than was intended, but that would be my answer.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. And I guess my only input would be to echo some of Director Meek's early comments that in the next one, and number 5, that when it's being briefed, if we could have some explicit, not just presentation of the data, but explicit, and we believe this affects or is indicative of progress in this interpretation. That would be about it. Director Meek.
Yeah, I would offer to sit down. I would love to. I would absolutely love to sit down, because we've only had conversations at a retreat and people take notes, but I would love to sit down if the board is happy. Maybe the board president would like to join and we could sit down and have a conversation. I mean, I think the goal is to get it right and to make it meaningful. And to answer Director Hansen's question, typically a board would motion that it has assessed the monitoring report and believes it is in compliance. But oftentimes, there are sections that might not be in compliance. And the superintendent in the report would say, and I expect to be in compliance by this date, and so it's an ongoing thing. Monitoring is an ongoing process. And we, tonight, could say, we would like to have something monitored outside of that normal schedule. Like if we heard something and we had concerns, we could ask for a monitoring report at any point in time. But typically, once you assess this and you agree to it, then you're waiting for the next time it comes up. So you're waiting typically a year unless you ask for something specific. So I'd like to go back again and say, if this monitoring report is not assessing equitable access to our educational programming, which monitoring report would that fit in? Or are we waiting a year to get that assessed? And I think that's a question for the superintendent.
Certainly how you want the educational equity policy to be monitored. I would say that the portion you mentioned could be part of this monitoring report in the future, as well as the monitoring report that one of the other directors called out, Director Williams called out, the other end that it could fall, safe, positive culture and climate, that it could fall under. So I think that, or as you said, Director Meek, the Board of Education could decide to ask for a specific monitoring report. That is very much at the behest, whatever the Board of Education would desire.
Yeah, I don't think this is a Hobson's choice around that one measure, right? It's either we do it here in this report or we don't do it at all until next year. So any other director comments, discussion? Director Ray.
I just want to clarify, this is not a nope, this is not what we want. I mean, I think that's how you're interpreting that, and that's not at all what I'm suggesting. I don't know how we learn together if we don't just kind of do this with each other and just delve into the learning at the moment. And so I want to be really clear to you that my vote does not represent, nope, this is not what we want. It represents, we can continue to build on this and learn together, is really what I'm pleading for us to do. And I think we're feeling this sense of urgency to find closure to something that should be a process. It should be continual. It shouldn't be a yes or no, nope, this is it, nope, yes, this is it. It should be what's going to be meaningful enough for all of us to feel good that we understand that our ends have been interpreted correctly and we have indicators to show that those interpretations have been accomplished. I think that's what our vote is about tonight. So I just want to be clear because I always feel like I'm hurting feelings, and that's not my intent. It's really to say, learn together, let's be in the mud together on this one, and make it shine to the place where all of us can say, yes, this really feels like we have an understanding about how our students are doing, and that's really where I'm going. So just wanted to clarify.
Director Myers.
Just one more thing. As I read through the indicators and just look at indicator number 1, district accreditation rating, 2, district academic achievement. And then we go back and we read our Board of Education ends, and they are completely different. All students have equitable access to Douglas County Public School. To me, as I read that and I see specific indicators, is there those bullet points under the academic excellence, and and call me whatever if I'm not getting it, is there really to provide that data to meet those specific academic excellence, and have we not done some of that looking at the indicators, or do our indicators need to be completely different? So I just feel like we need to provide more for our superintendent. If I'm actually happy with the monitoring report because, wow, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I think this may be coming down to do we do improvement now or do we do a cycle and do improvement later? I think at least what I'm hearing from the dais is we're certainly as a group of 7 committed to doing refinement, improving, learning from this iteration and going forward. The question is where we do the work. Superintendent Gain, go ahead.
Yes, if I may, I'd just like to respond to Director Ray. What you're hearing from me is that I have a concern about staff time and staff prioritization. It is not about feelings. It is very much about making sure that we're spending staff time in a way that is effective for the Board of Education and in a way that is delivering on what the Board of Education expects, and prioritizing the different projects that the cabinet has in front of us over the next several months. So that's absolutely what you're hearing from me. It's not feelings, it's very much just about staff time, and we really are dedicated to making sure that we give the Board of Education what you all expect from us. And please know that my staff and I are happy to continue to participate in a dialogue to make sure that we're delivering exactly what the Board of Education expects.
Okay. Director Hansen.
2 quick follow-up questions. I want to approve this so much. I want to move forward, and I just have 2 lingering thoughts. I do think that the equitable access piece is critical. It is what we're supposed to be doing as a school district, and we all agree on that, I believe. I need to know that piece, if I vote to approve this, I need to know that with certainty. We've kind of kicked around some vague ideas of, I think it could fit here, I think it might fit there. I think for me to vote yes, I need to know that that equitable access piece is going to be addressed. I think there is an amazing opportunity with the work that we're going to be putting into equity. I think if we had had this data in place to begin with, that we wouldn't be in the situation that we're currently in with so much strife amongst our community. I would, I'm not sure exactly what this process looks like, but if there, I wasn't prepared for this conversation, so I don't have the month-by-month list in front of me. Oh, you have it? Ah, good work.
If I may interject, just because it
please.
may inform, right now, we have two proposed paths to incorporate that. That's either to incorporate it into N number 3, Safe, Positive Culture and Climate, which is not due until May. In fact, it's the last one that we are due to take up in order. Knowing that the superintendent is committed to briefing us on community feedback and everything around equity, we could get that first, and then we could decide as a board whether that needs to be integrated into N number 3 or whether we need a standalone monitoring report independent of these. So I think we have a lot of options, and frankly, the timeline just serendipitously happens to work out because it's the last one for us to discuss.
So, sorry, go ahead. I just want to know if we need to make a motion to amend the schedule so that the equitable access piece is specifically included in that May report, or if this conversation is sufficient to ensure that it is addressed.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be amending the schedule. I think the superintendent's gotten the feedback that that's something we'd like to look at as they get. I don't even know if they've started work on that since it's the 5th in the sequence. Superintendent Kane?
Yes, let's see if I can gather my thoughts here. One option that we could consider is that staff could break out the first bullet of the board end and for this year deliver a separate monitoring report for that first bullet as we all work together to agree on what that particular bullet looks like, and then in future years merge that work into this academic excellence monitoring report number 1. So it'd be like breaking a piece out and working on that piece, because it sounds to me like that is the piece that is causing the most further discussion needed. So perhaps that is one option, as well as the option that President Peterson laid out, which is to look at the culture and climate end and reporting out on that one, covering the where educational equity implementation and policy land and the indicators around educational equity. So I think those are two options that I just thought I would lay out in front of you to break that one bullet apart so that we can work on that as a group to make sure that, again, that we're providing the Board of Education with what they need, but it would definitely help narrow the focus on staff work, which would also be tremendously helpful.
Okay. And then my second follow-up question, I do want to see this process evolve, and this is our first time as a board looking at one of these, and Director Meek, if I'm being honest, I couldn't even repeat what you said that this report is lacking. And I have spent a lot of time trying to understand this process. I want to make sure that while Director Meek is a part of our board, we have the opportunity, we have an amazing opportunity. We have an expert. This is her passion, her life, her career. We need to utilize that knowledge, and I need to have some kind of a concrete understanding that what she has pointed out that is lacking in this report that makes, it makes complete sense, whether I can repeat it or not. I want to know that for the February report and the March report that those things will be incorporated so that I can say yes to this tonight. And I'm not sure who needs to, I don't know if that's to this board to agree that we can, I'm not sure what that looks like. Nobody? Nobody knows what that
again,
looks like?
I took my swing at it, which was do what you did, but in the briefing, during the briefing part, put explicit ties back. And maybe only the other thing I heard, and Director Meek can provide clarification, is a simple binary in compliance, out of compliance on either one. But that's That was my interpretation. Director Myers.
Well, I'm back to, I would move to vote to approve the,
So just to be clear,
Okay.
is this a motion you're making?
I'm making a
Okay, I just
motion,
wanna
so
make sure.
I'm back to that again, that we approve superintendent monitoring report in number 1, academic excellence. With the conversation going forward that we are aware that we are going to be working, improving, and that's what happens in education anyway.
So your motion is to approve the superintendent monitoring report and number 1, academic excellence as presented. Is that it?
Yes.
Friendly motion? Okay.
Yes.
So that is a motion by Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Williams. Any further discussion before votes? Okay, I will take the roll. Director Hansen?
Can't you start at the other end?
No, we don't do skipsies. It's in our policy.
I don't like our policies. God, I'm so conflicted. I want to get this right, but I want to get it. I want to get it started. Aye.
Sorry, I thought that was the beginning of a
No,
sentence. That is I.
It honestly probably was.
The pirate I. Got it.
I am
Meek.
going to vote yes because I am choosing progress.
Okay. Director Hansen is an aye. Director Meek.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough vote for me. Because I see some structural flaws in here, and I own not having an opportunity to reach out again. I feel like I tried to share content in December, and it's not quite where it needs to be. I commit to trying to work with Superintendent Kane on the next version to just explain what my thinking is, and maybe it works and maybe it doesn't work for you. But for me, after hearing the public comment tonight and hearing real concerns from community members around feeling like their students are struggling to have equitable access, and we're reviewing a monitoring report that over and over, every policy on here talks about students have equitable access. From an oversight perspective, I just can't support it at this time, so no.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Peterson. I am an aye. Director Ray.
Yeah, I would much rather help Superintendent Kane and our staff with the workload of what we're asking and spend time doing this well than to push through. And we're already piecemealing it. We're always saying, well, let's take this piece off and do it at a different time. And I think that's where the process breaks down, is that when we can't say that this truly accurately reflects the accomplishment of the interpretations, I don't see how we can say yes. But I would just say that I would rather say, let's look at the monitoring reports that are on the table for them and take those off and really spend the time doing this well. So based on that, my vote is a no.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
I think this is a great first go at for a monitoring report on academic excellence, so I'm a aye.
Okay, motion is passed as presented, 5-2. If it is okay with the board, we are now at 7 o'clock. Let's take up the rest of the items that were deferred from consent. I'm sorry, 7 o'clock. You're right. Yeah, do not look at the clock on the wall. It was right when we started and it has lost its mind. So it is almost 7 o'clock. And let's take up items number 19, 20, and 21, if we don't mind, and then we'll take a recess before proceeding to the other study action items. So with that, item number 19 is approval of American Academy Charter School renewal application. And Mr. Blair, if you could pull up the red line that was supplied to the directors, because I know we had definitely some typos in there. So at a minimum, directors, you all have copies of this in front of you. This is number 19. The renewal application, or the resolutions are all very similar in form. This is the one for American Academy Charter School, which is item 19. And at a minimum, we would have to amend the dates as shown on the screen there. It was September 1st, 2022, not March 15th, where we had the submitted charter school renewal application, and it was on December 13th last year, not in the future, 2022, that the board was presented additional information. Do we have any other questions, concerns, or any other modifications that need to be made to the resolutions? Director Ray.
I have a question regarding waivers. So the waivers that were previously approved, they also carry over to the renewal contract, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And those are waivers for American Academy. I can pull them up, but those were obviously waivers that were previously voted on by the board, but those would carry through unless specified differently, which I did not see in the package.
If I may. And so policy ADB and JLCC, which has already been waived, should be still listed as a waiver or a waived policy, if you will, for the renewal application and into the contract. Is that correct?
Correct, and I believe those are under there's two sections. There's the automatic waivers, which they have the list of the current list, and Mr. Mosher, please feel free to chime in here if I get any of this wrong. And then we have in a separate section buried in the contract, it's not called, it's the non-automatic waivers. I want to get the terminology right, that are currently in force with each of the charters as it comes up.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher.
Got
it. So one of the things that I'd like us to explore, so we really have two charter schools, and both of them are presenting, or we're looking at the renewal tonight, that waived out of that policy ADB that we've talked about with educational equity. And we've talked about how this year, really that's a focus of our system. You know, Superintendent Kane has laid out an engagement plan on educational equity, and I really believe that the cooperation of all our schools is necessary for us to get a system perspective of the input that she is collecting regarding educational equity. What concerns me is that when you have a charter that has waived from the educational equity policy, that they're not necessarily obligated to participate in the engagement plan that Superintendent Kane has mapped out. I mean, certainly all the other charter schools are, because they still fall under that policy and that charge for us as a system to really engage our community about educational equity and what that means and what people's, their positive perceptions and their fears, et cetera. So I'd like to recommend that as we're approving this renewal, that we also request that American Academy participate in that process. Something to the sort of that they either also do a parallel engagement plan with the replacement policy that they've done on educational equity, or that they participate in the superintendent's engagement plan around that. And then also that there be evidence that American Academy is encouraging its community to participate in the Hanover research project that we're doing. I just think it's important that, again, we get a system-wide perspective. We don't have these anomalies that say, well, you know, our 87 schools participated in this, and here's the feedback, except for two, because they have their own policies. So I've got some language that I'd like to recommend that we include with this resolution that just asks that American Academy participate in this project that our superintendent's taken on to really give us a good perspective of what educational equity looks like in Douglas County, especially since educational equity is a commitment we made to all students, regardless of whether they're in charter, neighborhood, or magnet schools. I just feel like that we would be better off to have a comprehensive perspective as opposed to piece, again, 2 schools not, and the other schools have that participation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, your comments make sense. I'm trying to process some of those. Certainly, just for clarity for everyone listening, we're not debating whether to grant a waiver or not a grant a waiver. Your clarifying question was good. The waivers are in effect, and we've already voted on those as a board. I guess the proposal would be, do we include something contingent in the renewal or some direction in the renewal around the renewal? That's a hard one. I'm trying to put my charter hat on this because I think one of the strengths of our charters is autonomy and accountability that go in hand in hand. It's not that like they don't have an educational equity policy. They don't have our district educational equity policy. As part of the waiver process, they were required to submit an alternate. So what are you going to do? And that accountability piece, I believe, is to their board, right? They do have a separate board. There's agreements in the charter, and once we waive them out, although I agree with your sentiment, it would be wonderful if everyone gives their input on what equity means to them, and that means not just limited to our 89 schools, that means other stakeholders in the community and things like that. I don't know if I feel comfortable compelling that, or specifically because it's linked to a waiver. Now, I would encourage it as a director, but I'm not sure if I want to compel that, just given that separation, that unique nature of autonomy and accountability in charter schools. I'm still kind of thinking about it, but that's just off the top of my head. Other directors? Director Williams?
I would just say that I think that when the Hanover starts their engagement, that all students and parents would be welcome to do that, including parents or families at American Academy. And so I think it is open to them already. And I don't think that we need to put something on there that says anything different, because I think that they would, of course, be included in any engagement.
Director Myers.
I'm in agreement with Director Peterson, President Peterson. I believe when we voted for the charter schools, the waiver, that was their autonomy piece. And so to revisit that and try to take that piece back from them again, I just think that we're going to have to know that we already voted, that we had the waivers for them. They asked for it. We gave it to them. And so we have to leave it up to their boards to do their equity policy in their schools.
Director Hanson, then Director Ray.
I literally spend hours and hours and hours preparing for these meetings, and we are 2 hours in, and I'm prepared for zero of what has come up so far. You guys are keeping me on my toes.
Back to that, maybe we should do better at our norms with the no surprise thing. But,
well, this is good. This is good conversation, and they're
think
relevant to these. But I do have a follow-up question because I just can't remember when we voted to approve the withdrawals from those 2 policies. Weren't there 4 schools that requested that, not just 2?
there were, I believe, and I'm going off the top of my head, so someone correct me, I believe we got 4 waivers from JLCC and 3 waivers from ADB, if I got that correct?
So even if we try to loop in the entire group, we're not going to catch everyone because there would still be people who, okay, God, this is complicated. Okay, thank you.
Superintendent Kane.
Just as a suggestion, one option you have in front of you is I believe the schools are represented here tonight. You could certainly ask them if they are willing to encourage their community to participate in Hanover and in the Hanover feedback.
Sorry, I was just doing an audience scan, and yes, we do have the representatives from all the schools here. Director Ray.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Musher, who was the third school that approved a waiver from the ADB policy?
North Star.
North Star. That was
North Star Academy.
Okay, thank you. I want to remind us of our role as an authorizer. We provide oversight, and we have to be assured that when we contract out to a charter, that we are protecting all kids in our district. that we're accountable for making sure that charters are operating in the best interests of our students, just as much as our neighborhood schools. And I want to clarify with Director Myers, I'm not asking, and Director Peterson actually summarized this well, I'm not asking for us to rescind a waiver request. I'm simply asking that we ensure that all our charters are participating in this effort. And I think that's what we do as an authorizer. As an authorizer, we should be able to, at any time, ask a charter school to provide us certain kinds of data. That's not overreaching. That's just doing our job of making sure that all 62,000 kids are being well cared for. And so I want us to be careful with the autonomy. Autonomy doesn't mean separation completely. We still have to be the ones that are accountable that our students' needs are being met. And I think equity is very different. Educational equity is very different than any of our other policies because this is a foundational commitment we're making to all our students. And again, I would just emphasize, I'm not asking that we renege on the waiver approval. I'm simply saying that I would like to see intentionality for our charters, and I would include North Star in this, that they also provide us that data that we're collecting as a district. And I don't think that's out of line for us to do as a charter authorizer. I think we should be able to ask for additional data when we're not sure how educational equity looks in those schools. So I would just, again, disagree that we got to be careful that we don't assume autonomy means hands off.
Right. And I don't disagree with what you said, Director Wade, about being able to ask for data. That being said, I don't think we need to ask for it in a charter renewal because I think we're now getting outside the scope of we're looking to renew charters. We have charters that have operated successfully, that have protected their students, that have delivered, at least in my opinion, as far as I can tell, equitable access, education, excellent value through their own unique lens that they have as a charter. But to link that reporting or any participation, I think just goes beyond the scope of what we're looking at here. We're simply looking at, given the presentations and given the submissions, do we believe these charters should be renewed? So it's not a replication, we'll get to that later. Purely, I think we're going down a rabbit hole on equity where simply we should be considering renewal. Go ahead, Director.
I would just say that past practice, that's not true. We can pull up the STEM renewal, and there were very specific things that we asked in that renewal process from that school that we needed to know. So I would say it's not inappropriate to add this as a condition of renewal if it's information that we feel like would benefit us in understanding how we're doing as a district-wide perspective. So I would just say that past practice would disagree with your statement, but I understand your point and respect it.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. Director Williams.
Well, I would say if we're looking at also North Star, because it's one of the three, that the place to do this is not in the renewal process. That actually would be inequitable because we don't have the third one to be discussing today. So I believe that we should be looking at the renewal process, and if we have other questions about perhaps how they're going to implement feedback around the equity, then we do that separately, but I don't think that is done in the renewal process. That's it.
Other directors, Director Hansen.
May I please hear the language that I don't know if I'm clear on exactly what it is that you'd like us to consider. If you could read that for me, please, I would greatly appreciate it.
Sure. So what I would advocate is that we request that the school submit the following documents to the superintendent of schools or her designee and the choice programming office, and that such documents will be acceptable to the superintendent of schools or her designee in her reasonable discretion, and these will be the two documents. Evidence that the school has conducted an engagement plan regarding its educational equity policy that includes, but not limited to, community, staff, and student responses to similar questions outlined in the superintendent's engagement plan, and evidence that the school has encouraged community, staff, and students to participate in the district's Hanover research study. Those would be the two documents that I would ask that the school would provide as a condition of their renewal.
Director Hansen, do you have other comments? Or?
Sorry, I am such a visual person. Can you read the second point just one last time? Just proof that they encouraged participation?
Evidence that the community, staff, and students have been encouraged to participate in the district's Hanover research study.
Thank you.
Yeah, and after hearing that, I'm actually more cemented in that seems like compelling participation in something that's specifically linked to they have a different policy in place. So I know we have this constant discussion about autonomy and accountability, but I, as one director, again, if we want to take that up separately, I think that's the place to do it, but I don't believe it belongs in the resolution. But that's, again, my opinion as one director. Other directors' comments? Director Myers.
Once again, I'm agreement with that. This is about the renewal application. This was not about waivers. So I'm going to move and make a motion that we vote. Are we going to approve all three of them or one at a time? And I would start with that we approve American Academy Charter School renewals application.
If I can make a friendly amendment to your motion that we would approve the American, we would approve, in fact, I'm going to go right to the language in the, excuse me here, that the board approve the American Academy Charter Schools renewal application for a term of 5 years as amended on the screen with the date corrections, because we have to, at a minimum, do that, if that modification would be acceptable to your motion.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I guess I'm nodding my head, yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Williams. I'll take the roll. Director Hansen?
Gosh, this is, Director Ray's point is, I think it's a great point. And I think it is really valuable to have that feedback from all of our students. I'm assuming since we're talking about American Academy, we can isolate it to that. I'm assuming since American Academy opted out of the policy, they would be more than happy to provide feedback on it. I'd love to just ask, if I may, and if this is out of turn, I apologize, but Mr. Colella, since you're here, would you be willing to provide evidence or participate in this engagement plan process and encourage your students and community to, I guess not students, maybe students, I don't know what the Hanover research, sorry. Will you participate in this process and be a part of the equity feedback loop for this board and for this district?
So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, good evening. Superintendent Kane and staff, good evening. Thanks for having me. We, about a year or so ago, give or take, passed an equity policy that very much sets out where American Academy stands. It was unanimously passed by our board of directors, and before all of that, our previous leader actually put that policy in front of our staff and our parents. And it is very much a statement of American Academy's position on educational equity. We take that very, very seriously, just like this board does in terms of accountability. Director Ray, we live accountability every day. We share that, and again, very much live it. With all that said, I am happy to talk to this board or anybody in the district at any time about equity and how we define things, how those definitions play out in real life for real kids at all different levels. I'm happy to solicit if the board desires comments from staff, comments from parents. But in the main, very arguably, the board already has American Academy's position on equity, and I helped write it, so I feel like it's really darn clear. It very much states where we stand, and it's our quality of opportunity policy. If the board is asking me to send an email to our staff and our parents to participate in the district's questions on equity, of course, to your point, we'll absolutely provide more feedback if the board needs it. As a trained attorney who's a little paranoid because of that, I'm always a little leery about adding things to the resolution. Frankly, I think a couple of directors' points are well taken. This seems very separate and apart from the renewal. So separate and apart, so we would ask and request that the resolution stay as is. Separate and apart from that, American Academy is absolutely willing to enter into a conversation about equity with anybody who wants to. So.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to put you on the spot, and thank you for a wonderful answer. I can vote in support of this. Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we had a motion by Myers, a director by Williams, and Hanson is an aye. Thank you. Director Meek.
Sure, I just want to confirm what I heard was you would be happy to engage your parents, your students, your staff in soliciting or providing feedback on the survey that will happen. That's what I heard.
If the
right?
superintendent makes that request, again, there's a lot of data on where American Academy sits on this already. But if the superintendent asks, we'll certainly circulate it.
But I think the board is asking right now, right? So I think the board is asking if you would move forward and do that.
We would absolutely send that, and again, to layer on top of the data that you already have. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Club.
Okay, having that commitment, I would vote aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Yeah, I appreciate the commitment, and I'm an aye. Yes.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Okay, motion is passed as presented 7-0. We will now take up item number 20, which is rinse, lather, repeat. Same date changes. If we can bring it up, Mr. Blair. This is the one concerning Academy Charter School, and we do have it up there. I assume we've had most of the debate unless a particular director wants to ask the same question of Ms. McMillan. If not, we could take, I will entertain a motion on item number 20, which is the approval and the approval of Academy Charter Schools renewal application for a term of 5 years.
I move that we approve Academy Charter Schools renewal application for a term of 5 years.
We have a motion by Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Myers. I will now take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. And now we will take up item number 21, Mr. Blair, who has probably already beat me to it. He has. And this is the same thing with the dates changed. I think this one actually had it correct for December 13th, 2022. So only the one date change here. Do we have a motion concerning item number 21? And the recommendation would be, I just hit my screen. The recommendation on this item would be the same, that the board approves Lehman Classical Schools renewal application for a term of 5 years with the amended dates. Do we have a motion?
Could we, is it Director Peterson?
Yes.
Is appropriate. Can we ask Dr. Edwards also?
You
kind of
may.
Similar.
Sure.
Questions that we asked Mr. Colella. And then I had some questions, some other questions regarding Lehman Academy.
Is that regarding the renewal or is that regarding further?
Renewal, regarding
Okay.
conditions for renewal.
Thank you. Dr. Edwards, please.
Well, good evening, directors, superintendent, staff. I'm joined here by our president of our board, Victoria Hostin, as well. So I think that President Peterson, you set forth kind of the caution and the understanding that this would be a desire to participate, that all the families and scholars will be represented in the research. And so I think toward that end, we want to continue being very collaborative. I think Mr. Colella explained that very, very wisely. I guess I also have limitations within our policy of what would be the content, because we haven't reviewed this survey. We just that opportunity to look it over, and then running it through our checks for all of our communication with the board approval. Our desire would be to contribute to that, to not disrupt that or remove any data that would be helpful for you regarding the whole district. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. And do you need Dr. Edwards for further questions or?
Possibly.
Okay.
So we'll just kind of see where it goes. And I had actually brought this up when you first presented your request for renewal, some concerns and hesitance about your education management provider. And so the first question I have, it occurred to me as I was studying and looking through your documents, the missing link for me is that by statute, when you submit an application and you declare an EMP, there's criteria by statute that you're to provide. Things like, the history of the EMP or the...
For Director A, just real quick, acronyms, Educational Management Partner.
Provider.
Provider, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Provider, also known sometimes as an EMO or a CMO.
Correct. So I guess I want to begin with just understanding, is that information that we missed from your application in terms of complying with that statute that really outlines, I think there's like about 6 different criteria that you're to submit. Also just noticing that on your application, I believe you have maybe I can't remember if it's this one or the replication application, but you have the EMO is listed as Lehman Excellence Academy, and I thought it was Faustus. And then on another application, it just says EMO. So I'm just trying to get some clarification of that piece, because I'm honestly quite concerned about us making sure that we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's when it comes to using an EMP or EM.
EMP, yes,
I said
that's
that
correct.
right. All right.
I think if Mr. Mosher can answer that, because Mr. Mosher would have knowledge of the original application as opposed to the renewal, and I know it sounds like that question is extending to replication, but Mr. Mosher, if you can talk to that.
Perfect. Thank you for the question, and I did prepare a couple of things. And looking in this, so we interpret that statute in the Charter Schools Act as a new charter school application. So that new charter school application would require those pieces, and we do require those in our application for a new charter school to disclose all of that information. The original application of Lehman Academy of Excellence back then did not, at that time, list that they were going to work with an EMO or an EMP. That was later put into, it was later disclosed, it was later worked collaboratively with the Choice Programming Office. That was before my time. But those pieces are there, and actually on the Lehman Academy's website, there is an agreement that is there between Lehman Academy of Excellence Parker with Faustus. So that relationship is clear. I did get clarification on your question of the name, and that was a typo in the application. It is Faustus. That is the management company. So that is the management company that is there and listed. The pieces of that application, also the EMO or the EMP, that language is now spelled out in the charter contracts that we have in place. That piece is very clearly identified, and it is the understanding of staff and is the understanding of our team that information will be provided in alignment with our contract in our new model contract process.
So I think my concern is if that information has never been disclosed, when do we get that information? And let me just list some of the things that the law requires us to know about an EMP. A summary of the performance data for all the schools the educational management provider is managing. An explanation of an evidence demonstrating the education management provider's capacity for successful expansion, and it goes on and on. So I sympathize that it wasn't disclosed with the original application, But how do we get that information then if it's not disclosed? And I also want to just accolades, Mr. Mosher, to the contract language that clearly talks about what EMPs are able to do and not do. I think that's well done and glad to see that in there. But when we're required as authorizers to know a charter school's EMP and this whole list of criteria, I think it puts us vulnerable of not knowing that information or not asking for that information. So I'm really concerned about that we just gloss over this because it wasn't disclosed at the very beginning.
Yeah, just before you answer, Mr. Mosher, I think I understand your answer. And if I understand your answer correctly, it's that the statute that Director Ray's citing did have those requirements in the initial application, brand new Lehman Academy, that information was then further added because it was not in the original application. But that was all kind of under tidying up, cleaning up, and making sure that we were in compliance with the statute for the original application. Do I understand correctly that that statute does not apply to renewal, which is what we're talking about now in terms of level of specificity and detail and what must be submitted? And just to get ahead of a further one, I know it's a separate agenda item, also not involved in replication. So the statute, if I understood you, was around the original application, which obviously previous boards voted on and approved the original Lehman Academy. And then secondarily, that information was ultimately disclosed as part subsequent to that. So I guess maybe the question that I'm hearing from Director Ray, and maybe you can answer both of our questions, is I guess because that's not a requirement for renewal and because that's not a requirement for replication that we'll get to, I guess we need to just go back as a board, and if we're interested in EMP specifics, we would have to either ask you to just bring that forward to us as a board of, hey, we can't find it, or we would just have to do our due diligence around that EMP practices, partnerships, track record, all those things that are in statute by just looking back at the historical document. Is all of that accurate? Do you kind of understand what I'm asking?
I do, but if I can break it into a couple of pieces.
Thank you.
So first, that the information has been a part of our annual renewal process, right? So we do have an annual renewal process or site visit and report that we do with an ongoing with every one of our charter schools. So the financial health, the fiscal health reports, the academic excellence reports, as in that language, and then also the governance model. So those are reviewed on an annual basis by the Office of Choice Programming. Also, additionally, with Faustus and with Lehman being in Arizona, there is a site, Arizona Report Cards, that clearly has in there all of the education attainment and all of the reports and the financial health reports for their entire network of schools for the last 5 years that I could see. So in looking through that and reviewing, our view in the renewal process was looking at the existing school that we have as an authorizer in Douglas County schools and looking at the longitudinal data we have on fiscal health, academic performance, and governance that we presented to you as a recommendation for renewal based on that school that we have in our portfolio. The second question on the Charter Schools Act is that, yes, there is a provision in the Charter Schools Act. There is a statement in there that says each school district shall adopt and revise as necessary procedures and timelines for the charter school renewal process. There are some clear pieces in there that say what is required by statute for a charter school renewal, and I can say without doubt those are in our application for renewal. So those pieces that are required by statute are in our application for renewals, and the pieces that are required for new schools are also in our application. So we are in alignment in both areas.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Any other directors before we go back to Director Ray? Okay, Director Ray.
So, and just to clarify a couple of things. So there's nothing in the statute that says this does not apply to renewals in terms of this particular clause. I mean, I think we have to be careful with legal interpretations, that, and I know Ms. Clemish is going to chime in for just a second, but I want to make one more point. Why wouldn't we want this included? I mean, it just seems to me that it's if we already have the data, as you stated, Mr. Mosher, in terms of a website for the EMP or whatnot, why wouldn't we include this so that if something were to happen, that this board shows it did its due diligence, that it collected the information that statute says we should be thinking about when a charter uses an EMP. Why wouldn't we put that in there just to cover ourselves and show that we did due diligence? I mean, I don't see this as an inconvenience if the data's already there. If you've already done this for your site visit, I don't understand why we wouldn't want that in our documents in case something should happen in the future.
I'll go to Council Klemesh. Thank you.
Well, as you all know, I don't provide legal advice in open sessions of the Board of Education, but I do want to review with the board, as I've done in prior meetings, what the statute actually says. And so with respect to the Charter Schools Act, 2230.5-106 applies to charter school applications for new charter schools. That provision at subsection S provides that if a proposed charter school intends to contract with an education management provider, then one, it must include a summary of the performance data, an explanation of, et cetera. Two, an explanation of an evidence demonstrating the education management provider's capacity for successful expansion. Three, an explanation of any existing or potential conflicts of interest. And four, a copy of the actual or proposed performance contract. Section 2230.5-110 applies to the renewal of charter schools. That provision states, first, at section 1A, that the local board of education and the charter school may renew the charter for successive periods, which is what the board is considering tonight. At section 1.5, it describes, or it states, that no later than December 1st of the year prior to the year in which the charter expires, the governing board of a charter school shall submit a renewal application to the chartering local board of education. That's that September 1st of 2022 date. Then it goes on to state, the chartering local board of education shall rule by resolution on the renewal application no later than February 1st of the year in which the charter expires. That's what we're doing this evening. At subsection 2, the statute provides, a charter school renewal application submitted to the chartering local board of education shall contain, and there's 3 components. 1, a report on the progress of the charter school in achieving the goals, objectives, pupil performance standards, content standards, targets for the measures used to determine the levels of attainment of the performance indicators and other terms of the charter contract and the results achieved by the charter school students on the assessments administered through the Colorado Student Assessment Program. 2, a financial statement that discloses the costs of administration, instruction, and other spending categories for the charter school that is understandable to the general public and that will allow comparison of such costs to other schools or other comparable organizations in a format required by the State Board of Education. And 3, any information or material resulting from the charter school's annual reviews, of which Mr. Gordon has just referred to. Mr. Mosher, sorry. Finally, at subsection 3 related to renewals, the statute specifically provides that a charter may be revoked or not renewed by the chartering local board of education if it determines that the charter school did any of the following. And those are the 4 things that I believe in the December meeting were reviewed with the board when the charters were proposed for review. A, committed a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in a charter contract. B, failed to meet or make adequate progress toward achievement of the goals, et cetera, et cetera. C, failed to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Or D, violated any provision of law from which the charter school was not specifically exempted. So those are the requirements in the statute applicable to the renewal of a charter school.
Thank you, Council Klemesh, on that clarification. So I'm just a layman, but it sounds like the first citation was clearly for original applications. And to me, it makes absolute sense when you're approving an original charter school that may want to contract with a CMO, EMO, EMP, you'd want to make sure they get the selection right. Here we have a charter that's been operating with an EMP successfully for years. So that, in my mind, again, we're back to the renewal, which seems to be clear in another statute. So, but thank you for the clarification, Director Ray.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And again, I would just say that we didn't have this information when we originally approved Lehman's charter. We didn't know they were using an EMP when we approved the charter. And I think we have to sometimes look at the rationale behind why should we have that information? Why should we have this checklist of information as a board? And I think it really is to protect our district. I think it really is to say that we have indeed done our due diligence in knowing that they chose this EMP for the following reasons. I mean, I get that we can play the letter of the law to say, well, this is for renew, this is for renewal, but I think we need that information. I think the board should have that due diligence to say, I can confidently say that they've done their due diligence in selecting the EMP that currently operates or helps operate their school. And I would also remind that this is their second EMP. This isn't the first one. They started out with Lehman as their EMP, then they changed to Faustus, which is fine. But again, we have not had any conversation about why. Why an EMP and why did you choose this particular EMP?
If I could, just one thing on that, growing on that process and building and getting better as we go, we now have provisions in our contract that are now there in our model contract that goes out that requires that information in some aspects to be shared with the district. So that is now there. And I think that, we're getting better as we go with that. Looking at what we look at as an authorizer, again, in that capacity, the fiscal health benchmarks have shown that Lehman is in compliance at or above for all years of operation. And so that, from our lens, is saying they're making that choice and fiscally it is responsible.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that. I want to be clear, I'm not doubting the operation itself. I just feel like we don't have proper documentation for this, how this charter is being managed. That's my issue.
I think we do have documentation. It's just not in the renewal, nor would it be in the renewal. And we talked about preparation for board meetings. I actually knew totally that we were going to discuss EMOs, EMPs, and CMOs tonight because Director Ray has brought it up every time Lehman has come up in a discussion, whether it was replication, whether it was the renewal brief. So I, as one director who's only been here for a year, was fully aware that they were operating under EMP, what the EMP's name was, what Director Ray's concerns were. So again, just as one director, I felt totally aware of the EMP criteria and argument. So again, that's one director. And let's go to the president of the board.
Hi. Thank you very much, Chairman Peterson. I appreciate it, and all the directors and Superintendent Kane. I'm actually really excited to have this opportunity to explain this because I think it has perpetuated some misleading information that is just, I'll get to that. Hold on. Okay, so originally, our application was, we had a relationship with, at the time, it was Lehman Educational Services, operating schools as Lehman Academy of Excellence. And as an effort to keep those names different, our school board went with Lehman Classical School, operating as, doing business as. So we went in with a educational service provider. And in the process of that, everything was, our budget was set out with basically purchase, like the equivalent of purchase services. Well, when in 2016, we were initially approved. In January of 2017, in between that time and January, we had all of our bond financing lined up. And the original budget that we were working on was dependent on bond financing, which is very inexpensive money at the time. So January 2017 came along. We were delayed for the year, and that delay, immediately everything fell apart. Bond financing gone. So we were back to square one. We were like, and also we had a land deal. And so at the time, Lehman Educational Services had a relationship with Schoolhouse Development, which is an organization outside of, in Utah, I believe, that helps financing schools. the money is very expensive. So they came in and they financed us on a short term, 18 months, and it was very expensive money. And therefore, our whole entire budget changed. And as a matter of fact, that first 2 years, we didn't even pay any fees to Lehman Educational Services. Now, at some point, we've never changed companies that we worked at. They have changed their name. So Lehman Educational Services changed to Faustus. But, I mean, I'm sure they have all their reasons why. But so moving into that, and all along, every document, every draft of any kind of relationship we had with the educational service provider that we were using, everything was run through the school office, school choice office. We were working primarily with Tom McMillan. So from when our budget changed, our financing options changed, it changed the dynamic, and every step of the way, we weren't standing in front of the board, but we already had a contract. And so we were then just dealing with the little bits of changing here and there. So that's ultimately.
Can I ask her a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that history. Would you be okay though with do you know the statute that I'm referring to as far as the criteria of an EMP providing the summary of their performance? And I mean, there's about 7 different things. I want to recite all of them, but I think maybe Ms. Clemish did actually. But do you have any objection to that being incorporated into our contract with you, that you would just submit the responses to those questions in the statute?
Well, I mean, I do feel like it's information that is already out there. I mean, the history of the organization that we're working with, we have 5 years of history with it, and they have 7 years of operating in another state.
Which I think is great.
So,
I mean, that's exactly the information I would love to have.
Yeah.
To be able to say, these people have a history. They manage other schools, and those other schools are thriving. So I guess my question is there any harm for you providing us that information so that we have it on our files as opposed to having it out there somewhere?
I have to say, I'm a good listener. And I feel like one of the thoughts I have about this is just like Mr. Colella noted, adding more layers into it and more complication. I'm just not sure if it's needed. I mean, we're happy to provide anything you want, but I think to frame it in a legal context, I think the thing is that we've been collaborative with, I mean, Lehman Academy, we wouldn't be here without this board. And Director Ray, I was thinking about it, I went back to my emails. This started in 2015. And you and I are the only ones that have been standing here, maybe Superintendent Kane as well. But, it is not without full collaboration and open book. You can have whatever you want. Adding it in to make it a legal construct, I don't know that I see the value in that.
And I totally agree with the collaboration. I'm not questioning that at all. You are a great partner. I just feel like we just need to have our I's dotted and our T's crossed. And if the information's already there, I just feel like it's easy to provide. Let's get it done so it never comes back up as an issue. And you don't hear me annoyingly say, what's up with this EMP stuff? And thank you again for the history of how that evolved. So.
Director Williams.
Sorry, so I hate to step on your toes, but just like we can't speak for the board without permission, like I feel awkward asking her to speak for her board. So I would just say that too.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that everyone, all of my board and the Lehman group that we work with, and we all are kind of going forward with this particular document, and I thank you, I agree.
Yeah, and I agree with, because they reflect my earlier comments about putting into contracts and legal language and adding to the contracts extra requirements. I know that at least I was aware of the provider is one director. I know that Mr. Mosher mentioned that it's part of the continuous yearly review. And frankly, I would trust Mr. Mosher and our partners, including Lehman, that if there was an issue with their EMP, that's something that would be relayed to the district through our Director of Choice Programming. And I would expect the Director of Choice Programming, if appropriate, to report up through the superintendent to the board if there were any concerns. And in the absence of that, as a board director, one director, I trust Mr. Mosher, the process, and our partners, and I don't feel a need to, again, compel that report, that additional reporting outside the current contract, certainly not in renewal language, but I don't feel that we need to specifically stipulate that. And the last thing is, I think if the legislature had wanted us to do that, it would have been in the second statute as well as the first statute that district council referenced. Again, my opinion is one director. So thank you. Director Myers.
Once again, with this great conversation, thank you for answering our questions, presenting to us. I am going to make a motion that we move to vote to approve Lehman Classical Schools renewal application with, I know, some amendments, President Peterson.
Friendly amendment for a term of 5 years with the dates as amended on the presentation on the board.
That's
so we
it.
have a motion from Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Weiniger. I will call the roll. Directors Hanson.
I would like to vote in support of this, vote aye, but I would also like to have the information. If this is something that's easy to provide, can put this issue behind us for future concerns, it's not tied in legal documents, it's separate. If you could provide it easily available, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
If I may, could we redirect that through the superintendent to Mr. Mosher rather than tasking Lehman directly for that information?
Sure.
I'm just not sure who you're speaking to.
Sure. Whatever you think is best. I would just like to have the information so that we can put this issue, close this door permanently.
Thank you. And your vote is? Aye. From Hanson. Director Meek.
Yeah, my vote is aye as well, and reiterate that it would be great to have that information for transparency purposes.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
You'll be surprised that I am going to vote yes, given that I trust you. We've had a relationship for several years, and I do feel that you'll provide me with that information because I've been asking for it for a while. And that's what I don't know. We this is what's frustrating for me is that we say that we can always ask our charters for information, but then we hit this wall and it's like, well, but we can't put it in writing. And I don't, and that's just a personal pet peeve of mine. I just feel like that I shouldn't have to rely on Victoria and my relationship to get this done. It should be that we should have it in writing if we feel like that information is critical. But anyway, my vote is a yes.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0, and let us take, it is now time 7:50. Let us take a 15-minute recess to time 8:05. To order, and we are on item number 23, Lehman Classical School Replication Request Summary, and back to Mr. Mosher for a presentation. 5 minutes, we're now on the clock again.
Yes, thank you. So we need to, first off, look at, and you have this, this item agenda in front of you there. Where we go? Back to 2. Thank you. So what has occurred so far, just as a recap of where we are and to set the purpose of what the action items are for tonight. Replication application for Lehman was approved by Board of Ed with a 6-1 vote on June 21 of 2022. We've explored mutually beneficial partnerships, unique and innovative. Staff and LRPC recommendation both was to move forward with leasing 11 acres of the Cielo dedicated site to Lehman Academy. District staff and Lehman Academy have collaboratively reached agreement on lease terms and DCSD special education design for that replicated school. So we've been working, having lots of meetings and lots of great discussions as a group with them in working through those terms. DCSD and Lehman are collaborating to develop a memo of understanding that is, we've had initial conversations on that, questions from Lehman to us, questions from our special education team and our directors back to them, and just kind of working through some of that initial conversation of what that MOU will look like in many, many different aspects, as you can imagine, of all the different pieces that are at play there, of looking to make sure we get this unique opportunity to have special education center-based programming for our students at Lehman. So the first item that we need to have in front of you there is that there's a modification of the resolution that needs to be addressed. District staff and Lehman representative have been working on this to get this done. Unforeseen logistical components of planning for that replicated site just have led to date issues for us in that regard. So the recommendation from staff is to complete these deadlines, revise so that Lehman submits letters of intent for the enrollment at the replicated school by 12/16 of 23, which would be in alignment with, again, that intended fall opening of 24. We can't ask that for that now because there's time that needs to be gone through. They would submit a 4-year balanced budget for replicated school by 2/1 of 24, which is, again, in alignment with our procedures manuals. Lehman submits location lease or purchase with that occupancy requirements before 1/15 of 24. And again, that completion of the site lease extended to today because we weren't able to get that in with the study session. That didn't line up with you being able to take action. So that is what your first action item is.
Directors, any question for Director of Choice Programming Mosher, realizing that immediately following this, we're going to hopefully discuss or take right to the vote the 3 things that he just referenced: the modification of the resolution for conditional approval of replication, the approval of the charter contract for the replicated school, that is separate from the renewal that we just did, and then approval of resolution regarding the site lease. So if you have any questions regarding any of those for Mr. Mosher, please ask them now. Director Ray.
About our questions, can we ask questions within each of the pieces as opposed to questions on the overview? I mean,
Sure, what Mr. Mosher will be available the whole time. I was just wondering if you had any broad questions about what we were about to discuss and why it's there. Okay, Director Meek, did you have something?
So I'm not sure if this is the right time, but we're modifying the resolution to push back the letters of intent, the 4-year balanced budget, these deadlines by a year, correct? From what the original resolution stated.
The original resolution had a date in there that, yes, it was not feasible with the land lease and getting the pieces set up in the resolution. So we're modifying that based on our existing timeline that we have now.
So I guess I'm just not really sure why we had it in there to begin with and why we're pushing it back a full year.
One of these was just a typo and error on my part. We had in there having them, and we talked with Lehman, they said, we understand that's going to need to be amended. We had in there that they were going to have to submit that by December of '22, and obviously that would not have been possible.
So December, the letter of intent deadline was a typo to begin with.
Correct.
It wasn't, we were expecting that at this point in time.
Correct.
And then what about the four-year balanced budget? Because wasn't it also a year earlier?
I believe the original, I don't have that in front of me, I believe the original was not yet identified, but it might be.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have it in our documents here where it
1 year.
It was a 5-year balanced budget, not a 4-year balanced budget. I think that's what Director Meek is noticing. So, I mean, the original was 5, so I think she's asking the question, why is that changed to only 4-year?
I believe it just lines up better now with the timeline of intended opening, is my understanding.
Yeah, I was just very confused because the original documentation that was approved had all 3 of these first dates a year earlier. And now we're pushing all 3 a year back. And I was just trying to understand what has transpired to make that. I mean, a year is a big difference.
Correct. And honestly, that helps me remember with that error on my part in our office, everything else was aligned to that date. And so now knowing that that date was wrong, we had to stagger all the rest in alignment with that. Thank you for that.
In other words, Mr. Mosher, what you're saying is this is more typical of our process, given their opening date versus what was in the original document because it was just a clerical error. Is that what I'm understanding?
Absolutely.
Other director comments, questions? Okay, with that, we'll move on to item number 24, which is the resolution regarding modification of resolution regarding conditional improvement of Lehman's replication and modification of date for submission of site lease agreement. So if we can get that up on the screen, Mr. Blair, that's the attachment to item number 24. And the recommendation on this item is that the board approve the resolution regarding modification of resolution regarding conditional approval of Lehman Classical Schools replication application and the modification of date for submission of the site lease agreement. Any questions from directors on this item before we take motions? Director Ray.
So just one question on the, with the December 16, 2023, trying to figure out how to word this, does that put us at a disadvantage in terms of our own enrollment projections for the other schools that Lehman may draw from, or is that in sync with when we need to make our enrollment projections and therefore turn those over to the neighborhood principals? I guess what I'm at, is that making sense?
If I may, Director Ray, that does indeed put us in sync with when we're doing the rest of our enrollment projections.
And then is Lehman planning to use the open enrollment process like they have done in the past, as opposed to just looking at letters of intent? I see Dr. Edwards' thumb up behind you, so.
We're actually, yeah, we're excited to have them part of our open enrollment tool. So they're actually on using our tool. And as you remember, one of the pieces we talked about was being able to work collaboratively on that weighting. And they've been very, very helpful with us in that relationship, and we'll be able to have more control with them using that tool.
Great.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Yeah, so I'm glad to hear it was just a typo, because I just wasn't sure if there was difficulty with getting the letter of intent, you know, that were required. So when I look at our charter projection numbers that we'll look at later in the evening, the charter projection numbers came in lower, like significantly lower than what was projected. And so I just wasn't sure if Lehman was having issues collecting letters, but the issue is it was a typo to begin with and it's too early to collect these. I just wanted to be clear. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any other director comments? Director Ray.
I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the resolution regarding modification of resolution regarding conditional approval of Lehman Classical Schools replication application and modification of date for submission of site lease agreement.
Moved by Ray. As stated, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion, excuse me, motion here. I'm sorry, who was the second? Director Myers? Okay, I'll take the roll. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We'll now take up item number, that was 24. We are now on 25, which is the approval of charter contract for Lehman Classical School replicated. This was covered by the previous presentation by Mr. Mosier. Are there any questions, concerns with directors on this item? Director Ray.
So a couple of questions. One is, will PPR be received for students enrolled in their center-based program? So will Dr. Edwards include that enrollment as part of the PPR that we pass on? Or since the district is exclusively providing staff for that, will that not be the case?
I know that's one piece we have talked to, but I'd like to defer over.
It sounds like that is a detail that we have not entirely worked out yet.
Okay.
Other director, questions?
If I could add just one more thing. It is, however, you are correct that most of the expense of educating would be on the district and the center-based program, but it is not the entirety of the expense because the students are enrolled in that school and would participate in the general education programming. So there is some kind of give and take there.
So as a follow-up then, on the flip side, will the school continue to pay that stipend per student towards the programming for SSN students? If I know that that's a required purchase service for our schools right now. So will they continue to pay that?
Yeah.
Yes.
The purchased service agreement would remain the same. So in other words, every single one of our charter schools pays a per student charge for every student for their entire student count that goes into the center-based programming bucket. And that would be no different than for Lehman. Just because there happens to be a center-based program there, the program is being funded by the district out of that bucket that everybody shares in. So there would be no change to that purchase services agreement.
Other directors?
So the typo with the application right now lists EMO as the service provider on the application. So I assume somehow we're going to clean that up to where it's accurate. So it actually says Faustus service provider is, I mean, assuming that Faustus is still the service provider for this charter school. Is that correct?
We can go to council. Sorry, we can go to Council Klemesh, but again, I think the previous discussion covered that wouldn't be a requirement for the replication or the renewal, that again, that listing, the specific listing of the provider for the EMP is only required for the initial charter. So I think we covered that.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
Our charter application just on the title page, it just says educational service provider.
Right. It just says EMO. It's blank, yes.
So I'm just questioning whether or not that'll be cleaned up so that we will indeed have the correct name there.
Thank you for the question, Director Ray. I think that the contract provision you're referring to is the reference to attachment 4 in the charter agreement.
Yeah, actually, attachment 4 I know is the language about EMPs. When they submitted their application, I've got it right here. When they submitted their charter renewal application, there's a general title page on page 3 that just gives the essential information of the school type, the organization type, et cetera. Then it comes down to where it says educational service provider, and it just has EMO in there. It just seems to me that we should have the correct name of the education service provider.
If I may, Director Ray, you're referring to the application, not to the contract, or not to the resolution or contract, correct?
Correct.
I mean, to the extent that it is an immaterial term of the contract, I don't believe it is a material term of the contract. But if it's immaterial and can be revised with the authority of the superintendent, but clearly if the board gives approval of this contract substantially in this form, if that is the motion by granting authority to the superintendent to make any other revisions or to execute the agreement, right now this agreement is intended to be executed with the language that is contained within this agreement.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think my comments are going to be, again, similar to, I want to shout out to Jason and Victoria just to say, here are some things that I'm concerned about that I would like to see cleaned up. And whether it's, I hear the discomfort of placing this in the contract, I would feel more comfortable with it having be placed in writing. But there's just a couple of things that I think before we go into agreeing to a contract that we need to clean up. And one of that is that we ought to have a document that actually has the accurate name of the service provider. And that's all I want. I don't need all the other stuff because I know Ms. Hostin will get that to me at a later time. But I just feel like that we need to have documents on file so that when I'm gone and I'm not causing trouble on the board anymore, that if someone asks, who is the service provider, that we ought to have that documented somewhere, and I would think it would be on the application. The other, and I don't want to look at Lehman when I say this, but I think another issue that has never been really cleaned up is the whole notion of our policy FF, which talks about naming new facilities. And I know we went through some real confusion with Lehman, not because of them, but because the board was changing policies and we didn't approve their waivers right away because we're going to wait to see if our policy audits and revisions would get done first. Anyway, there was a lot of confusion, but I'd really like us to have some kind of documentation to show that there was a waiver request for some reason to name it Lehman. Again, I just think it's an important document because otherwise we set this precedent that just says you name your school whatever you want to, regardless of what board policy is. And so I would like to see us get that done so that's on file, that they went through the waiver process. For some, they have a rationale for why they did not want to follow the policy, which says that you can't name it after a person, and just to have that on record. So that'd be one thing, and I don't know how that happens, because I hear that there's still discomfort about putting that into the actual contract, but I would just shout that out to say that that still, to me, is an unresolved issue for me. The other issue that I would just, again, direct to Lehman is with this whole educational equity work that we're all doing, is I would just challenge you to really look at what I would call inclusionary language in your documents. You've done some work on those because I know that at one time we had a statement that said a normal child has this kind of way of learning, and you changed that. You changed that to now it says a typical child. But I would really challenge you, and I would be glad to assist, to really audit for inclusionary language. Let me just read a statement that's part of your core values. We believe the typical child has powers of mind which fit him to deal with all knowledge proper to him, and therefore should give him a full, rich, and generous curriculum, taking care only that all knowledge offered him is vital. And I purposely have emphasized the him just because that's not inclusionary language. And I get that may be classical language, but in your previous statements, you've used more inclusionary language. And this is one that just was really glaring to me. And so my challenge to you as we're talking about equity is to really put that filter on in terms of looking at your documents and asking that question, do we have documents that unintentionally exclude certain kids in terms of their choices and in terms of the path that they're on. So I would just encourage that. So those are the things that I would just say as we're discussing this replicated application that I would call out. I would like to see FF get resolved, and I would just, again, like to see our documents be accurate as opposed to missing information.
Just as an update on board policy FF, there is a formal submission for that waiver in the process that I presented at the last board meeting of that new consistent one. We just couldn't, with the contract of it, that is intended. They have submitted that waiver request formally.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mosher, where does that sit? I mean, I'm not sure.
That still will be coming too as we move forward, but that's coming through in that next batch that we submit.
For future schools, but that doesn't resolve for this particular school.
I agree, but I will say that, again, we're looking at the charter contract for replication. If we had issues with FF and things, we may have looked at that when we authorized the replication, right? Again, if we can stick to the narrow contract, again, I don't want to go back in time. Again, I think that's on this board, all of us, all 7, that if we had a concern with FF, we really should have tried to resolve it at that time. To Mr. Mosher's point, when we get a standard set of waivers and things like that, I think we won't have that fall through the cracks and things for future schools. Councilor Clements, did you have something?
Yes.
Thank you.
First, with respect to the points made by Director Ray regarding the specificity of the EMO, I believe the contract is written to allow for flexibility in light of the fact that there's always the possibility that an EMP or an EMO may change during the term of a contract. And so our standard language in our contract, which is applicable to this and is included in this replicated contract, is contained at section 3.6, and it provides for the contracting for educational services. It specifically provides that unless approved by the district in writing, the school shall not enter into a contract or subcontract for the management or administration of its instructional program and services, including special ed and related services. If the school desires to enter into a contract or subcontract for the management or administration of its instructional program or services, then at a minimum, such contract or subcontract must satisfy the requirements set forth in Attachment 4. If the school fails to comply with this section, it shall be a material breach of the contract. Furthermore, I did leave out a phrase, I apologize for that when I was reading the first sentence. The district's approval cannot be unreasonably withheld. So the protections afforded with respect to the board's responsibility for addressing oversight of contracts with the education with an EMP or an EMO are contemplated by this contract, are included in these terms. Additionally, I want to point out that there will be another contract that will be negotiated with respect to the renewed Lehman Classical School. And there may be some discussions in the future as to whether or not there may be further amendments with respect to that contract and this contract, or a potential combination of the two.
Just ask her a question about what you just said.
Secondly, with respect to, I believe, the reference to the waivers, with respect to FF, the waivers that are the waiver terms included in the replicated contract. So this contract is designed to apply to the replicated school for the present period of time moving forward, until such time as this contract is amended or otherwise renewed, is that the waivers will be consistent with the waivers that will be sought by Lehman Classical School as renewed, and the present waivers that exist for Lehman Classical School, which has been renewed, will be applicable to the replicated school, because this school will not be opening until, I believe it's the fall of 2024. and we'll be working through the renewal contract with the underlying school prior to that period of time, and likely there will be a review of the waivers at that time, as I understand it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mosher.
Consistent with everything we've said.
So 2 questions then. So is it your understanding that when it says unless approved by the district, that the district needs to approve the EMP?
Excuse me, the district would need to approve it if there was a change during the term of this contract. Yes, that's my interpretation of that contract provision.
So when they went from Lehman Academy during their previous contract to Faustus, that should have come before the district, is that?
I don't think this provision was in our prior contracts.
Got it. But if that were to happen again, that would be your understanding?
That would be my understanding, that there would be collaboration with the district, and I don't believe that there has been any communication that we've heard this evening which would suggest otherwise.
Okay.
Other directors? Superintendent King?
As I understand your concern, Director Ray, you just want to make sure that less so the contract, which doesn't refer directly to the MP by name, you just want to make sure the original application has associated with it the correct name.
Correct.
We can make that happen. We can make that change, just redline it or add an attachment or whatever for the record, for the original contract that has the correct name. I think, or the original application, it wasn't so much a contract question as I understood it. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification,
And
Superintendent
then
Kane.
just, again, Mayor, Mrs. Clemish, second point about waivers, policy FF has never been waived. So this school has never requested a waiver from policy FF.
Previous to this, I don't believe. That is my understanding. I do know that there is a waiver that has been submitted for policy FF that would be, as Council Clemesh was saying, applicable on this replicated contract, and then would be retroactive to the renewal contract that we will negotiate as we move.
Superintendent Kane?
Now, you'll have to forgive me because I am missing some institutional knowledge in the middle here, but as I understand the history and was a part of it way back when, and as you said, I believe the school never actually had an opportunity to bring a package of waivers to the Board of Education because they were waiting on us. And so I think we're finally done with that wait, but I think that's on the district. Not that Lehman hasn't requested it, they simply haven't been given the opportunity to bring forward a package of waivers. Do I have that understanding correct? Yes.
That is my understanding, yes.
They brought forth a package of waivers, and we delayed approval of those waivers, but we temporarily said, continue to operate with those waivers intact until we get our act together and clean up our policies. But in that package of waivers, FF was not part of that package of waivers.
Thank you, thank you. Director Ray, it was. We were provided, and it was the August of 2018. We were just open, we opened and had a meeting almost the next day, and it was, you were presiding in the board. And we had been provided by the school choice office, it was Mr. McMillan at the time, a set of automatic waivers. So we had, and within the I actually re-listened to that kind of recently. So there, within our submission, we had a list of maybe 20 or 25 separate from the automatic, and Mr. McMillan had provided us with a list of automatic ones, and they were, it was extensive. There were a lot of them. And I remember the conversation was, there are so many of these waivers here, and what we said at the time was that we would preliminarily approve the waivers as we, exact provision that in that conversation was to say that, and because I did have the naming in my mind, is that if you make a change to these waivers, that it couldn't have a negative impact. And honestly, the financial impact of changing the name would be bananas. So it was within those, and it was recognized by everyone that the long list of automatic waivers was long. And then when we went back the following August, it was just the process of normalizing or standardizing waivers had not yet been completed. We had been to some workshops on that, but it was then just blanketly said, okay, well, the waivers that you had are approved. So
That's the missing link then, because I don't remember us ever having a list of automatic waivers. I thought that was work that we've done for 4 or 5 years, even with Mr. McMillan. So I don't remember, and that's good. I had no idea that Mr. McMillan gave you a list, because I sure wasn't aware that we had a list of automatic waivers from district policy.
It was in, I might be mistaken, but I went back and looked, because I know this is an issue, and I remember standing here.
Yeah.
And I can show you the board video.
So for the paper trail purpose, I would love to see if.
I absolutely have a paper
Thank
trail.
you.
I can get it to you.
Any other directors on item number 25? Okay, do we have a motion concerning item number 25? The recommendation is that the board approve the charter contract for Lehman Classical School replicated as presented.
So moved.
Moved by Weiniger,
Second.
second by Myers. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Vote of 7-0. Moving to item number 26, approval of resolution regarding approval of the Lehman Classical School site lease.
It's the same presentation. Thank you. So just some frame of reference. So pursuant to Colorado statute, the board is authorized to rent or lease unimproved real property not needed for the purpose of the charter school using debt financing for a term not exceeding the term of the debt financing. That's in the Colorado statute. The lease has been completed for Tract A, Cielo Subdivision Filing 1, totaling approximately 11 acres. The lease includes the district's exclusive operation and use of a roughly 4,000 square foot center-based program constructed at Lehman's expense. If I could, I would say that in the future, we look at this as a model of what we might be able to do with new buildings. It is fantastic. The district's special education team has looked at and provided great guidance and direction on the construction and design, and Lehman has been very collaborative with us in really creating a special place that I think will be a model of what we do in the future of buildings. So the recommendation at this time from staff is that the board approve the resolution regarding the approval of that site lease as written.
Yeah, and I'll start off. One of the things that when we were having discussions about renewals, Director Way went to great extent to look at different demographics and who was being served and things. And Lehman had a rather large number comparatively of students with special needs that were being serviced. And the question was always put out, well, for those schools that aren't at that level, how do we affect this, right? And what's ironic is Colorado law prevents our charter specifically from asking about the IEPs. Does your student have an IEP? Are they on a 504 when students are applying? So it's kind of interesting dilemma for them. They can't ask, but then they get dinged potentially for not being able to have levels that are commensurate with our district operated schools. Not only is this a great partnership, but this kind of addresses that issue. Funny enough, this is a little bit of Kevin Costner Field of Dreams. I believe if we build it, they will come. And we will see that we will have potentially even more students with special needs being serviced. And if this can serve as a template for future charter applications, I know our cycle's coming up here in March. I would love to see this replicated because that kind of solves the problem because they know that their facilities, and I applaud the district for taking on not just the staffing so we know that they get it right. No offense to Dr. Edwards Edwards and his great team. We're also taking on the liability. And as one director, as we look at our strategic resourcing, if we're going to do this throughout our charters, we need to make sure that we as the board provide a signal that we will resource professional development, that we will resource the resourcing and everything to man these centers if we're taking them on. So again, I applaud the district. I applaud Dr. Edwards, Mr. Farley, and the staff at Lehman from recognizing that this is a strategic issue within the district and with Douglas County and stepping forward with a very innovative idea on how to tackle it. And with that, I'll open it up to other directors' questions and comments. Director Myers.
I also want to thank Mr. Mosier for standing up here and giving us so much information tonight, and for Lehman Academy with answering your questions thoroughly and being able to fill in with everything that we needed to know. And actually, I kind of think Douglas County's getting the better end of the deal with you guys financing. Well, I would assume it's going to be quite a large amount. 4,000 square feet, and I don't even want to say what amount per foot that would be. So I do feel like we're getting a better deal with that. And I'm honored that we have Lehman Academy in Douglas County schools. So thank you. And so with that, I would like to put forth, can I do that?
I'll allow other directors' comments before we put forth a motion. Other directors, if you have comments, questions about the approval of the site lease. Director Ray.
Yeah, I have just some questions I think would be worthy for our public to hear regarding the lease. And I think they're quick questions. So if the lease is terminated, who owns the building?
I can. There's been others, yeah? It's up to you. Okay, so there are provisions written into the lease of first right of refusal that the district would have in any case. We did have extensive conversation with that and trying to make sure that the district would have that right to step in and take over any financing, own the building, own those things moving forward if that were to happen.
And I think we're in a situation where we have some duplicate names, so I'm going to be very careful. So we have Lehman School, and then we have the Lehman Corporation. The Lehman Corporation is the one that's actually would be the owner, if you will, of the facility. Is that correct?
I'm not positive on that. Sure. Mike Farley.
Mr. Farley.
I've been taking pills back there. I just want you to know that, David.
I've got that AED ready.
Yeah, God, you know the hard things is go soft on me. Okay. All right. Fire away. What do you want to know?
So Lehman Corporation is the owner of the building, is that correct? That's a different organization than Lehman Classical School.
That is correct. The building corporation is required under the Tabor laws, and the school is Lehman Classical School, which will rent the building from the building corporation. The building corporation will borrow all the money from the bondholders, and your question as to who owns it, if there's a default, it'll be the bondholders. However, we have given the school district a right of first refusal to pick up the bond payments, which frankly would be quite a good deal because you'd have a building and you're paying us money to run the school anyway with students, and you still get that same money to have the school, so you've got the money to continue to make the bond payments. If you decide not to take it, then the bond people would take it over.
Very good.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Any more?
Yes.
Okay,
got a couple
fire
more.
away.
So what happens if Lehman surrenders its charter? So if Lehman all of a sudden says, we don't want to do this anymore?
That's the same as a default in my book.
Okay.
We're not there. You don't pay us any money. There's a building. If you still have kids that need a place to go to school, you'll have the option to pick it up exactly as I just previously described.
Very good. And
Okay.
what control does the district have over the use of the building that is not subleased to us? So let me ask that differently.
I think I know where you're headed.
Okay.
You want to know whether if we go away, what happens to the 4,000 square feet?
Owners or bond?
In the lease has a provision that no matter what the bondholders do with the building, they still have to provide the 4,000 square feet to the school district for no cost, I believe is the way we put it in there, no rent. So I think that's what, that was very hard negotiation on your staff's part, and they beat me up on that badly, and they won. They did a good job.
Superintendent Kane, you have a comment on that?
Yes, and the use of the facility is limited to educational purposes.
Yeah.
But again, the district would have, so in the event that Lehman weren't occupying the other X square feet of the building, the district would have first right of refusal to be able to take over those payments and occupy that. The district, if the district made a choice not to do that and to allow the bondholders to take over possession and use it for some other purpose, it's still limited by the zoning.
Very good.
Right, that sounds good.
You did great, Mike, thank you. The reason I asked these questions, we had a mess with our Apex building. And so the questions I'm asking really are to protect us from not going through that mess that we went through with the Apex, which is now the early college facility. So thank you for the frank responses. Thank you for hearing out my questions.
And President Peterson?
Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
I just would like to state that district staff was painfully aware of that situation, and so applied all of the what-ifs to this negotiation.
And I want to just celebrate that as well. Whenever I know Ms. Clemish and Ms. Edgar collaborate in our legal counsel, I know I'm going to get a quality product. So I have no concerns regarding this lease, and thank you for answering my questions.
Other directors, questions, comments? I believe you're on, Director Myers. No, you're.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we vote for the approval of the charter contract for Lehman Classical School replicated. Do we have any amendments?
The school site.
Okay, I'm on 26. Approval of resolution regarding approval of Lehman Classical School site lease, the CeeLo property.
Second.
The second was by who, I'm sorry?
Me.
Williams, motion made by Myers. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
I want to make just one comment because I feel compelled, and I know that our Lehman people get this, but center-based programming is more than classrooms. It really is a culture. It really is a lot of work to do with the school at large. And so I get a little concerned when we celebrate the physical classroom because it really reeks for me of that we put kids in a classroom and where, everything's great because they have a classroom. These kiddos need to be integrated into the wonderful culture of Lehman, not just housed in a classroom in your building. And I think you get that. And I think I hear you excited about that. But I'm just compelled to emphasize that when we talk about center-based program, we got to be careful that we don't talk about classrooms. We talk about a culture and an environment that's conducive for our students with those needs. My vote is a yes.
Williams?
I just want to thank Lehman for their awesome partnership and all the collaboration you guys have done over the last while. So much appreciated, and I'm a yes.
Weininger?
Yeah, aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. We are now moving into item number 27, the revised 22-23 fiscal year 22-23 financial plan and budget and revised budget resolution, a 15-minute presentation. Ms. Schluster.
All right, good evening. Changing topics. So we're going to talk through the current budget, so the 22-23 revised budget. I'm not going to spend time on the agenda, just in the interest of time, but it is here for your reference. So why do we revise the budget? There's certain drivers that happen with our budget. So the big drivers are per pupil funding, student count, and the mill levy certification. The student count happens in October and gets finalized in December. And then mill levy certifications, those are built on a calendar year and not our fiscal year, so those happen in December. So we have a lot of changes and updates to our revenues at this time, and we take the opportunity to also update the expenditure side. So some of the changes from the adopted to the revised budget, our per pupil revenue did in fact change by $1, and that is different per school district based on their certain risk factors. We still do expect to have a state supplemental come our way. We don't know exactly what that's going to be, but we have hope that it's going to be a positive number for us, but we have to wait to see what that looks like. Then for the district-run enrollment, so that is neighborhood schools only, it's a positive 157, so that's good news for us. We stayed very conservative after the drop in enrollment during the pandemic, so this was good for us. For a charter enrollment, not including Hope, it was a drop of 821 students. That was mostly in that North Planning area, just like we keep talking about is happening for our neighborhood schools. For Hope only, it was a drop of 498 students. That is our only multi-district online charter school. And so for the funded pupil count, it is a drop of $494. And remember that we use that 5-year average because we are a declining enrollment school district. That calculation does not include Hope. That is a separate calculation from this. So overall, we had total programming drop of 4.6 from adopted to revised budget, and that includes what we will be passing through to charter schools. All right, some of the big changes from our resource side. We had an increase to fund balance of $9.2 million from adopted to revised. And what happens is we take that third quarter forecast, and that is our starting point for the adopted budget. So this is not budget to actual variance. This is not audit adjustments. This is truly a third quarter projection to what we ended in the final audit. Then we had a decrease of state equalization of $4.9 million. We are not on an assessment year, so that was a pretty stable amount overall. And then an increase in interest in the general fund of $1.8 million. It's not a large dollar amount, but it is a large percentage increase just with the increasing interest rates that we're seeing across the market. All right, then from an expenditure side. We hold $2.8 million in enrollment reserves. So if a school's final enrollment comes in lower than expected during October count, we allocate some funds out to them so they're not negatively impacting the education of those students. That was fully allocated out. We decreased the charter school pass-through by $5.6 million to reflect that October student count number. We allocated $20 million of school carryover to our schools in September. So we wait to do all of our carryover calculations until all of the audit items are finalized and expenses are booked back to the appropriate year. We also captured $8 million of vacancy savings. So this is a net amount where we also accounted for the other side of this, of some extra pay and some contract expenditures that we had to invest in to continue to make the services available to our students where it was absolutely necessary. So that was an $8 million savings to us that we have captured. And then finally, we did a one-time stipend of $15 million that Superintendent Kane talked about the last board meeting. So again, that will be paid out in September and booked back to the current year that we're in, just like we did last year. All right, some of the changes in our other funds. For our capital project fund, we had a decrease in beginning fund balance of $5.2 million. This is really a timing issue. We have a emergency connectivity grant that we expected to get the revenue on last year. It's proven to be a more cumbersome process with our IT department. They're working with some consultants and we expect to receive that $6 million of emergency connectivity grant funds still this year. Other grants in the grant fund have been trued up, and we did have a little bit more left in ESSER and ARP funds than we had anticipated, so all of those grant funds were trued up, and those ESSER and ARP funds do expect to be spent in full this year. Bond redemption fund, we had a bond refunding for the 2012 and 2013 bonds, and so all of that information was captured in that fund. The bond building fund was also adjusted, increased by 9.4 million. This is really a timing issue that we have every year. So much of our construction happens during the summer months that we never quite know which year that's going to fall into. So now we know we have to increase those budgets for the current year. And then finally, for the medical and dental fund, we had a decrease of 4.9 million. We changed carriers this year, and we anticipated a little bit more participation than we actually saw in our final counts. Okay, so some of the upside and downside risks. They're very similar. You see very similar on both sides, so it's two sides of the same coin here. For the state supplemental, it could be up and it could be down. We do expect that to be up. And then vacancy savings. We do have some vacancies that save us money. So if we have vacancies in my department for the accounting side, we all reallocate that work and the work continues. We don't have to contract that work out. But in other cases, we really need that work to continue to serve our students, so we do have to contract it out, and that can be more expensive. So an example of that is a speech language pathologist. If we hire a contractor, that costs us $33,000 more than it does to hire our own employees. So those contractors can be very expensive as we try to fill those positions. So what are we asking of you tonight? We are asking for appropriations increase to be approved by you. This gives us the authority to spend funds in accordance with what we have given you. And then also the use of beginning fund balance. So this is the authority to draw down on the reserves that we have accumulated in our fund balance. So this means that we have a deficit budget. Some of our funds are just built naturally to have deficit spending, like our bond project fund. So you have the proceeds come in from the sale of your bonds, and you just continue to have deficit spending until those funds are totally spent. Others aren't meant to have continued deficit spending, like the general fund. But when you strategically look at what you need to spend, and you can strategically, periodically spend down those funds, it's a great thing to do. We do have a healthy fund balance to be able to do that for this year. So there are some other supplemental materials that are available to you to review. And so these are our two requested items that we just talked about that we're asking for your approval tonight.
And I assume you will have the board vote on those as individual items, even though they're packaged under one agenda item.
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, questions from directors? Director Weininger?
I just want to note that Jana and Colleen did present this to the FOC this last week, and they didn't share any concerns.
Other directors? Director Meek?
Thanks so much for the presentation. If we could look on slide 4, the student enrollment numbers for the revised budget, are those based on this October count numbers that just came in, right? I think they were just released like last week. So these would be the actual numbers?
Colleen, answer that one.
So these are the numbers that were submitted to CDE back in November for our school district. They have been reported by CDE in our school finance allocations as of December. If CDE made any modifications this week, I am not aware of those, but these are as of December.
Okay, thank you. So those are the actual numbers. So if you go to slide number 6, I'm trying to understand how true up works with charters when it's a pass-through. So, you know, if we look at the decline in charter numbers, it's about 1,300 students. At the per pupil revenue, it's like $12 million, right? But how does that true up work with charter schools?
So there are a few things within the true-up. We look at the actual October count, and so we'll adjust based upon their adjusted per pupil that we charge, that we pass through to each charter school. But we'll also have to adjust their purchase services that they purchase back from the school district. Also, in the fall, we adjust for the actual cost of any of the prior year purchase services, so there's a true-up within that. For example, if the cost of special education is greater or less than what we budgeted, we adjust that accordingly, and each of the charter schools will see that within that transfer. So there are multiple components contributing to the ultimate adjustment.
Superintendent Kane.
And just to add to that, we do monthly transfers to our charter schools. So we start out with their enrollment estimate and, figure out what their monthly transfer would be. And then when we true up, if they owe us money, we just decrease the monthly transfers to make it work out by the end of the year. And if we need to give them more because they have more than they anticipated, it's the other way around. So we adjust the additional monthly transfers so that by the end of the year, we're even.
Yeah, that's really helpful, because I just wasn't sure when I saw decreased charter school pass through by 5.6 million to reflect the actual, and when you do the math, it's 12 million, right? But since it's only month by month, it all works out at the end, right? They're getting whatever increase or whatever decrease based on the per pupil numbers. So just wanted to make sure I understood how it worked with charters. Thank you.
Director Myers?
Welcome back, Colleen. I haven't seen you. So, and Jana, thank you. Your team. I just get the impression that you guys are continually looking over the budget. You're refining it. You're adjusting it. You're making the best decisions that you possibly can for our district. Thank you for those retention strategies you used and coming up again. So just thank you for being so dedicated. And again, welcome back.
Thank you.
Director Ray?
So on that same slide, you talked about schools that come under projection and that we supplement those schools to kind of help them through the year. What happens after that year? Do we have a phase-in plan for them, or is it kind of they hit the cliff and now it's like, now you need to budget for more accurately for the 150 students instead of the 200 that you had? How does that look?
Go ahead. So these are one-time funds because it's coming out of fund balance. And so every year, since we budget individual years projected enrollment, we will reevaluate with a principal what their budget request needs to be based upon their enrollment projections. So sometimes it is I have seen in the past, it's a fluke, it's a one-year dip and then it comes back up. Other times it is a ongoing long-term discussion about whether they need to make some staffing adjustments or change their spending habits to reflect a new, potentially smaller school size.
So there is some flexibility is what I'm hearing, and there may be some front loading that says, yeah, we don't want to necessarily jerk out all your specials teachers because you don't have the numbers to do it. So maybe we'll have a plan that we negotiate where you can maintain some of that FTE. I mean, it sounds like there's some flexibility in how we help our under projected schools.
Yes, there is, and we also still have a highly impacted concept. So if we have a school that sees some kind of significant impact, we still have the ability to work with them around highly impacted. And I think Assistant Superintendent Windsor would like to add a little.
Yeah, Director A, part of the conversation, as you know, our executive director of schools sit down with our principals to really evaluate, I think, the projection of what things look like for the following year, but also look at historical data to really see truly when you're looking at your site-based budget, are you truly looking at the October count reserve that you may or may not need, and can you look at that over a period of time? So we do spend some significant time up front working obviously with our budget team, who's been a great partner in this work, but also our EDOS spend a significant amount of time. As a matter of fact, I want to say most of our EDOS spend had one-on-one meetings with each of our principals. They each have to sign off on that, but we do very much look at the adjustments around where we are. But there are circumstances, like I could tell one of our schools when I was overseeing Parker, we just happened to have 50 kindergartners that didn't show up. Like it was crazy. So it was a really unique situation. But again, what was great in partnership, I think, with our budget team, that was a one-off kind of experience that we've never seen. And so having that, what it does is it doesn't pull out the specialist teacher, it doesn't combine classrooms, it doesn't do those things. So it allows us to continue, but it is the next 2 years, you know, you really are being very mindful in the sense of where you're at. We're probably being a little bit more conservative on what that looks like, but also try not to compromise programming for our students.
And you feel the process is working, so as we are developing budget for next year, we don't need to re-strategize how we help those schools. I mean, is that what I'm hearing, is the process works?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've looked at that, I think, extensively. I think the schools that you find, as we look at potentially as a principal, I would have a carryover balance that I was going to be very mindful of. I think as you deplete those, there's some schools that have, and so we'll be a little more conservative, but also work with budget to be able to work in that. So yes, we do feel like we very much are in a good place, and also are looking at enrollment numbers as well.
And your question is a perfect tie-in to item number 29 coming up.
Right. Last question. The savings that we've saved on unfilled positions, do we have a ballpark of how many positions we currently have that are unfilled?
Ms. Thompson, if you'd like to yell it out, we will relay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Go ahead, Superintendent Kane.
The majority of the unfilled positions are classified positions, and I rather than put Ms. Thompson on the spot, I think we will email that answer to the Board of Education. But we can tell you that and Ms. Stone will correct me if I'm wrong, but we can tell you that the first semester vacancy savings was somewhere around $9 million. And so we anticipate, you know, we'll see how the second semester goes, but it's that vacancy savings. We need those people in those jobs, but it is that vacancy savings that is allowing us to do our one-time retention strategies. So I can quantify it in a dollar amount.
Yeah. I think when we have those elevator talks with our neighbors, I mean, I think this is a helpful number for us to really get their attention to say, you know, the job market is such that we have these many positions that we were not able to fulfill. I mean, I just think those are the talking points that we need to get out there to help our public understand our need when we look at another ballot initiative. So
thank you for that feedback.
Any other questions, comments by directors? Okay, as mentioned previously, we need to approve these as two separate items. So do I have a motion concerning the approval of the appropriation resolution? We'll take that one up first. And Mr. Blair, if you want to bring that first attachment up on the screen, we're talking about the appropriation resolution.
So I move that the board approves the appropriation resolution.
Second.
Sorry, thank you. You've got that recorded. Director Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. And then the second item that we'll take up is the resolution authorizing the use of a portion of the beginning fund balance as authorized by Colorado statutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Ray,
Second.
second by Weiniger. Hansen?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. And now we're up to item number 28. Thank you, Ms. Schlusner, Ms. Stone. Item number 28, the 22-23 enrollment projections, 20-minute presentation.
Good evening, directors. Thanks for the opportunity to brief our annual enrollment projections. With me tonight is Siobhan Caldwell, our planning manager, and Shannon Bingham from Western Demographics. If I may respectfully, if you could hold your questions till the end of Superintendent Kane's presentation, because both of those presentations are related to each other, and some of your questions could be answered in the second presentation as well. At this point, Siobhan will introduce the topic. Thank you.
Good evening. Excuse my cheat notes. There's a lot of numbers in this presentation, so. Okay. So here's the agenda. I'll go through it very quickly. I'm just going to give an overview of the enrollment projections process. Mr. Bingham, as the creator of the enrollment projections, he's going to give an overview of his methodology and data sources. So really the assumptions and the data that's driving our forecast. We'll go over projections accuracy last year. So how accurate were we in the net and by program type as well. And then we'll dig into projected enrollment. And we're going to look at it at a kind of high level by the total enrollment projections, and then by level, so by elementary level, middle school, or high school level, and then by feeder, and then looking at what's projected for DCSD administered programs versus charter schools. And then I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Bingham to talk about our areas of growth. And this is where our two presentations are related. Superintendent Kane and Assistant Superintendent Windsor are going to talk about our areas of decline. So here's an overview. This is an annual process that starts in late October. It actually starts in early October with the frozen pupil count database. But we really get going on it late in October, where we have a better idea of those numbers and they're in their final state. We release projections right before winter break, late December, and projections are provided by school and by grade for the next 8 years. These projections are intended for capital planning and capacity analysis, but as you heard, they are also used to inform budget and staffing decisions for district staff. These projections include all grades K through 12. It is primary enrollment only, so an example of that is that we don't do projections for things like Plum Creek Academy. We project that kiddo where their primary line of enrollment is, so it would be Legend High School or something like that. And we do account for any charter openings that we know of, so I'll state right now that the assumption we made for like the Lehman replication campus is a 2024 opening. And I'll let Mr. Bingham talk about methodology and data sources.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. It's a privilege to be here. Regarding this methodology, basically it's kind of an industry standard cohort survival model that I use. Every school has a dossier that says how it performs through time. 98% of enrollment is based on the existing housing stock, and in Douglas County, about 1.5% is new housing. So the existing housing stock can be declining while the new housing is putting new children online. So we have kind of a complex model to work with here in Douglas County. So we're always looking at various segments of the market. We also have a significant market share palette here that includes our neighborhood schools, our charter schools, our church and private schools, online schools, et cetera. So every neighborhood has a certain share of a market relative to the total number of children that live in that neighborhood according to the census. So we try to account for all of that, and we use our best forecasting for the overall district, which is a large sample size, and then we do individual projections for the schools, and we backward reconcile all of those to the overall control total. So that gets rid of any kind of small sample size error that can be introduced into the forecasting model. We receive a forecast from our charter schools that we use at face value in the forecasting as we go along. Births by attendance area. Our 3 school facility voids are having mini baby booms right now. So in the Crystal Valley Ranch area, we've got 40 some odd babies this year that we didn't have last year. In Sterling Ranch, we probably have about 40 that we didn't have last year. And then in the Canyons and the Ridgegate area, we have 20 some odd that we didn't have last year. So all of these areas that have a 3 or 5 mile radius where there are no schools, we're seeing the effects of the new housing that's coming online in those areas. So my process is I monitor residential development and interview realtors and sales offices and spend a lot of time chatting with people about what's realistic for various neighborhoods. Explore choice in and out based on an equilibrium model where I monitor how many children are imported or exported over time. And then we anticipate the new schools, so the new charter I've simulated based on 2 different scenarios on when it would open. And so all of those things are done. And then you take all of that and you understand that you have a once-in-a-decade adjustment in interest rates. You finish your project 3 weeks early and you throw it all in the garbage can. And you start over again. So that's what we did. We had a movement from about 3.3% interest rates in May to about 7% in mid-October. And so we trashed our whole forecast and started over. The forecast now is based upon an interest rate environment that is affecting sales, and that will persist, according to my estimates, until May of 2024, when Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae and a variety of other people think that there will be easing in the interest rates and we will normalize somewhat. So our forecast is based on that assumption. So that's what we're thinking will happen, and the forecast is based upon those fundamental assumptions. So I'll turn it back over to Siobhan.
So I think we always get the question of how accurate we are, so we wanted to include that in the presentation. So net district-wide, we were under 1% accurate last year. We under-projected by 41 students. Break that up into DCSD administered versus charters. We under-projected by about 1.18%, and charters over-projected by about 3% last year. This shows the, so historic CDE funded pupil count are the dark gray bars. And then we project what we call bottoms in seats. So we're interested in how many kiddos are actually in that facility. That's not always the same number as funded pupil count. So I did want to point out that the numbers in the 2020, the projected totals are going to be a little bit different than the totals you'll see in the presentation. And that was just to compare apples to apples in this chart. So we are projecting about a 1 to 1.5% annual decline for about the next few years. And as Mr. Bingham referenced, we're anticipating that decline will slow up when the interest rate issue resolves, and we'll see a little rebound and stabilization in enrollment. I did put that statement there that while we have overall enrollment is projected to decline, we still have areas of significant growth and overcrowding. I think it's easy to see this chart and wonder how or why we have any need for any capacity relief or new construction at all, but this is just to point out that Douglas County is a really big district. It's the 3rd largest in the state. And we do have areas of new residential development and enrollment growth in those geographic voids that we referenced, and also in areas that have undergone significant boundary changes. So there's really no easy solution. There's no boundary change easy solution in those instances. So before I pulled this slide up, I just wanted to pull a reference map up, just to give everybody an idea of where the planning areas are. So when I'm referencing the north planning area, that's going to be the Highlands Ranch area down into Castle Pines, so Thunder Ridge feeder, Rock Canyon, Mountain Vista, and Highlands Ranch feeders. The eastern planning area encompasses all those brown areas, so Chaparral there in the northernmost part, Legend, and then the Ponderosa feeder spanning down Highway 83 down to Franktown. And then the greater Castle Rock area is considered the west planning area. So looking at this from a planning area lens, we are anticipating the most significant decline in enrollment in the north planning area is those 30,000 homes in Highlands Ranch that were built really in between 1980 and the early 2000s start to age out. What we mean is that those kiddos are likely out of the house or about to be out of the house now, and those empty nesters are not moving, they're staying there. So we are not seeing those neighborhoods turn over. A similar trend is occurring in West Castle Rock with the Meadows development, as that was built out a little bit later, but we're starting to see that same aging out trend occur. We are forecasting the East Planning area to grow with many active developments in the process of building out in the Northwest Parker area, such as Newland Gulch, Stepping Stone, and Meridian. And then the NA classification is for anything that doesn't have a geography, so all of our online and homeschool enrollment. And then this is just the same information in table format. It gives a sum and a percentage change for 1 year out and then for 5 years out. Everybody look at that and absorb. And then this is looking at our projected enrollment by level. So this is summarized for neighborhood schools by the school that is in the feeder. So regardless if it's a K-5 or a K-6, if it's an elementary school in that feeder, it's considered elementary level. We considered for charters, anything that was PK through 5 is elementary, anything 6-8 is middle school levels, and then 9 through 12 is high school levels. So you'll see that the trend line is sharper, and it shows our projected decline is primarily in the district's secondary enrollment. And again, that's that aging housing stock that you're seeing as the driver of that. And then there's that by just in table format. 1 year out and 5 year out. And then this shows projected enrollment by type. That's DCSD administered programs versus charter enrollment. Our charters remain fully enrolled year after year. So any of those changes in the housing stock, we're anticipating to affect primarily the neighborhood schools. You will see a projected increase in the charter school population. That's the Lehman South campus primarily. So looking at this by feeder, in Castle View, we are anticipating a decline of about 250 by next year and by about 800 by 2027. Some of this decline is in the elementary levels, but the most significant decline is anticipated at Castle View High School as that Meadows development ages out. It's worth mentioning that the Dawson Ridge development that's located south of the Meadows on the west side of I-25, I don't know if you're familiar, it's about 7,900 units zoned. That could be temporarily appended to this feeder system. So that would impact enrollment greatly once that residential development starts going. In Douglas County, we have what we have a lot of funny terms, leaky bucket enrollment growth. So where we do have new residential development and we're seeing student generation from that, but that growth that's experienced is offset by the aging housing stock in that feeder. So we are anticipating that the new residential development will result in elementary totals increasing year over year, but you'll see we are forecasting a flat middle school and slightly declining high school enrollment. Going to the west or the East Planning area, we're anticipating a slight increase in total enrollment in Chaparral, primarily in the elementary levels, as Meridian and Stepping Stone and Newland Gulch in that area build out. And we are seeing a lot of apartment parcels infill. So we're seeing, it was unanticipated, unexpected that we're seeing some student generation out of some of those large apartment complexes going up in Parker. Ponderosa feeder, we're anticipated to see a pretty significant increase in enrollment in elementary school and middle school levels. That's the Looking Glass development, trails at Crowfoot, Meadowlark. We have a large number of developments there along the Crowfoot Valley Road. I believe you guys have seen those maps before in the Lehman discussion, but we are anticipating growth at all levels other than high school. And then Legend, this is really driven a lot by the housing stock in the Pinery. That's a nearly 5,000 unit development, was constructed around the same time as Highlands Ranch, perhaps a little bit after. So again, we're seeing that same kind of trend occur in the Legend feeder. And really there's no new residential development occurring in Legend right now. And we don't have any charters in that feeder. So what's happening in the housing market, or the housing stock there, will be felt in the neighborhood schools. Moving on to the North Planning area, we are anticipating a slight decline across all levels in the Highlands Ranch feeders, but the elementary enrollment is flat. It's being stabilized somewhat by the Ridgegate development and the student generation that's coming out of there. The way that our attendance areas are right now, all that enrollment is going to Eagle Ridge Elementary as their neighborhood school. So that's kind of stabilizing that elementary school enrollment. In Mountain Vista, we are anticipating a decline at all levels. There, again, that area is completely built out. There's really no opportunity for redevelopment at that point. So the aging out housing stock is definitely impacting secondary enrollment. And with charters fully built out, we expect to see that forecasted decline in neighborhood schools. In Rock Canyon, there is new residential development that's impacting Buffalo Ridge and Timber Trail specifically. You're all aware of the canyons, a 5,000 residential unit development. But again, the majority of the housing stock in Castle Pines area is not new. So that aging out housing stock is reflected in the declining high school and middle school levels. We are not anticipating a change in charter school enrollment in this feeder, so any of that anticipated decline will occur in the neighborhood schools. And then looking at Thunder Ridge, there's a trend of growing enrollment at all levels. That's driven by the Sterling Ranch and Solstice development as they build out. And as there are no charters in that feeder, we're anticipating that growth to be absorbed by neighborhood schools. I believe that's it. I will hand it over to Mr. Bingham to talk about our areas that are recommended for new construction in the last master capital plan. And he's going to talk about how that lines up with this year's enrollment projections.
Thank you. Thanks. So this is our first area where we have a school facility void. And it's also an area where we have a mini baby boom. You may have noticed that Waterton Road has been punched through, and that's really helping Sterling Ranch Filing 6 kind of be realized. So we've divided this area into two halves. Filings 3 and 7 are on the western half of Sterling Ranch, and those are currently assigned to the Roxborough campuses. So there are enough homes in those two filings to fill those two buildings. So the idea has always been that they be assigned there and that we not do a lot of do-si-do, put neighborhoods in, pull neighborhoods back out, that we put two big neighborhoods in there and leave them in there more or less permanently. So that's how they're assigned now. The other 4, 5, and 6 are overflowing in the Coyote Creek, and the Solstice filings 1 through 5 in the northern end there are also assigned to Coyote Creek. These overflow systems that we have designed have been very effective. We designed them to last for 3 to 5 years. They're getting close to the end of their intended lives, and so we are going to be running out of overflow space in a couple of specific areas. But this was a really sound strategy on using our space. As you can see, it's a considerable distance, but the Sterling Ranch families and the Solstice families have adopted Coyote Creek enthusiastically, and we have really good compliance with the boundary as it's currently drawn. The next area that we would look at would be the Crystal Valley Ranch area, which includes not only Crystal Valley, but Montaigne, which is partially 55 plus, and then the area that's immediately between Crystal Valley and Montaigne is the ridge and hillside at Crystal Valley. And there's one other subdivision that's coming on strong right now and putting new units online. And those are also working very well. The overflow systems are to Flagstone, Rock Ridge, and South Ridge. It's a considerable distance, so it's 6 miles to Rock Ridge, 7 miles to Flagstone, 4.6 miles to South Ridge. But we have good boundary compliance on the part of those families, and this overflow system has worked well, but it again is nearing the end of its intended life as a boundary assignment mechanism for this part of town. There is significant additional absorption resting in those 5 subdivisions, and there will be apartment buildings and infill projects all over the place that will continue to add residents to this part of South Castle Rock. Up in the Canyons and Ridgegate area, again, we have great compliance with the Canyons community attending Timber Trail. That overflow system has been working well. It's a considerable distance, and the students are crossing Interstate 25 as part of the assignment. But they have adopted Timber Trail enthusiastically, and the system is working quite well. This one also had an intended duration of about 5 years when it was adopted almost 3 years ago. So we are approaching the end of the life of this overflow system as well. In that immediate area, we also have the rest of the Chaparral attendance area, and we have Cherokee Trail, Mammoth Heights, and Prairie Crossing, which are also growth-impacted schools as a result of the 3 subdivisions that Siobhan mentioned that continue to bring new residents, and also a lot of infill development will be happening with smaller parcels, names of big subdivisions you won't recognize, and apartment buildings that will have 200 or 300 units and will bring children as well. So a lot of that is in the future for this area, which makes the addition of 6th grade seats at Sierra and the addition of the 6th grade seats down at Mesa Middle School continue to make a lot of sense. Again, the Sierra Middle School action is listed here, and you can see the schools that would benefit from that kind of capacity relief. This whole part of Western Parker is full of little 80-acre vacant parcels that are really not on our radar right now, just because they're not large-scale residential developments yet. They're vacant parcels that will eventually be zoned, and they'll become part of the fabric of that community, and they'll add additional residents and additional children. So that's our presentation. I'll turn it back over to Siobhan do you have any concluding remarks?
Yeah, I think Shannon and I put together some subdivision maximum build-out numbers that we just wanted to brief really quickly. So I think those maps showed that these areas are geographic voids where you're quite a distance from the nearest neighborhood school. But I also wanted to point out that we're not anywhere near full build-out of these huge developments. So Sterling Ranch, it's estimated that it's about 14% built out. That's a max allowed units of 12,050. Solstice is about 35% built out of the full 1,100 allowed units. The Canyons is about 18% built out of the full allowed 5,000 units. McCant is only about 25% built out of the full allowed 970 units. Crystal Valley Ranch is probably the closest of all of these areas. They're about 72% built out of the full allowed, about 3,500 units. And then Montaigne is about 22% built out of the full allowed 1,200 units. And then Ridgegate East, they have not even broken ground yet. That's going to be about 8,000 units, and they are 0% built out. So just some high-level numbers for you guys.
Thank you so much, Siobhan and Rich and Shannon. Thank you very much for that presentation. So because it's so closely related, we're going to talk also about growth and decline and dealing with growth and decline in our district and what our next steps are related to growth and decline, and then all of us will be available for questions. I have with me also Assistant Superintendent Windsor and 2 of our Executive Director of Schools, both from the North Planning area, Ian Wells and John Gutierrez. So thank you for joining us, gentlemen. And so collectively, we can all answer questions. But when we are talking about the urgent need to address growth and decline, initially, we really are talking about the North Planning area. So I appreciate you guys being here. So I guess let me just start by giving us some context. So our hope is to begin to communicate to our community the challenge that we're facing with growth and decline, and helping our community understand why it's a challenge for us and why we have to address it with both looking at decline and looking at the growth and potentially building new buildings with our bond, why we have to look at both of those things simultaneously. And so just like with our funding, presentation, we always start with giving our audience context of our district. So that's why this slide is here. You all are very familiar with this, but it gives our audience, as we go out and engage with our community, a real context for the scope and size of our district, because that really is our challenge. As Siobhan said when she was going through her slides, you can see this trend of declining enrollment overall. And of course, that makes people immediately go, well, you can't possibly need new schools, like it'll all work out, right? And so helping people understand the scope of our district really helps with that piece. And of course, always starting with what we want for our kids, because opportunities for kids, and we've had some of those discussions tonight, we've had some of those discussions in prior board meetings, that we really want to make sure that we have opportunities for kids across our district, no matter what school they attend. Okay, so talking about addressing growth and decline in our school district. So as of course you know, we are distributed over 844 square miles, 2/3 the size of Rhode Island. So we're very, very large. And we're experiencing these simultaneous pockets of growth and decline, as our previous presenters just talked about. We have stay-in-place communities such as Highlands Ranch, where people moved, they moved 20, 30 years ago. They're still here, and their kids have grown out of our system and are not being replaced. And we have newer communities that are having baby booms, that are having young families that have babies that are going to be coming into our school system. And as Shannon talked about, we have been busing students from our new communities into overflow schools in our existing communities in order to try to balance all of those challenges. And we've been mitigating these challenges with boundary changes. But those overflow strategies are starting to become increasingly difficult, specifically in the elementary level. And growth and decline is truly about opportunities for students. I think as we've engaged in this discussion in the past, or as we've touched on this discussion in the past, we've talked a lot about buildings and capacity and numbers and finances. And what we really have to remember is that this is primarily about our kids and how we make sure that we provide opportunities for our kids, no matter where they live, and no matter where they go to school. And how can we even that out? And if we lead with kids, this is about our kids and our communities, buildings, capacity, HVAC units, parking lots, those are all important, but those are definitely not where this discussion starts. This discussion starts with our children and how we make sure that our kids have opportunities. So the North Planning area is the area of concern, and we're going to talk a little bit about why. So let's start with this one. This is birth rates historically, and you can see the North Planning area is the orange, east is blue, and the west is gray. Where we had the most dramatic explosion in growth, and then the most dramatic implosion, right, where the growth dropped, is in the North Planning area. So we built schools for all of that, and now we're going over here, and we have to figure out how to bounce back from that and how to make sure that we're providing opportunities for all of our kids. And the North Planning area also has the unique challenge of being bookended by growth, as you just heard our previous presenters talk about. So we've got all of existing Highlands Ranch up here, and then on the west side, we have Solstice and Sterling Ranch, which is a desert, right? If you look at just the schools and how many schools are scattered throughout Highlands Ranch, and then you've got like this desert over here, and you've got this desert over here. I think Shannon said a school void. So there's a desert over here, Ridgegate and Canyons, where there aren't any schools. And those are the areas that we're about to see tremendous growth in. That's what makes the North Planning area the challenge that we really need to tackle first as we look at creating a 3 to 5 year plan around growth and decline. And then these numbers, some of these numbers, Siobhan just talked about as she was finishing up her presentation. But I think this is really important for our community to look at these numbers in context. The North Planning Area has distinct geographic communities. Highlands Ranch, Castle Pines North, Sedalia, Roxborough. So there's unique geographic communities. And Highlands Ranch has 36,000 homes and 18 elementary schools. Sterling Ranch Solstice, by contrast, will have 13,000 homes, currently has 2,000 homes, no elementary schools. Roxborough Park, 3,000 homes, 2 elementary schools. The Castle Pines area, to include the Castle Pines Village and Castle Pines North, 5,700 homes, 4 elementary schools. The Canyons across I-25 will have 5,000 homes, 1,000 of which it already has today, no elementary schools. And Ridgegate East, 8,000 homes, none of which are built yet, but they're coming, no elementary schools. So again, we've got these geographic voids that when you compare them with existing geographic areas, we're not talking about little neighborhoods, we're talking about big geographic areas. I'm trying to imagine when my family moved into Castle Pines North 22 years ago, if someone had said to me, well, you know what, we are just gonna bus your children to Highlands Ranch. That's fine, right? For forever. That's our plan for the next 20 years, is that we're gonna bus your children from Castle Pines North into Highlands Ranch to go to elementary school. That is essentially what we're currently looking at in Sterling Ranch and in the Canyons. And while it's much more acceptable to bus the kids to go to high school and middle school because those areas are so much bigger, elementary schools are a very different story. And so you saw small pieces of this heat map. So thank you to Mr. Bingham for this heat map. This is, again, a different way of looking at that decline that's bookended by growth. And in the heat map, the blue is declining enrollment areas all the way up to the red, which is growing enrollment areas. And again, if you look at the density of schools and where the schools are located, you can see that the voids where there are no schools are where we have tremendous growth. And it's easy to visualize on this map that if we continue to overflow, if we continue to use the schools on the edge for overflow from these growing areas long term, eventually we're going to have to take the communities right around those schools and boundary those communities to the interior more. And eventually our parents and taxpayers are going to look at us and say, well, I'm literally looking at this school and you've boundaried me to this school 2 schools over. That makes no sense. That's where we really start to lose our community, is when we start to truly just not make sense anymore. And that's where we're heading if we can't figure out how to address growth and decline. Impacts of school size on opportunities for kids. It's really important, again, to keep the discussion focused on kids. Overcrowded schools have large class sizes and multiple mobile classrooms. That's really hard to manage. We know it's not ideal for a lot of reasons for our student environment. We have limited special education programming in overcrowded schools because we can't fit center-based programming in really, really large schools. We have limited ability to offer pre-K in our overflowing schools, and staffing is a challenge. We have the money to hire them, if you think about reading interventionists, for example, but we have nowhere to put them so that they have the ability to work with children. In an undersized school, our kids have limited academic opportunities. Specials programming is often limited, and extracurricular programming can often be limited because the school is so undersized. We often end up with combined classrooms, so 3rd and 4th grade all rolled into one classroom, which is less than ideal. Staffing challenges that cause those limited opportunities due to low FTE. So for example, you might have an undersized school that's looking for an art teacher that's a 0.3 FTE. Well, good luck finding an art teacher that's a 0.3 FTE. So they end up trying to use an EA or doing something creative that limits that level playing field across our schools. And then, of course, that small school factor that we spoke about a little bit earlier, when we apply that small school factor to our small schools, it definitely helps our small schools. But the money for that factor doesn't come from thin air. Those resources impact all of our students across our entire system. So the disparities, and these disparities are particularly acute at the elementary level. This is where we really feel the differences between an elementary school with 700 kids and an elementary school with 200 kids. It's truly at the elementary level is where those disparities are. So as we talk about how to plan for the future, how do we plan for the future, create a 3 to 5 year plan that our community helps us develop, that we can give our community and our staff predictability and understanding of what's going to happen so we're not making reactive decisions. In terms of planning for the future, we know that having as many right-sized schools as we possibly can ensures more opportunities for students across our entire district, not just students in the right-sized schools, but truly across the whole system. It also helps us be able to level the playing field for schools so that we can offer those great opportunities. I think back on a day when we were able to do, for example, instrumental music education in elementary schools. We had lots of really large elementary schools in Highlands Ranch. We had that because of that size, we had that scale, and when you have more scale, you have more opportunities for students. So that's what right sizing looks like. It optimizes our district resources. Elementary schools are special because they're community schools. Right sizing our existing elementary schools through the method of busing children to other geographic regions is really challenging. And we haven't historically done that in Douglas County. As I said, when I moved into Castle Pines North 20 years ago, nobody decided to bus all the kids from Castle Pines North to Highlands Ranch. It's very reasonable for families moving into Douglas County to expect a community elementary school to be in the vicinity somewhere. And frankly, if it's not, they're going to start looking at Aurora Highlands or other places to move, which is no good for all of Douglas County. We want people to move to Douglas County. Middle school and high schools cover large areas by design. In fact, the map that Siobhan brought up at first, you could see Douglas County High School, for example, covered a huge portion of Douglas County. So we have traditionally bused kids distances for middle school and high school, and we can continue to do that so that we can balance out our existing middle schools and high schools with the growth. It's the elementary schools that are really the big challenge. So we really need to create a plan for the North Planning area to put new elementary schools in growing geographic regions, and we need to consolidate existing elementary schools in areas of decline. The way that we right size is we have to look at both ends. And what have we learned? And I really want to thank Assistant Superintendent Windsor and his team. They have done so much research on what we've learned from other districts that have been through this process. The good news for us is having both growth and decline is much more helpful than just having decline. So we've learned a bunch of things. One, we learned that we want to be proactive rather than reactive. We don't want to suddenly come to the Board of Education and say, we want to close 4 schools next year. We want to be able to really work with our community, hand in hand with our community, to determine what this looks like for the next 3 to 5 years. We know that creating a plan requires significant family, staff, and community engagement, and that we have to do this with our community and not to our community. And we have to do it not in a huge hurry, right? We have to be able to really continue to go back and engage with the North Planning area community. The earliest we can have a new elementary school open, assuming that there is a source for funding, we can have a new elementary school open. The earliest is August 26. So ideally, we would be doing consolidations and new openings kind of all at the same time. That benefits our kids in so many ways. It helps us right size our schools, but it also benefits our staff. Because we're experiencing both growth and decline, we are in a position to say up front that we would guarantee that future consolidations would not result in anybody losing their job in the district. There are plenty of places for everybody. Between the fact that we would be opening new schools at the same time as potentially consolidating schools, we're going to and just regular turnover, we're going to have positions for everybody. I think looking at other districts, one of the things that has been really challenging for other districts is just staff not being sure what would happen in the event that their school got consolidated or whatever it might be. So we want our staff to hear us say from the absolute get-go that we are going to take care of them. It's very much a philosophy of our district to take care of the people that take care of our kids. And that commitment has to continue, and we have to lead with that a lot, especially as we're talking to our staff. Buildings, again, this is a discussion about kids and communities and opportunities for kids. Yes, we can repurpose buildings, but let's figure out what the right thing to do is as we engage with our community, and then we'll talk about buildings later. So once we figure out what the right consolidations are, whatever that is going to look like, again, down the road, we're talking August 26, then we can talk about what we do with buildings. We have a million reasons that we need buildings, whether it's to expand pre-K, because now we have universal pre-Ks, add special education programming, or locate special education program, career and technical education, office and professional development. We have lots of uses. I also want to say that a charter school would not be one of those uses. It wouldn't make any sense to put any kind of K through 5, K through 6, K through 8 programming in the middle of a declining enrollment area. Just like with district land, we are not forced to hand over district buildings unless they've been declared as surplus. But again, we have a million uses for why we need our buildings, and I don't anticipate a situation where we would come to the Board of Education and say, this building is truly surplus. So that's something I want to reassure the community and the Board of Education of. And determining, in that North Planning area, determining future middle school grade levels is an important part of the conversation with our community. If our community, when working with us, wants to eventually have 6th grade located at middle school, that changes, how we look at potential consolidations. The last thing I want to say about potential consolidations is another lesson that we have learned from looking at other districts is that splitting a school community in half is really, really traumatic. And separating kids who've been together since they were little, like splitting a community in half is far from ideal. So really what we would be looking at is marrying 2 elementary schools into 1 for the long term. And what that would look like. And then again, conversations about buildings and such would happen after the right combinations are determined, because the building is secondary. It's really about the kids and opportunities for kids and our families. So we know these conversations are hard. We've had them amongst the leaders. We've had them with our North Planning area leaders. We've talked to the FOC and the LRPC. We've all known this conversation is coming, but it's time where we really need to have a serious discussion about how we plan for the future. Because at the end of the day, this is about our changing needs in our communities, our changing communities, and our students. So with that, in terms of what a timeline could look like, we definitely want to take direction from the Board of Education. And so what we have done is gotten feedback from LRPC, FOC, and North Planning area leaders to help identify the challenges, frankly, to help make this presentation talking about the challenges. And then we planned to frame the challenges of the North Planning area tonight. And then from here, we would ask the Board of Education to decide what you want us to do next. And our recommendation would be that you direct staff to potentially develop a timeline and community engagement plan to address growth and decline in the North Planning area. And then we will begin that work. The team that would be doing that work alongside with me would be Assistant Superintendent Windsor, our executive directors in the North Planning area. And I think that we are all ready to take that on because we know it's something that's coming, and we don't want to be in a position where we're having to make reactive last-minute decisions that impact real people, real communities, real kids. We really want to be planning for the future instead of reacting. And we know this is the beginning. This is the North Planning area, as you could see from that extreme in the birth rate. This is where we need to start. But over the next 20 years, our district's going to have to engage in a conversation like this around some of our other planning areas as well. But this is the one that we recommend starting with, as it's the one with the most acute challenges in terms of growth and decline. So with that, we would be happy to take any questions. And hopefully you can see how the presentations are all related. So thank you.
Okay, directors, we'll open up to discussions on both growth and decline and the enrollment projections. I guess I'll start off with something I think that's pretty obvious. Are we going to integrate this NPA discussion in with potential bond and mill discussions, because the two are so tightly connected? And I'm thinking that a lot of what happens or doesn't happen in the fall will, of course, have incredible impact on assumptions planning, things that are done in conjunction with the NPA planning.
Yes, for sure. We have to, it's all a part of it. We absolutely have to have this discussion as part of our bond mill discussion. I also think that my opinion is that our taxpayers and our citizens are watching to see that while we're asking for new construction in these areas that are truly deserts, don't have any elementary schools, we are also taking responsible steps in our area of decline to make sure that we're continuing to provide opportunities for students in all areas.
Yeah, certainly as one director, I've been watching what's going on to our north, specifically Jeffco and DPS, and the real bender their board has put in by not getting ahead of this proactively. So I just like to applaud everyone here that's worked on this so far and is going to continue to work on this. The overcapacity or undercapacity obviously affects our students, our families, affects our taxpayers as well, in both cases. So I think we need to communicate that message of, there's a right size here. I love the term right sizing, because really too much is bad, too little is bad. But I also appreciate the considerations for staff, getting way out ahead of this so people have some predictability in my visits. I don't know about the other directors, specifically when I was visiting schools up in the Highlands Ranch area and I asked, do you have any questions? A lot of them were direct or indirectly around growth, decline, what's the future, what's the plan, and the fact that the district is getting ahead of this and providing predictability, not just for our families and students, but providing predictability for our staff, I think is really commendable. So thank you.
If you'll indulge me, I'd love to ask Ian and John to talk for just maybe real briefly each about their leaders and kind of where they're at with understanding that we have to do a plan, and they've been really receptive, and this is hard work, but I think everybody's feeling a little relief that we're at least doing a plan.
Thank you, and good evening, directors and superintendent and cabinet. So I was a standing principal in Douglas County for about 17 years. I started having this conversation probably 12 years ago and had been working through this process. What I would say is that our leaders are aware and certainly understand that what do we do that's best for students? And I think that's what's driving a lot of this conversation. Tough conversation, but I think ultimately they understand what are we going to do for our kids.
Well, it's not a fun one to answer. I'll share that. Actually, when Superintendent Kane first came on board, she asked me, what keeps you up at night? And my answer was West Highlands Ranch and planning for the enrollment conversation. And I'll be honest, I've been asking the question for 5 years because it's been coming and you can see the train coming. So I appreciate that we actually have a desire to engage. I will echo what John said. The West Highlands Ranch principals are well aware. It's a real unique situation for both of us where we have one of our feeders that is growing and we have another feeder that is bookended and not, and it's significant. Although I would say there's some nuance within it, right? If you look at Thunder Ridge, for instance, you have the outskirts of Thunder Ridge feeder area that are growing, but you have 3 schools that are tucked into Highlands Ranch that aren't. So even within a feeder, there's a unique pattern of a situation that people need to be aware of. I think our principals understand. I think our principals are aware. The commitment Aaron shared with, guaranteeing staff a job is huge, and understanding that those buildings can be repurposed to maintain a feeder's trajectory over time is also, I think, significant.
It is. I mean, having been an administrator in this district for 15 years, it's a conversation when I got brought in to Legend High School. It was talking about growth, which then was going to have an impact on Ponderosa feeder and the decline that was going to be in front of them and the challenges. So it has been a conversation we've engaged in on a regular basis. And at the same time, we also want to make sure there is that engagement is about ensuring we take care of our people, take care of our families, and ensure that the commitment we made to each one of our students that walk into our buildings is a commitment of an educational experience that we are absolutely going to sustainably commit to them. And I think that really is where our intent is how do we do that? And while we're making sure we're doing that, at 100% has to be making sure we take care of our staff. We know we can't have that direct impact in providing that experience without ensuring we take care of our staff. And through that research that Superintendent Kane referred to is we want to make sure up front as we engage in this process that one, we engage with families and make sure they're an active part of that process. We engage with students, we engage with our community as we go through this. And in our heads, we could go on and on and on, but we need to make sure we made a very clear understanding of what our challenges were and get some direction from our board, because as we've seen, when there's been a disconnect between staff and disconnects between boards is when we start giving mixed messages to our community and then they start losing confidence in us. And so really our intent is to walk hand in hand at the right pace with our community, but we also need to talk about the things in a formal light that we've been talking about in parking lots for a very long time.
Thank you. Other directors,
really good way to put
comments, questions? Director Weininger.
So Superintendent Kane and Mr. Windsor presented this at the FOC, and you made a lot of changes, and I think for the good, you did it really well. A phrase I like that you said at the last one, Superintendent Kane, was in Douglas County, we can't get lost in the averages because we have to, we're spread out so differently. And so, yeah, great presentation. I, as one director, definitely would love staff to develop a timeline and community engagement plan. And I love that you're already engaging with teachers, and it's good to hear a lot of them are feeling actual relief that it's not just whispers, it's actually being talked about. And I would love you to continue with that kind of charisma, is charisma the right word? But just like caringness for educators. And something else with the FOC is they were really receptive to this. From the comments I heard, they were almost like, I'm so glad this is finally being talked about and really being put, like looked into as much. So like we've been talking about it since 2018, someone said, and this should have been going on when we were trying to push the bond and the MLO, because that's where people's questions were, like President Peterson said. So this gets me really excited that this is already being looked at now. So thank you for all the work you've done so far.
Director Meek.
So I was able to be at the LRPC meeting when the presentation was given, and it was very well received. Very similar response from everyone. So I'm very excited. Honestly, you know, the board shouldn't be giving you direction. I love the idea of walking hand in hand, right? We're all on the same page. But I think this directly is in line with the policies that we have in place around having educational programming, how we communicate with our community, how we, like, everything is outlined in the policies, and you have the power to implement the policies staying within those guardrails, which is our executive limitations. And to meet the ends, you know, to provide the programming and the opportunities that we have outlined in the ends, you are empowered to make those decisions and choices. And so I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that the LRPC and the FOC committee members, are being made aware and being part of that process. But I don't feel like we as a board need to vote, or to direct staff to do this. But I do think we all have to be walking hand in hand, for sure.
Director Hansen?
Thank you for a very candid and difficult conversation. I think probably one of the biggest challenges, I'm sure there's many, but I would imagine a significant challenge in your professions is walking the balance of educating our community with our needs and not creating a panic of the sky is falling. I mean, when we think about budget, using these vacancy dollars to basically Band-Aid significant gaps, we can paint a rosy picture of we're able to piece together this budget, but the reality is we have vacancies. We're dropping, there's service gaps when we have vacancies. Every time we drop a bus route and have to cancel a bus route at the last minute, we're creating a loss of confidence amongst our community. And by having real conversations and creating an opportunity for education, I just feel, I feel really proud of that work that has now been started. To follow up with that, however, I am a little bit concerned about what this parent engagement piece looks like. We want to have conversations with our community. We want to involve them in this process, but it's also a fine line of informing parents what is happening and creating possibly a misleading perception that we'd like to have your input. How do you feel about this? How is this going to impact you? And creating this scramble of parents organizing, thinking if we can put together the best Save My School rally, then we're not going to be, this isn't going to be, and I really want to have a really thorough and well thought through parent engagement process where everyone's on the same page and we're honest with our community about what to expect and still make sure everyone feels like they've been a part of the process to the greatest extent possible.
So actually, that's really very much why this presentation looks the way it does. We're not asking for a vote right now, right? Right now, we're really making sure that our community understands what this challenge is, why this is a challenge, and why decisions are going to have to be made. I think the way that Assistant Superintendent Windsor and I have talked about it is a multi-engagement process where we start with having everyone understand why this is an issue. And then we get into, where does it make sense to potentially marry schools? Not even where are they going to land? It's more what pairings start to make sense. But again, not in a voting kind of way, but more just in a conversation kind of way. And then the last round is, what are the implications that we need to solve for that we haven't thought of? Not go or no go, but rather, what are the things that we need to be able to solve for to make sure that we're providing opportunities for kids and for communities? Because you're right, I think we have seen when if, for example, DPS is actually a really great example. We kind of had two extremes, right? In Jeffco, we're closing these schools right away, and this is what it is, and that's what it is. And that was really hard. And we've seen DPS kind of have the parents, the rally, the Save My School, and in the end, the superintendent came and recommended a number of closures, and because of all of the rallying, and then the board decided not to. That's also really hard. So we're trying to kind of walk in between. Would you like to add to that?
I think absolutely there's that transparency. I will not for a second say this is an easy conversation and everybody is relieved. It's relieved that we're being real about a conversation, but it also impacts people to say, oh my goodness. I think our reality going into this conversations, and I always talk about that when we work with, whenever I've worked with staff in the past, is what kind, we're coming together to do some decision making. What are we agreeing to going into this? Is this really kind of, are we all going to agree or not, or not? And then we make a decision, or is it about gathering input, knowing that ultimately when we look at truly where our reality is at, are we going to have to look at potentially marrying schools together? We have to be very transparent in understanding that going into it. If we don't do that piece, then to your exact point, people are going to say, you gave me false hope around X, Y, and Z. Really, the hope is can we get folks to truly understand the reality of the North Planning area? We're engaging potentially, as we just went through the bond and mill conversation in particular, we could done some significant educating around just even the heat map to understand the nuances between this. But where we've seen struggles, I would say, and really to be quite honest with you, things that have not been successful, not just districts here in the state of Colorado, but across the nation, is how do we, first have this commitment between board and staff to do this work? And if there's not that commitment around what that looks like, and that's where some of the direction comes into play, is boards change, and the one thing that happens is if we don't have a commitment around engaging in that process and there's mixed messaging, then we've gone through a process to put people through a really challenging process and saying, sorry, no decision. That's a really tough thing to be able to do. So our challenge in this is how do we make sure we are in the same commitment to be able to move forward so our community understands that this is a joint partnership in engaging in this work. If they don't have that reassurance in that process, it does feel very much like a limbo, because the last thing I want to see in any of our schools is I want anybody to say, oh my goodness, I need to leave Douglas County. We want to make sure that everybody is in our system. We are going to make a firm commitment to make sure we take care of them, and we need to make sure we answer the real questions about where we're at. And that is the engagement process, is how can we frame this with absolute clarity, what our challenges are, and then how do we create and collaboratively create solutions that make sense and think about aspects that we need to think about in this process. And there are a laundry list of those things that we weren't getting into here because we want to get in the weeds, but that is what we got to consider in the process.
If I can just share, I'll use West Highlands Ranch. 5 years ago, I think, we all met principals with Shannon about boundaries. This was part of the conversation 5 years ago. Many of the principals in West Highlands Ranch have actually talked about enrollment in the future with their SACs. Like it's not something that's been covert. I mean, there have been conversations say, look, it's a reality we're going to have to face some point in time down the line. So I do think there's sort of already an understanding in several of our communities.
The last thing I would add, and I don't want to belabor the point, but Mr. Windsor made the point of going hand in hand with our board. So our request is less about policy governance and us being worried that we don't have the authority. We actually know we do have the authority, but what we don't want to do is put our community through the drama and the trauma of having this discussion, of imagining what's happening, of whatever, and then we come back with recommendations after, we've got all the input and everything, and then to have our board turn around and say, because at the end of the day, making a decision to consolidate schools is a board decision. And we want to make sure that there's some confidence that once we've put everybody through that, we're not going to go to no decision because the board wasn't feeling like that we're in a place to have this conversation and to be able to get to a decision point. So that's really where the request for direction comes from. It's a signal from the Board of Education, not only to us, but to our community, that all of us are ready to engage in what is going to be a challenging conversation. But at the end, and I can't say this enough, at the end, if we do this well and we right-size our schools, we are going to create opportunities for every single one of our kids, whether they are in a new community or whether they're in a declining enrollment area. We're going to create opportunities for every single one of our kids, and we're going to create a brighter future for Douglas County School District. I know when I started, and Ian mentioned this, when I started, I asked, Ian was not the only one I asked what makes you lose sleep at night? I actually asked that question to all of our principals, and truly so many of our principals in Highlands Ranch said, what makes me lose sleep at night is, are you going to close my school next year? We can't have people go year after year feeling like they don't know what's going to happen in 6 months. This is our opportunity to truly provide a plan and to walk hand in hand, not only staff and the Board of Education, but also us and our leaders, so that our leaders can walk hand in hand with our staff to be able to do this as well as we possibly can. And again, this is about creating opportunities for kids. If we marry two schools into a bigger school, and suddenly we can do music education and we can do things that we weren't able to do before and provide opportunities for kids, that's a win for our kids. And that's really where we want to focus.
Other directors, comments? Director Myers?
Excellent presentation. I really learned a lot tonight, and actually just being in this position, learning what's happening in Douglas County. Also, as long as I've been in Douglas County, I've had an adult daughter now who went to Castle Rock Middle School. She was the first class to go into the new middle school, now lives in Crystal Valley with 3 children, and there's explosive growth there. I opened up with Ranch View Middle School. It was another big growth up there, and I still have friends that work there, and I have to tell them, declining enrollment, because it's that many years later, it's aging. And so, and it's hard to come to that ability or that mindset, well, I guess we're getting a little older, things are happening. And so this is a great conversation to have out in talking to people. And I kind of was a little overwhelmed when I took it a different way than Director Meek. I'm thinking, oh, wow, it's our responsibility. But thank you. I understand now. And we've just got to get our large district engaged, and so we can avoid what's happened in other districts. Thank you.
Director Ray?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think this was really well done for an overview. I also agree with Mr. Wells. I think our leaders have done a beautiful job already to lay the awareness. I mean, this is not going to be one of those things where it's like, I didn't think our school was going to be, in jeopardy of being consolidated. So I think the awareness level is there, which I guess would be part of my encouragement would be that we do really talk about marrying or pairing schools pretty openly with our community now, because I think Director Hansen's right. What oftentimes happens, we go out and we say, how do you feel? Well, you know what? If you're going to close my school, I feel lousy. And there's nothing you can say that's going to make me feel better about that. So we already know that people are not going to feel positive about that possibility. But I think when we come up with kind of a beginning plan that says, here are the things we're thinking about. Just like you said, Superintendent King, we think we can pair these schools. There's some logical pairings that can occur that we think provide some exciting opportunities when that happens. But I think if we leave it too open-ended and not show that we at least have a little bit of a beginning base of some thoughts, I think that will frustrate our community, quite honestly. And my other question also is, I know we talk a lot about a 3 to 5 year plan, I think is what you've stated many times. So are we saying that the earliest we would have to do action on a consolidation plan would be 3 years from now? And if that's true, I think that's great. We can communicate that. But if we're looking at something sooner, I think we want to be cautious that we don't use the term 3 to 5 year plan.
So any kind of consolidation, the goal would be August of 2026,
Okay.
which is 3 years from the fall.
Okay.
And so that hopefully answers that question. You're right, we're already talking about pairing. We're not yet speculating on what schools should and would be paired. That we have to frame the challenge first and make sure everyone understands the why. But what we are saying is that we are likely going to need to have, and marriage is the best analogy I can use, right? We would likely need to have 2 marriages depending on where we go with the future for middle school. If the future says that we're going to put 6th grade in our middle schools, then we might be looking at 3 marriages. So we have done that initial math and we've laid that initial groundwork. But it's our hope that this first round of engagement, we are actually able to just really frame the challenge. And then the second round of engagement would involve, and here are some possible pairings, right? And what are the implications with those possible pairings, and then a last round.
I think part of the conversation we've seen with other districts is how do we give families and actually build in intentionalities for those 2 schools to marry to have time with one another. So really decisions could be almost 2 years with an on-ramp of 12 to 15 months for schools to kind of spend that for better words, courtship to be able to occur and courting one another as you go through that process. And so I think really what our hope is honestly, if you're looking 3 years, that is a bit of a challenge in the sense of what it feels like. But if you're 2 years out in that particular process, then you spend a year to allow families potentially to look at what that looks like. It does give some families the ability to work through that process.
So just without getting far ahead, but from a time frame standpoint, ideally there would be an entire school year where the schools know who's getting married, but the marriage isn't happening for a year. So instead of spending that year dreading that one building is being left behind, and they can really focus on, maybe we should get our PTOs together. Maybe we should get our 4th graders together because they're all going to be in 5th grade next year. So you've got kind of that year period where you can start to come together before the big come together. So it is a 3-year process from when we're initially talking about pairings, which would be the initial conversations would be this fall, all the way until the actual execution of those happenings.
Director Meek, then Director Hansen.
Yeah, since you are asking for input, I love what I'm hearing. It sounds like the right time frame to move the community forward. I think my recommendation is really being crystal clear on the decision-making mode that's being used. I love the way you're talking about framing the conversation first. It's not educating, it's framing what reality exists. But when it comes down to decision-making, being crystal clear, are you asking people to jointly make a decision? Are you asking to consult with people? Are you asking, or are you there to persuade or to tell? And I think being very clear on the decision-making mode that is being used will set that up for a higher level of success.
Thank you.
Director Hansen.
Jump back really fast to the timeline conversation. I think, well, I do like the concept that you're talking about. I'm wondering at what point you think it would be appropriate to have the board's actual decision in that process.
So if tonight the Board of Education is in agreement and directs staff to go continue to create this process, we would be creating a timeline and an engagement plan. So our next step would be to come back to you in a reasonable time frame here with a timeline and an engagement plan. And then that timeline would include when would the next gate for the Board of Education be in terms of staff recommending what those pairings are going to look like.
And you would like us to vote, have that definite answer before that next 1 year period of implementation?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think with board members here, can we give the staff the thumbs up that they're looking for tonight to move forward, knowing that, and thank you for the question, that was my final question as well, which is when do we need to get officially involved? But thank you. So I think looking up and down, I think there's no disagreement. It looks like without a vote, you have 7 board members that I think, what was the term, walking alongside, whatever, that totally are in agreement. And again, I'd say nothing but thank you for getting on this difficult issue this early. That is not only helping the district and helping our communities, frankly, it's really helping the board with predictability as well, along with every other stakeholder. So thank you.
We really appreciate that. You know, just in us having this little side conversation, it would be really helpful to us in terms of engaging with our community again for that alongside if the board would be willing to do a formal vote to direct staff. But if that's not how you want to do it, that's all right. But it would be really helpful for us.
This wasn't planned as an agenda item, but I will.
You're right. It didn't say info action.
This is an info.
Okay.
So if we would like to put that on for our next meeting, so you have it on record on consent.
It is on the recommendation. I'm sorry. It was on the recommendation for the agenda item. We just missed the info action piece. My apologies.
Can I ask just a quick question?
Go ahead, Director Ray.
Just one other quick question. Are we looking at doing anything different with our open enrollment? I mean, one of the chart you gave us that gave us the big view of capacity, and I was amazed at the number of schools that have a significant number of students who are attending their school out of district or out of their attendance population. I mean, we have some schools that 40% of their school is made up of open enrollees. So I'm just wondering, are we doing anything proactively there to ensure that these schools that are over capacity, that we're saying that we're saying that they're closed to being considered for open enrollment?
That hasn't been part of our consideration in terms of shutting our schools down for open enrollment. And certainly as we're capturing an overflow population, it's to our advantage for our schools to accept open enrollment, which ultimately helps with the overflow situation. But in our projections, our projection team has considered open enrollment and has still projected that we're going to be extremely over in those areas.
I'm not suggesting closing open enrollment. I just think that what we have done before is we've said that if this school is at capacity, that they're not accepting open enrollment applications. It's not that we're saying nobody gets to do open enrollment, but I just think, again, if there's proactive steps we can take, to lessen the hardship, we ought to be looking at those. So
we appreciate that feedback.
Thanks.
Okay, final comments by directors. Director Williams.
I just want to say thank you guys very much for having this conversation, watching other school districts, not just here in Colorado, but across the country, run into this problem and have to close, 17 schools. I'm just very thankful we're doing this work early, so thanks very much.
And before I walk away, I want to make two last clarifications just to make sure that our public and our schools hear me. For this conversation, we are talking about elementary schools. Our middle schools and our high schools, again, we can manage those. So we are talking about our elementary schools. So I want to make sure that that clarification. I had a second one and it's already left my mind, but that one was really important. So, and we really appreciate your support and all of your questions. And we too are grateful that we're trying to be proactive as a district. We also recognize that this is hard and has challenges, and but we also want our staff to hear. As Assistant Superintendent Windsor said, we absolutely guarantee that our staff are not going to lose a job over this. We have a spot for everyone, and we will have a spot for everyone, and taking care of our staff is a huge priority, and we hope we can walk alongside with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Anyone on the board need a very short 5-minute break, or okay, 5-minute break, reconvene at 10:35. Meeting of the Board of Education will come back into order. We are now on policy governance. Item number 30, revisions to board file, KE, public complaints, and yeah, let's go with the final as opposed to the red line. So refresher for board members, we did take this up at the last meeting. I believe we've incorporated all the changes that were addressed and spoken to. From the original posting on Friday through the revised posting that's in front of us, I'd like to thank Council Klemesh and the legal department for offering some suggested changes, and I in fact think is clarifying. So just as a summary, we had some incorrect stuff in our steps 1 through 6, some labeling that did not reflect the current organization. There is a clause at the end of the first paragraph prior to that I believe both Directors Ray and Williams and myself expressed about something relative to a desire from the board to address concerns and complaints in a timely and expeditious manner. So that was integrated. There is the clause that does talk, and we maintain the clause that says before any complaint about personnel shall always be referred back through proper administrative channels listed above. So board members don't get involved till number 6. And then I appreciate Council Klemesh's suggestion to actually list the alternate pathways, not just in the references, but to bring them forward into the document. And really, it serves as a roadmap. So as members of the public start down this path with KE, even maybe before they start down this path, when they're looking at policy KE and they kind of go down the menu of off-ramps on this highway, they might see that, oh, I have something specific here and I should look at one of these other policies. And I do appreciate the explanation, not just the listing of the names, but kind of when you may have to go down one of these other policies. And then finally, if we go down to the next page, Mr. Blair, there was another clause that I believe Director Ray, you brought up that concerns if there is a concern or a complaint against a member of the board, that be addressed with the individual board member, and then per our current policy in GP, if concerns cannot be resolved with the individual member, then they should be communicated to president or vice president as appropriate, and then we'll just go through our current GP policy on how to resolve those. A lot of cross-references here because, frankly, there is a lot of protections and a lot of avenues that we have. And I think that was part of the issues around expectation is people just were unaware of KE. KE was difficult to find, and people just did not understand the alternatives to KE, where they would wind up on an alternate path, whether that's directed via statute, something like Title IX, or whether that was directed by other policies. So the intent here is clarification, accuracy, expectation management. And the last things I'll say is Allison Roush, who also does community relations, talked last time at the presentation about this takes care of the policy piece. There are other pieces. So if we would vote to amend this policy as a board, those changes would be reflected in parent handbook, and there would also be increased accessibility, TBD, something like a big button on the top of the website and things, so you still wouldn't have to continue to dig for KE. If you had a concern or a complaint, there would be easy one-stop access based on the policy. Did I get that right, Ms. Roush? Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up in the back. So with that, I will open it up to any concerns, questions with what we're looking at. Mr. Blair, if you could go back to the top, and then we'll entertain any motions regarding the revision to KE. And if anyone wants to see the red line, Mr. Blair can put that up as well, but it's fairly extensive because we actually redlined the red line. So, Director Williams.
So I actually have a question for Superintendent. Just out of curiosity, is there a way that we can know, perhaps in a roundabout way, not specific concerns, but like what concerns and what percentage goes from, let's say, EDOS to then assistant superintendent and then superintendent? That way we can just make sure that it's working.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, as long as we're kind of at the EDOS and above level, that's realistic for us to at least have a general idea of how many complaints our EDOS have handled, and then what percentage of those complaints make it to the next level, and what percentage make it to the next level, so you can kind of see the resolution at the level. Data underneath that gets really complicated and weedsy, but EDOS level and up, we would have to put a lot of parameters around what kind of complaint gets recorded and how does it, so without getting too far in the weeds, we should be able to have some high level data around that.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there was some sort of accountability to the policy. So thank you.
Director Meek.
I wasn't sure if Mr. Windsor was trying to say something as well. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. One of the parts I want to add is it really, to what Superintendent Kane said, depends on the scenario. As a former executive director of schools, there could be a variety of reasons that thing may come to me as an executive director of schools, but it may not be in alignment with the process. So we just would want to be able to delineate some of those things, because we really do get contacted on a pretty regular basis, but it may not have been in alignment with the process. Superintendent's been fantastic about pushing that to the appropriate level, but when it rises to that appropriate level within our process, I think is just what I'd want to make sure I put some clarification to.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Windsor. And although I mentioned Ms. Roush before, it's worth noting that she's filling a position that we had vacant for a long time. I know it was planned, but was never filled. And not only having clarity in the policy and increased accessibility, just having someone whose job is to kind of look at these things and other community engagement processes, I also think will aid the overall experience that we have with our community from the district and the board. Other directors? Director Ray.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and I'm looking down where it says when a complaint is made directly to an individual board director.
Sorry. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And I questioned this before, and I actually sent a revision differently, but it says that the board member shall refer the person making the complaint to the building administrator or superintendent. It seems contradictory to me that we have this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, if you can go back up, it's prior to all the policy lists.
It's right.
Oh, sorry, yep, you're right, it's right there at the bottom, thank you. Go ahead.
It seems contradictory to me that we list these channels of communication, but as board directors, we always go to the building administrator or the superintendent with the concern. I mean, I think if a person comes to us and they haven't spoken to the teacher, for instance, I'm not going to say, go to the building administrator. I'm going to say, have you spoken to the teacher? If the concern is that they've talked to the principal and they haven't gotten a resolution, I'm not going to say, well, go back to the principal and talk to the principal or the superintendent. I'm going to say the next tier is the director of schools. So I feel like that statement seems contradictory to what we're trying to promote, which is to go to the appropriate level as opposed to skipping and saying, go directly to the building administrator. So I mean, my edit was something along the lines of when the board member shall refer the person making the complaint to the appropriate channel listed above, because we use the word channeling of concerns. And I just felt like that would refer back up to 1 through 6, and that's how we should reference it, as opposed to an automatic building administrator or superintendent. And then the other revisions I'm wondering about. I know Mrs. Clemish doesn't like when we put something on here that isn't in existence. I had put a placeholder for a couple of policies, and I could tell that Mrs. Clemish got a hold of these revisions, and I really appreciate her expertise and talent. But here's the frustration, being on this board for 7 years. We have never formalized the internal process for how we handle complaints. You know, we came very close. We had, and I shared with you that at the last board meeting, that we had levels and very good clarity for a parent to understand what their next step is. And so when I put that placeholder that there ought to be a regulatory companion policy that the superintendent creates that really identifies in more detail kind of how you progress to the levels. I really feel like that if it's not written down, that we don't hold the system accountable for creating that. That was also the rationale behind putting down policy JII as a placeholder, which is the student part of how a student should handle if they have a grievance or a complaint. And again, our student advisor group worked many, many hours coming up with a process for how they would feel confident in knowing what step to take if they had an issue or a concern. And that policy's missing in our policy handbook. When other metro districts have this policy, we don't. And so I don't know how else to hold us accountable to get that done than to list it on here as a placeholder for a policy to be created. I say that in hopes that we could put that there just to hold us accountable, to say that we need to get that policy created as soon as possible because it's something that we have been asking for many years. So that's my other suggestion. And then I got just some cross-references that I would suggest we add on. Policy BEDH, which is the public participation at board meetings, because most of these complaints and concerns are going to be heard. Shouldn't say most of these complaints, but when they come to us, then they do shift into that. How do they participate in a public meeting at the board? So I feel like that there should be a cross-reference to that. You mentioned Mrs. Roush and her role, and I feel like this is about parent engagement. And so I feel like that our KBB policy, parent engagement, ought to also be cross-referenced to show just kind of the reason why we have a policy to address concerns and complaints is because we have a high priority on parent engagement. So those, I think, were the 3 additional revisions that I wanted to recommend in this policy, and so I would entertain questions or pushback.
Okay, I just want to encapsulate those. So I believe the first one was to change what would be the last paragraph on the first page to the board members shall refer the person making the complaint to the appropriate, if I can offer the language, the appropriate point in the channel listed above. So that's the first one. The second one is potentially adding a placeholder for a KER follow on, and then the others would be adding references to BEDH and KBB. Did I get all of those correct?
And then also a placeholder for JII, which is the student or the policy about student concerns and complaints.
Okay, those are all, we'll take those up potentially as other motions. I want to give other independent motions. I want to give other directors a chance to comment. Other directors? Okay, then maybe we'll take those up for discussion before we have formal motions, since we know what they are. I actually think that's very clarifying, that amended language, because it almost assumes that the board member is aware at a certain point. We don't know what point we may become aware as a board member. So I think it's clarifying to say, hey, look, it might say, have you talked to the staff member? Yes. Have you talked to the building administrator? Now that's why I'm calling you. Okay, your next stop is the EDOS, right? So I think that's very clarifying, and I'll definitely support that language. KER, I'm going to channel my inner district council. I agree that maybe there's a need for it, but I'd rather not reference something that doesn't exist yet. I think that's something that we can put on a future agenda to look at a KER. And again, for those anything that's in this would be a superintendent policy. So I think this would be a superintendent's policy that would be the companion to the board policy. And we have this across the board. So maybe that would be something that Superintendent Kane would bring to us at a future meeting for consideration, but it wouldn't be a board policy. It would be a superintendent's policy.
And I'm not suggesting that it would be a board policy. I'm just suggesting that if we're going to go through the effort of revising this, to me, it would be a really easy transition to have a placeholder, and then when superintendent has KER developed, we just take the word placeholder off of this policy that we're approving tonight. So
Other board members' thoughts on that? Part of me says it could be really confusing if somebody is looking for a KER and they can't find a KER and we don't have a KER. The other part, and I understand your intent, and I don't disagree with your intent, Director Ray. Council Klemesh, you looked like you wanted to say something.
I think all of the concerns that have been expressed are consistent with what runs through an attorney's mind when they think about policy development. So if there isn't a policy in existence and it's cross-referenced, I do think it could be confusing to an individual looking at our policies. And that is the reason why I recommended it be taken out at this juncture. And quite honestly, the fact is that our board policies can be revised pretty easily with one reading by simply, when that policy is in place, we can make a point to bring the recommendation to the board soon after that, and it's a pretty easy fix. So I don't see that as being non-prescriptive or non-responsive to the desires that are being expressed tonight from individual board members.
Okay. Go ahead, Director. Sorry, go ahead, Director Ray.
So a possible compromise for me is if in our motion, that can we provide a timeline specific for future policies to be developed? So we're adopting this policy, but we're also recommending to the superintendent that by such and such date, the KER, or that we have because a JII is our policy, that if we could just mention that publicly, I think I would feel better, because then I could go back and say, you know what, we promised that we would get this done this year, as opposed to waiting another 7 years.
Yeah, and I think that's the intent, Director Ray. I'm not sure if I want to put a timeline to it, but as I mentioned in multiple previous meetings, the strategic plan was ends revision, go through those, and we've got one more to do next month, get the superintendent monitoring reports come in, and then once we have those in place, really my intent from a scheduling as the president is to really, by the end of this year and through the summer, take up that policy audit and revision that we discussed at the retreat and prioritize those. And if a KER is in that priority when we get back together, then it'll be put at the top of the stack along with our other priorities for revision. I'm not sure if we should go through a structured, it's getting late, by letter, we may want to sit as a board towards the end of this school year and decide, do we want to do it that way? Or do we want to nominate some things that we think are a little more stale and we need to review? But it'll certainly be included. If that answers your question, I intend to include it. Then the last ones are around BEDH. Makes sense to me. That's public comment. KBB, that's parent engagement. So one of many people that could be putting in there, and then putting a reference to JII. Again, I have no problem with adding those references. Any other board member comments on those? So is there a motion to approve KE with the amendments, and I'll let you restate them, the changes to the final paragraph on page 1 and the addition of the 3 references, BEDH, KBB, and JII?
I think I would make a motion that I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Superintendent Kane. Waving furiously.
JII, I believe, is one of the ones that doesn't exist.
Right.
So we probably want to hold off on adding that until it does exist.
Thank you. So that would be the same as KER. So it would be the 2 existing policies. Thank you. BEDH and KBB.
All right, making a motion to adopt the revisions for board policy KE, public concerns and complaints, with the revisions to include changing the wording in the sentence after the references policies to to the appropriate
point in the channel
listed above, and adding cross-references for policy BEDH and policy KBB.
We have a motion by Director Ray as stated. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. I will take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
The amended, updated policy has passed 7-0. Moving on to item 31, revisions to board file DJ, district purchasing, and the recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the proposed changes to policy DJ as presented, and Mr. Blair is already ahead of me. And before we engage in discussion, I will turn it over to Ms. Schlussner, who will provide us the rationale for why we must modify DJ.
Yes, 2 minutes or less. So a lot of the changes to this policy are minor reorganization and minor rewording that does not change the intent of the policy overall. We also have a superintendent policy, DJE, which is very repetitive to this policy. So I just combined those two policies, and upon approval of this, DJE would go away. The big recommended change to this would be around the levels of spending. So with increased pricing to align us better with our surrounding districts, we talked about that we have a lot of vacancies, so we have decreased staff, as do our vendors that we're working with. So getting people to spend the time to give us the bids according to our current policy can be a challenge for some of those smaller jobs. So we've asked for increases to 3 of those levels under the general purchasing guidelines. And then we added a section for construction and O&M only. Just the nature of that business is going to be a lot higher levels for them. And that's where we really run into problems of finding the bids to comply with this policy. So the only thing we changed on that is the upper limit for requiring 3 written quotes from $50,000 up to $100,000. And then that changes the next section to start at $100,000 to $500,000 for the RFP and RFQ process to kick in. There is no change at all to what we will bring to the board for approval, which is anything over $500,000. That's it.
Thank you for the very concise explanation. Any questions or any discussion by board members? Director Weiniger.
This was also brought to the FOC, and they thought it was great because people were having to get permission for $2,500 items, and it was just causing too much of a what's the word, like
Lack of agility.
Yeah, it's late. Yeah. So this $5,000 makes way more sense, and it's kept up with the times. And I also wanted to say that I appreciate you bringing this forward because it's something that I wouldn't have known to look at. And I think anytime there's any admin hiccups with our policies, bringing them forward is something I would prefer.
Yeah, you already stole my thunder. I really appreciate when staff proactively comes to us and says, hey, there's a little tweak that needs to be made here. And I also really appreciate Director Weiniger's comments and anyone else when some of these things are seen by our committees and you have feedback to how the committees reacted, positively, negatively, or specific comments. That's our role as a board liaison to bring that back to the larger board. So I do appreciate that. Thank you, Director Weiniger. Other director comments, questions? Director Ray.
No, I'd like to make a motion. I also like just to, Ms. Schleissner, and Jana helped me with this because we were having pizza and she said, think of a piece of pizza, Schleissner. So I'd just like to give us an aid in the future of how to pronounce Mrs. Schleissner's name. But I would like to make a motion that we adopt the revisions as presented by Mrs. Schleissner.
Second.
Seconded for Mrs. Schleissner by Williams. Motion by Ray. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0.
Thank you.
And then we move into our last two tightly coupled items for this evening, which are items number 32 and 33. 32 was not originally on the agenda, but it was necessitated by the nature of 33. So what 32 is consideration, already up there, to revisions to board file BEDA notification of school board meetings, and I will allow Council Klemesh to comment on why this was included in tonight's agenda.
Yes, policy BEDA addresses how the board is going to cause notice to be posted of its board meeting. And annually at the first regular meeting, when the board takes action in January of a calendar year, the board is obligated to essentially identify how it's going to post its notice each year. So typically each year we do this, and in the past, we've always identified the official posting requirement to be physically done on or proximate to the front door of this building, the front door of this room, and some other locations. Well, I believe in 2019, the Colorado Open Meetings Law was amended to essentially look at posting or allowing the posting of official notices of public meetings on an entity's website. And in fact, the General Assembly has identified in the statute that it has found and declares that it's in its intent that local governments transition from posting physical notices of public meetings in physical locations to posting notices on a website, social media account, or other official online presence of the local government to the greatest extent practicable. And we have been doing that. It's just that we haven't officially taken action to make that our official posting. So in order for us, and the recommendation has come forward from essentially our assistant board secretary, to pass a resolution which would authorize this board to post notice officially on the website as its primary location for posting rather than the physical posting. And in order to make that clear to the public, this recommendation to modify this policy has identified that the posting of board meetings may include electronic posting of notices to the district's website, and also that the board shall cause notice, et cetera, of regular and special meetings and work sessions to be posted on the district's website no less than 24 hours of a scheduled meeting. So that's the reason for this recommendation to the revision of policy BEDA. Clearly authorized by law, clearly intended by the General Assembly of Colorado a couple of years ago that we be posting on our websites, which we've been doing, but now it would be the official posting location.
Yeah. And I'll further add that last year, during some pretty significant weather that we're going to get into as well, I believe I asked Director Myers to drive over at some point and make a posting, just to comply with our current paper notices, where if we were forced to, we could certainly do this all remotely without asking staff or other folks to go out in some sketchy weather and things like that. So do appreciate it. Any questions for Council Klemesh or any discussion around changes to BEDA?
Just to clarify, so the policy really gives us flexibility. It doesn't say that the official posting will be only on the internet, but it's an or statement.
It is. It does as policy should. It should live for as long as possible.
Right.
It's consistent with the law. And then the resolution that is passed each year will actually dictate what the official posting of the district will be for the subsequent period of time.
Yeah, I was going to say, and exactly, and since the reason that we move BEDA up is we get one bite at this because we have to do this in January or via statute, the answer is automatically we do status quo and we can only take it up again next year in January. So I agree with everything that you just asked, Director Ray. This policy is designed to endure. I made comments about that before. And the specific resolution, which we can then change next year if we don't like what we did this year or whatever, just only last year to year to year, unless we decide not to do anything, in which case we get the status quo.
I would comment that this policy does require the district, whether or not it's the official posting or not, to post on the district's website.
Okay.
So, which we are currently doing, but it would just mandate that that be done.
So because it says which may include, so that you're saying that's mandatory, that it must include a posting on the internet then?
It does in the subsequent paragraph 3, it says, at a minimum, the board shall cause notice of regular and special meetings and work sessions to be posted on the district's website.
Yeah, so the first one's open-ended. We can change our resolution year to year, and it could include or doesn't have to include the website. But in that third paragraph, it says basically what we're doing anyway, which was regardless of what we decide year to year, we will always post it on the website, whether that satisfies the official notice requirements or not.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the revisions for policy BEDA, notification of school board meetings.
Motion by Ray,
Seconded?
seconded by Meek. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek? Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
7-0, and I would like to thank Council Klemesh for her clarification on that, and we will take up the last item in this section, which is 33. It's already up there. Mr. Blair is way ahead of the game, is approval of a resolution regarding notice of meetings of the Board of Education per the referenced Colorado revised statutes. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the resolution regarding notice of meetings of the Board of Education. And if you go through all this, it basically says that we, the board, will use the website as our primary official means of notification going forward this year. Any questions, concerns? And by the way, I'd like to thank our board assistant secretary, Renee Brockman, whose idea was to create this efficiency for us and to move us into the modern paperless age. So with that, any other comments, questions by directors?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution for notice of meetings of the Board of Education.
Second.
And motion by Ray, second by Williams. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye, with a very strong thank you to our Assistant Secretary. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. We will now move into item number 34, board student engagement, and I will turn this over to Directors Meek and Williams to lead us in a discussion about the upcoming student engagement by the board.
All right, so I'm happy to walk us through this very, very quickly. We have our first engagement opportunity coming up January 31st with high school students. And I'd like to thank Ms. Roush for helping us pull this together. And our goal is really to get a variety of student representatives from ideally every high school, neighborhood, charter, alternative. We'd like a diverse representation of students. And all of us will be there, all the governance team, so Superintendent Kane and the 7 of us. And what we'll do is have small group conversations, so 2 at a table, and we'll have 25-minute rotation conversation, and then we will get up and rotate, and the students can stay at the table. And so it's an efficient way to have us connect with all the students that are there. Director Williams and I have proposed teams on the backside with some questions here. And so I think what I would just do is ask you to go ahead and read through the questions to ask each of the 3. It's actually 4 groups. We started off with 3 and decided to make it 4. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have. We're really looking forward to kicking off this first engagement opportunity with students. And our goal is to have the conversation and then debrief as a board with what we heard, with the idea that this kind of feedback really is helping to inform us as we're thinking about our end statements moving forward. Anything else you'd add, Director Williams?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add is just, so we have 2 directors in each group, and one would actually take notes while the other one facilitated. That way we have someone there, taking precise notes instead of trying to remember at the end.
Yeah, I really like the fact that we're going to debrief right then and there after the fact while everything's fresh, while the notes are there, and we're going to be able to walk out of there as a board, hopefully having an understanding of what the general feedback was across the question set. So I have no other questions or comments other than to thank Director Meek and Vice President Williams for furthering this and putting it into action. Other directors?
Yeah, I'd like to thank both of you as well. Do I have to be paired though with you? Is that? Just kidding.
I drew your name.
I think one of the questions I have is how to motivate and do the outreach to get our students here. Because I think this looks beautiful, and I think I can see that we will get some really quality feedback from our students. I think free food certainly helps. I just wonder if there's anything creative we can do, like even raffling off something. That the students that have come, and I don't know what students are into these days, but is there a possibility that we could entice them? I guess that's what I'm thinking about, because I want to make sure this is well attended. I know I announced it at our student advisory group meeting last night, and we'll send out an invite through that channel. But I don't know if there's other channels that we can access, whether that's an email blast with all our student accounts. I know that our students have said sometimes just signs hanging in their halls actually get their attention more than email that they don't typically look at on a regular basis. Or I don't know if we can do our Twitter account. I don't know, but I guess my question really is, what's our method to motivate our students to come to this?
Well, if you would just post it on your TikTok, your Insta, and your Snapchat, I think we'll reach most of our students, Director Ray. But
you think?
Maybe we'll entertain help from the superintendent and our comms and folks. I'm sure we could come up with some creative ways to get the word out to students and to encourage participation. Free tour of the Legacy campus with Assistant Superintendent Windsor or something like that.
I'm sure we can come up with some great ways. Assistant Superintendent Windsor has a few things to add.
So we've had a chance to talk with all of our principals at our regional meeting last week. We'll send out as a reminder text to just leaders to get them signed up. Ms. Roush and I've been working on trying to get some communication out there as well in a variety of ways. So we'll push again to try to get some principals maybe to hand reach out to some students. At honestly, anytime I think you get that from a leader to go connect with your staff, sometimes that can be a good thing as well too. So we've tried that, and yet we still have a ways to go. So we'll keep pushing on that.
Great.
Other directors? Director Weininger.
So do we ask this one question at each group we visit? That is assigned us? How many kids are in each group? Do you know yet?
We don't know yet.
Okay. I was just wondering if 25 minutes is too extensive. I was just thinking per group, or is that?
So we have a meeting with Ms. Roush later this week because we were going to have better idea of the RSVPs and numbers, and we were going to tweak the timing based on that. So.
Any other discussion that needs to occur on the student engagement? Okay.
No, I'm sorry, one more thing is,
Director Williams.
I think just to kind of put out to the public so that they know, we have another one that we have scheduled for February 13th. I think we've reached out to all board members that can do that night, and that one will be for staff. So, or teachers, I think is what we decided. So anyway, there you go.
If we're doing RSVP, is there a way for us to give those students advance notice of what we're going to talk about? Because I know when we had a conversation at Student Advisor Group that was pretty heavy around equity and diversity, and I had a student come up to me and said, I wish you would have given me more time to prepare so I knew what I was going to be asked as opposed to just shooting from the hip. So I don't know if there's a way for us to provide that.
I'm glad you brought that up because we did talk about sharing the questions ahead of time, and having the RSVP really helps us be able to reach out to students. So I'll make sure it's on our to-do list.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. If we give them the questions, they might come with the answers. So I think that would save us a lot of time as well and allow them to think through things rather than being put on the spot. Any final remarks on board student engagement? Okay, we'll move into item number 35, President Reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 7 February. The agenda for 7 February, agenda planning for 7 February meeting will occur this Thursday, the 26th at 10:30 a.m. As mentioned earlier, we will be covering the last of our Ns in discussion. That's N number 5, financial well-being, and it just so happens that that coincides with our monitoring report on the same end this next month. Other things we'll be talking about and really looking forward to is further discussions. Really enjoyed the KE discussion tonight as we go through and further talk about family engagement things, but we're really looking forward to long-term initiatives to attract, retain, and reward our staff that are due next month as well. Just also looking forward with some of the things we discussed tonight for the public. Our letters of intent for new charters and replications are due 1 March. Those are coming up right around the corner with packages due 15 March. So any of the folks that are out there listening, if you haven't contacted Mr. Mosher, he is your point of contact for those things to make sure we get them in on time. And then my last thing is the other week I had the honor of attending another meeting of the Kendrick Castillo Memorial Committee. There are multiple initiatives that are being finalized in partnership with the county, the library district, Highlands Ranch Metro District, CDOT here, DCCF, Mr. Walden, the folks there are doing incredible work to stand up some fundraising, and we are very close to some announcements there coming soon. So expect more news around that. And that is, to including how to get involved and how to donate. So those details are being worked out. Again, our part of that will probably be involving the Legacy Campus, our robotics programs, scholarships, and some other things. Again, details to be announced shortly. Over to Vice President Williams for her items.
So first, I'd like to just address public comment and just wanted to acknowledge some of the comments that were made. And I'll just make the assumption that staff will be addressing some of the ones that we heard.
Yes, we will be sure to follow up with the Board of Education with a memo and other information around public comment tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just LRPC was last week. As I said earlier, I wasn't able to be there, but I was at agenda planning this week and kind of just got filled in. Obviously, we voted on the bylaws, which was a big part of their conversation, and then the growth and decline. And I think that we've all gotten an invitation to the next LRPC meeting. If you haven't, know that you are invited. The state demographer is going to be there on February 1st, and I think the plan is to have it at the Legacy Campus, so those who have the EAC meeting beforehand can just jump directly over there. And then MBEC had their first wonderful meeting a couple weeks ago. They will have another meeting this Thursday, mostly talking again about bylaws, filling the seats, which seats should be open, and how the meetings would run differently, because last year, as you recall, they met every week. This time, they will be moving to once monthly after the 2 times in January. And then lastly, I had the great honor and privilege of going to Eagle Academy's graduation with Mr. Windsor and Mr. McMenemy, and just how touching that whole graduation was, and what a great place Eagle Academy is, and just how touched I was to see how inspired and encouraged and supported that those young adults are feeling going out after they've graduated, and just truly how proud it made me of this district and our kids and our staff.
Okay, we will start with Director Meek. I believe we start with Hanson and she lamented having to vote first, so we'll go from that end.
Yeah, I've missed every meeting over the past 2 weeks, other than a couple, but I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Director Weiniger.
No updates.
Director Myers.
So last night, Director Ray and I were at SAG, and I think we can both agree we had a wonderful meal that was provided for by the Thunder Ridge Culinary ProStart. So that was another great one that we had. Great. We just love these kids. They are just, we told them how many compliments they got at the last, for presenting, the number of adults that said, I don't think I ever could have done that as a student. And just last night, they were really questioning and asking, and they loved the feedback, and they're really going to work. And I think they feel a little bit of elation that we are possibly not only listening to their voice, but we're going to start implementing and pushing forward and seeing that they're going to come to some completion about, I know some of them have operational and and policy. So we're really working with them, Director Ray and I, and we're going to be working with Derek and Stephanie to really get this going on SAG, and because we have a lot of seniors going out. DAC meeting, there was an update. MBEC, they still need 7 members to join the committee. Oh, okay, because I think she did give that.
We voted on it tonight. Consent.
Okay, goodness gracious, I am tired. Superintendent Kane gave an update about the culture of individual excellence and inclusive. Lively discussion after she left. And Deanna Kirby gave us a site lead. Good meeting that night. Let's see, I was at DCYI Monday morning. Our Outstanding Youth Awards will be for April 24th. We will recognize 10 youths again, and they get a gift card, and it's just a great place to be. And I can go back real quick to DAC. Our DAC forum is going to be Thursday, February 16th. So, and we're capping it at 500. So get out there and tell them come on. So, thank you.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I just would add a couple things about student advisory group and maybe a request for Superintendent Kane. I know in your update you mentioned meeting with Derek Channing, who's one of the staff liaisons, along with Stephanie O'Neill. And I really think I would love for all 5 of us to sit down and really talk about the structure of student advisory group, because I think we're continually bumping with this notion of what is operational, what is board policy. And really the two, Derek and Stephanie, we talked to Stephanie, is in agreement that they can really represent the staff and conveying to you, some projects the students are doing to get them connected. We, being liaisons to the board, can relay back to the board some of the policy changes that students are recommending. So I think there's a real complementary relationship that we can have, where you're getting some great students to run some things by, and so are we. I think our student advisor group, we had a student that was kind of lamenting that he didn't feel like students have a lot of power in decision making. And so, his idea was we need to elect a student to sit up here on the dais with us, and he should be able to get to vote on our items. But it did make me think that we have kind of kept our hands off a student advisory group in terms of just allowing them to kind of self-direct in terms of what they want to do, but they don't have bylaws and they don't typically vote. I just think there's some things that we can do to kind of help structure them so they really do feel like that they have a voice. So I'd like to sit down with Derek and Stephanie, you and Becky, and maybe talk about some ways that we can restructure student advisory groups so they really feel like that they're a voice that we really do indeed listen to. I would also just want to do a shout out to Marshawn Uhas, who is the coordinator behind the Continental League. My wife and I went down, as we have every year, and I mean, it's a cheap date for us because we don't have to pay for our tickets, and we walk into Betcher Hall, but I mean, the kids are phenomenal, but Marshawn in particular just does a bang-up job. So I just want to shout out. I hope she's sleeping, but maybe if she hears a recording, I just want to do a shout out for her. I also want to just challenge us with public comment now, because I know Director Williams brought that up. We now have a policy that talks about our parameters for when the public has issue with an individual board director. And tonight was uncomfortable. I think, I don't appreciate being accused that I'm talking to someone from a TIFA or whatnot. And I've never talked to that person. That person has never approached me and said, hey, can you help me understand what you were doing at the Equity Advisory Council? And I think that's just wrong, that we sit here and we take it. Director Meek was targeted tonight with some very negative comments as well. And I'm hoping that, Director Peterson, that in your script, we can get into that preparation for our public to say, we value that you take your concerns to as close to the origin of the concern as possible. And that includes board directors, because I really think that we need to stop this using that bully pulpit to, and each of us have been targeted on some night. Tonight would just happen to be my night and Director Meek's night. So I just think that I would really encourage the script to change now that we have a policy in place. That's all the reports I have.
I have no updates.
No update? All right, we will, making a quick note from Director Ray. And we will move into what may be our final item. So we are on to item number 38, convene an executive session. The recommendation is that the Board of Education adjourn the meeting and convene in executive session, a closed session, for purposes of holding conference with the district attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402-4B regarding pending litigation, specifically Marshall v. Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022 CB 30071, and pursuant to CRS 246402-4EI for purposes of conferencing with its negotiator/attorney to discuss and adopt positions related to negotiations being conducted regarding the mediation of issues in the matter of Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022 CV 30071. Requested in the meeting will be all the board directors present, Superintendent Kane, DCSD Counsel Mary Klemesh, and Jeff Blue representing the law firm of Gessler Blue. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene in executive session as stated?
So moved.
Moved by Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. I will take the roll. Hanson?
I am going to vote in support of this tonight, but I wanted a chance to talk before we took the vote. But I think we are at a point where this needs to be a public conversation of some sort, and addressing concerns that are going on in the community, I think would actually head off some of the misinformation that's out there. But I'm going to support going into executive session tonight, but I do think it's really important that we have a public conversation in the very near future.
So Director Hanson, aye. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, I agree with you. In fact, I would hope in executive session tonight, we can move to the public stage, because I do think this phase we need to wrap up and have a conversation in front of the public. I do totally agree with you. So I will also vote to go in with the hope of next meeting or whenever we decide that we actually bring this up to a dais discussion for the public. Could not agree more. I am an aye. Director Ray.
I'm going to add to that, we've not received a legal communication regarding this executive session. We've not received a legal communication that explains what our conversation is about, nor what the agenda is. And I have voiced this concern before. It makes it difficult for me to make an informed decision to go into executive session when that doesn't happen. And that's not a reflection on our in-house legal counsel, because our in-house legal counsel has been always are good about letting us know in advance, here's the background, here's where we are, here's the conversation we need to have. So I will just kind of concur with Director Hanson. I'm going to support going into it, because Director Williams did that for me one time when there were many of you who did not want to go. So this is my give back, but I will tell you that from this point on, if we don't have more information about why we're going into executive session beyond just the statutory requirement, I will not support moving into executive session. But tonight, I will one more time. So my vote is a yes.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. This meeting is hereby adjourned, and we will meet in executive session in 5 minutes.